and make the affirmation today. Those members have already been contacted by my office. There will be further opportunities for all honourable members to take the oath or make the affirmation following Her late Majesty's funeral. There is no procedural requirement to do so. Once we have concluded our tributes at approximately 10 p.m, a humble address to His Majesty will be moved formally in the terms set out on the order paper. I will now take the oath of allegiance before inviting other honourable members to do so. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God. Can I now begin to start with Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley?
Thank you.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
Just wait. Okay. Let's trust me. Just throw it down.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
You can keep those. Keep them.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
It's the same. You have to ask.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
Scottish, but with this Bible. This Bible, yes.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
So it's Welsh Bible, Welsh, English, and Welsh. Okay.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God. Yr wyf yn datgan a chadarnhau yn ddifrifol yn ddifiant ac yn didwyll y byddaf yn ffyddlon ac yn wyedergar yn fawrydu y Brenin Charles i etifeddion a'i olynwyr yn ôl y ddeddf.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
So he needs to stop and do this. Is it affirmation? It's doing its oath and oath and
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I don't know, is that right? We have to keep this Bible, please. Thank you.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Order. I shall now invite the House to resume its tributes to Her late Majesty. I expect to conclude tributes up till 10 o'clock, and at that time I shall invite the Minister to move the motion for a humble address to His Majesty. 182 members contributed yesterday. I know many want to do so today. I hope, therefore, that members will keep to the informal time limit of no more than 3 minutes. I now invite the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Therese Coffey.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for allowing government ministers to be able to participate in this debate today. I really do appreciate it, and I know that my constituents from Suffolk Coastal will do so too. The constancy that Her late Majesty the Queen gave us through decades, whether as a child, it was personally with the Silver Jubilee, and indeed all the celebrations that we had for Golden, the Diamond, and in particular, most recently, the Platinum, as well as all the commemorations of E-Day, and moments when the Queen brought this nation together, both recognising sad times, as well as those points at the cenotaph, but also the celebration of what makes our country great. Just thinking about my mother, the very first time she watched television was when the coronation happened, and somebody in her town of Wrexham nearby bought a TV, and people piled in from around the surrounding streets in order to watch the princess, of course, the Queen by then, be crowned. But that impact goes right around the world, and I saw that when I was an environmental minister, and indeed whether it was in Kenya, Uganda, wherever I went, certainly the Queen was held in the highest regards, and there were always representations made for her. But that sort of impact actually happened during World War II as well. You know, if I think about the broadcasts that happened by the princesses, I remember a long time ago, in 1995, when I went to, as a representative of the United Kingdom as a youth, we went to the Anne Frank House. And there were pictures of the princesses, and indeed in the Anne Frank diary of the 21st of April 1944, Anne Frank referred to the 18th birthday of the then Princess, Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth of York, but along the lines of not only wishing her birthday, but also wondering which prince they will marry this beauty off to. But that sort of constancy and impact around the world is something that I am confident that our new sovereign king will have as well, not only for his work on the environment, but also continuing the sincere traditions of his mother. Turning to Suffolk Coastal and the impact there, well, I will always pay tribute to the savvy parish councils, Rendlesham Parish Council, who always put their parish fete on the same day as the Trooping the Colour, because we get the lineup of all the fly-pasts coming through the Suffolk Coastal constituency, whereas many other places pay for it. But there seemed to be a particular affection to Benjamin Britten and Albury Music, and in terms of the Queen opened Snake Maltings and the 20th Festival in 1967, and when it burnt down just a couple of years later, she came back, in effect, to reopen it as well. And that affection carried on, and I think it was that love of music that we may not have always seen so self-evident. But indeed, people will know in this chamber and elsewhere the special arrangement of the National Anthem that Benjamin Britten wrote. Mm-hmm. And that was then further testified by the fact that the Queen authorised the name of only one other person on the coinage of the realm. That was Benjamin Britten. Mm-hmm. In terms of, Mr. Speaker, I want to say on behalf of the people of Suffolk Coastal how much they will miss Queen Elizabeth II, but also pledge their loyalty and support to King Charles III. Thank you.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Accession Council met to proclaim the new sovereign, His Majesty King Charles III, and it was an immense honour to bear witness to that historic proclamation for the Privy Council, but also for my constituents in Normanton, Pontefract, Castleford and Nottingley. And for us in Pontefract, it's particularly important to mark the arrival of the new King, who, as Prince, has been a huge supporter of the Prince of Wales Hospice in Pontefract. And an association we hope considerably more positive than our last constituency connection with the accession of a monarch, which involved Pontefract Castle, Richard II, and a rather unfortunate end. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour today to speak in the second day of tributes to Her Majesty, to a truly remarkable Queen. And everyone has their memories. For one of my constituents, it was parcels from the young Princess Elizabeth sent in 1947, sharing across the country wedding gifts. She said, "I've always remembered it. There was a pineapple in it and we didn't know what it was." And for those of us children in the 1970s, it was the Silver Jubilee. The Queen meant street parties for us, and everyone made such a big fuss of it being 25 years, we frankly thought she'd already been Queen forever. And that's what she was, for us and subsequent generations, our forever Queen, the constant who would serve our country for another 45 years. And right honourable members for Peckham, for Doncaster North, for Chingford have all described how, when they became Privy Councillors and when they left their office, she invited them to tea once they'd left their job. And the remarkable thing is, she did it for dozens of us. Every departing cabinet minister or party leader. And I was invited after the 2010 election. We drank tea. She asked me how we had managed with the kids as being cabinet ministers. And I said chaotically. And we talked about housing as well. And others have described the kindness that she showed in those meetings, but I think it was much more than that. She didn't invite us when we were on the way up. She didn't invite us when we were playing a constitutional role. She only invited us when it was all over and when the cameras had gone home. And most of us don't like to talk about our downfall, and so most people never knew she even held those teas. And I said then, it was very kind of you to do this. She said it was to recognise and to say thank you for public service. And that said much more about her than it did for the service that any of her cabinet ministers had shown, because it showed how privately, even more than publicly, she believed in selfless duty and valuing public service to our country. And yes, she showed that sense of mischief. And I think no one has told the story that so many of us must have heard John Prescott, the Lord Prescott, tell of his first Privy Council meeting with Claire Short, who was International Development Secretary at the time, and who, according to John, had arrived late with a large handbag and a pile of papers. And as they stood to hear the Privy Council business read out, suddenly Claire's phone began to ring. And Claire rummaged fast, was unable to find it in her handbag before the noise eventually subsided. The call went unanswered, and the Queen simply said, "Oh dear, I do hope that wasn't anyone important." And rightly, many members paid tribute yesterday to the address that the Queen gave just 2 weeks into the first lockdown. Thousands of people had already died, thousands more were being rushed to hospital, unable to breathe. Schools were closed, families were split up, churches, mosques, synagogues, all shut. Parliament had closed, and the Prime Minister was very ill. And all of the institutions we relied on and took for granted were either closed or under strain, except for the Queen. And only the Queen, our forever Queen, who had been a constant through ups and downs, could give us that message. But it wasn't just her authority in invoking those wartime sacrifices. She captured the yearning of a country to come together just as we needed to stay apart. And she invoked those British values that I want to finish with, Mr. Speaker. The attributes of self-discipline, of quiet, good-humoured resolve, and of fellow feeling still characterise this country. The words she used to describe us, but the words so many of us have used to describe her. And that's why she was so important to us, because she embodied the values that we want to see still as British: the resilience, the strength, the kindness, the fairness, the common decency, the determined optimism that things will get better because we will make them so, and that selfless duty to commitment to public service. She held up a mirror to our nation of what we want to be. She may not be the forever Queen that I still believed in at that Silver Jubilee, but those values that she stood up for were forever values, and those are her legacy now.
Yeah. Amanda Milling.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts and prayers, and those of my Cannock Chase constituents, are with His Majesty the King and all the royal family who have lost a much-loved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. For us, we've lost a Queen who dutifully served our country through every high and low that we have faced. From war to the pandemic, Her late Majesty has remained the constant, providing quiet but steadfast leadership and showing that whatever we face, our great country can come together. I, like many members of this House, had the real privilege to meet the Queen. The first time I met the Queen was when I was appointed Deputy Chief Whip. We've heard from several former whips during these tributes about the various duties that are undertaken. My first meeting with the Queen was for wand swapping, the exchange of the wands of office between the outgoing and the incoming deputy. Mr. Speaker, now members who know me well in this House will know that I'm not known for being very quiet, but I was so nervous. I was really worried I was going to mess up all the protocols. So, ahead of going in, I just went totally silent. And there were colleagues and friends there, including my right honourable friend, the member for Pudsey, who was a bit baffled and turned around and went, "Gosh, where's Amanda gone?" But as many members have remarked on, she had an amazing ability to put you at ease, including that smile. The length and breadth of our country, the Queen was loved and admired, including in Cannock Chase. But this love and admiration stretched across the world, something that I personally saw on overseas visits. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this is true for our overseas territories, a number of which I've visited in the past year. Whether, Mr. Speaker, in a snowstorm at Goose Green in the Falklands, where we both were, or in the heat of Anguilla, you could not help being moved every time the National Anthem was played. You could see and feel the admiration felt by the people of the overseas territories. For those of us in this place, we chose to go into public life because we want to make our great country better for those that we serve. And in Her late Majesty, we could not have had a better example to follow. Her unparalleled record of public service stood as an inspiration. We have been lucky to have her wise counsel and calm leadership over the past 70 years. For the country and around the world, Her late Majesty was a figurehead for all that the United Kingdom represents. I offer His Majesty the King and his family my heartfelt condolences and the condolences of my Cannock Chase constituents. As we all mourn the loss of Queen Elizabeth II, we know that His Majesty the King had an excellent mentor and he will continue her great legacy. God save the King.
Yeah. Sir George Howarth.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty the Queen embodied a shining example of duty, a sympathy and understanding of the people of our country and the Commonwealth and beyond, an exceptional good judgment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to confess that I've not always felt supportive of the principle of the monarchy. As a young local councillor, I once attended a function at which the loyal toast to the Queen was proposed. Foolishly, I declined to take part, remaining firmly in my seat. My non-participation led to comment in our local paper and a strong backlash from the people I represented. I learned two lessons from that episode. The first was that unnecessary courting of controversy was not a good thing to do. And secondly, that the people held our constitutional monarchy and the Queen in particular in enormous respect and affection. One question I was asked at the time was, so what is your alternative? And I have to confess, I struggled to find an answer. By the time I was elected to this House more than a decade later, I'd come to the view that Her Majesty and the monarchy were a much valued part of our national life. Her dedication and sense of duty in the ensuing years has served to strongly confirm me in that view.
Rand Shapps.
Mr. Speaker, like many in this House, I had the opportunity to both meet and speak to the Queen on numerous different occasions, but unfortunately the relationship didn't start particularly auspiciously. I was invited to Buckingham Palace for what other members will know is an ancient and complex process of becoming a Privy Councillor, so complicated that I was called to a side room with 5 colleagues to have the process explained. It seemed that we would enter into a large hall in Buckingham Palace, Her Majesty would stand at one end, and we were told we would kneel on red cushions, going back some distance on our right knees, holding a Bible in our right hands. Then we would switch that to our left hands, then take the Sovereign's hand with our right hand and brush her hand, and then stand and say, Your Majesty. Brush her hand. Was that an instruction to brush her hand? With my hand or my sleeve or a handkerchief? And as I was to ask, we were called in to the actual performance of the great ceremony itself. No matter, I thought. I was 5th in the line to become a Privy Councillor. I would watch my colleagues, each of whom were swearing on the New Testament. I'm Jewish, I was swearing on the Old Testament. I was at the back of this line, I would watch what was happening. Unfortunately, as we went into this very large hallway, it was so long that I couldn't see what was happening, the ceremony at the front. And as I got closer, the field of view narrowed and the girth of my colleague in front of me widened. And I still couldn't see what brushing the hand actually entailed. And now, with palpitations And nervously, I knelt in front of Her Majesty the Queen on the red cushion right before her. I switched the Bible, the Pentateuch, from the right to the left hand, stretched out my right hand. She stretched out her bare, ungloved right hand, and to my surprise, moved it towards my face. It moved towards my lips. I pursed my lips. It stuck. And then, in what felt like an age, she was trying to pull it away, and then suddenly, her hand pulled away. I wanted the ground beneath me in Buckingham Palace to swallow me whole, but I remembered to stand up. Your Majesty, I quavered. She looked me right in the eyes with those wonderful, sparkling eyes, and as if both to acknowledge what had happened and also to forgive me in one turn. She said, "Yes." Mr. Speaker, we never spoke of it again. God save the King.
Siobhan MacDonald.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I never expected to be called so early. I was so enjoying everybody's contribution. I rise to pay my respects on behalf of my constituents in Mitcham and Morden, who, like the rest of our country and Commonwealth, are united in mourning. So much has been said in this House, and indeed from pubs to podiums around the world, and yet such is the magnitude of the moment that it still feels like there is so much left to say. Queen Elizabeth was the historic figurehead of modern times, a leader, a female leader, may I say, so incomparably devoted to her service and her people. As the longest reigning monarch, she has been ever present, a constant figure of reassurance throughout all our lives. Perhaps that is why the grief feels so personal for so many. Her Majesty's leadership transcended generations. She navigated a century of societal changes from her coronation in post-war Britain to every move of her reign televised globally and across social media. It was this insight that best shared her wonderful sense of humour, with treasured memories of Olympic ceremony skydives and more recently of afternoon tea and teacup drumming with Paddington Bear. She truly was a leader for all ages, respected and admired by young and old. Other members have spoken at length of her dedication and duty. It was this work ethic that I admired most, with her service continuing quite literally until the end as she welcomed her 15th and final Prime Minister just days before her death. What a remarkable drive she had. I suspect there must have been many times through 7 decades of service when a stiff upper lip was required. But even in the darkest hours, she steadfastly believed that you just have to keep going, a quality of true leadership. Her Majesty had an unrivaled ability to unite, even at times of deepest division. Perhaps that's why we trusted her. She was our great nation's guide through good times and bad. As a country, we looked to her for reassurance, and most recently in the coronavirus lockdowns. And when she said that we would meet again, we trusted the century of experience that she was drawing upon. Her Platinum Jubilee showed the love that our country had for her and sparked the togetherness, community and patriotism that she consistently inspired. She was so proud of her country and Commonwealth, and we were so proud of her. So we say thank you for 70 years of service, stewardship and extraordinary stoicism. May she rest in peace.
Sir John Redmond.
Mr. Speaker, we meet together in mourning. And once again, our late Queen has united the nation. But this time, unfortunately, she has united us in grief at our common sense of loss. We here in Parliament suspend our differences, our party and our political views, because something so large has happened. That constant in our national life, who has always been our Queen, is no more. And all those of us here who are all privileged to have supporting roles in public life have learned a great deal from observing just how well the Queen carried out all her public service over the years. Everyone here has met her at invitation at Buckingham Palace or at a national event in London, or maybe hosted her in their constituency. Some of us had the honour on many occasions to be with her and see her. And I think what always came across to all of us is just how much she respected every person and every institution that she visited. And she showed that respect by impeccable manners and great courtesy. Always on time, always properly briefed, always appropriately dressed for the occasion. But as so many have said from their personal experiences, there was something so much more than this. She was not just the consummate professional at those public events, but that there was the warmth spirit, the personality, and above all that understanding that everyone else at that event was terrified that something was going to go wrong, or that they hadn't understood the protocol, or that there was some magic way of doing it, as my right honourable friend was explaining, that they had to get right. But in the public events, the Queen always relaxed people and showed them there was no right way, because she was there for the people, she was there for the institution, she was there for the event, and that is what we can learn from. Now, of course, she was also our Majesty. She was the embodiment of the sovereignty of people and Parliament. She represented us so well abroad, and she represented us at home, knowing that as a constitutional monarch, she represented us when we were united. She spoke for those times when we were gloriously happy and celebrating, or she spoke for those times when there was misery and gloom, and she had to deal with our grief and point to the better tomorrow. That was why she held that sovereignty so well and for so long. A constitutional monarch who did not exercise the power but captured the public mood, who managed to deal with factious and difficult parliaments and different political leaders, but who was above the politics and meant that our constitution was safe in her hands. I wish her son and the new king every success in following that great lead, as he has told us he will do, and can with others say today, God save the King.
Yeah. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very humbling to follow so many great speeches. On my own behalf and on behalf of my Edinburgh South West constituents, I too am rising to honour the memory of our late Queen. Much has been said of her dedication and her service, but I want to concentrate on her love of Scotland and the love of many Scots for her. Because the Queen died at Balmoral and is to be taken first to the Palace of Holyrood House and then to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, Scotland will be the centre of the world's attention over the next few days. This is breaking with tradition, but these were the Queen's wishes, and Scotland is honoured by them. The last monarch to die in Scotland was James V, who died at Falkland in 1542. He was, of course, the father of Mary, Queen of Scots, and it was her son, James VI, who presided over the union of the crowns. Mary, Queen of Scots, is the ancestor of all the Stuarts and indeed all the Hanoverians who followed. Elizabeth Stuart, the daughter of James VI, married one of the German electors, and with the demise of the last Stuart monarch in 1714, Elizabeth's grandson succeeded to the British throne. That's the Hanoverian line, and it can be traced directly back to Scotland's Stuarts. Our late Queen was keenly aware of this. Perhaps that's why she chose Stuart names for her first two children, Charles and Anne. And of course, her mother was a Scot. In 1953, after her coronation, the first place our late Queen visited was Edinburgh, and throughout her reign she returned to Scotland for important events, and indeed she chose my country to be centre stage during state visits. In 1962, she chose Scotland for the state visit of the King of Norway, and in 2010, very memorably for many people of my faith, she chose Holyrood for the state visit of Pope Benedict XVI. And of course, she officially opened Scotland's Parliament when it was reconvened in 1999. Our late Queen, I believe, embodied the union of the English and the Scottish crowns, which of course is quite different from the union of the Parliaments and predates it by over 100 years. At a time of change, there are many in my country, particularly younger people, who might prefer a republic to a constitutional monarchy, but that did not in any way prevent the affection our late Queen held for Scotland from being returned in equal measure. Sadly, I never had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, the Queen of Scots, But earlier this year, I did have the privilege of meeting our new king. We spoke of Scotland, and I was left in no doubt that he shared his mother's abiding love of my country. So before I resume my seat, in honour of his late mother, I want to recite just a few words of Burns' poetry, which I believe may be a favourite of the king. Farewell to the mountains, high covered with snow. Farewell to the straths and green valleys below. Farewell to the forests and wild hanging woods. Farewell to the torrents and loud pouring floods. My heart's in the highlands, my heart is not here. My heart's in the highlands are chasing the deer. Chasing the wild deer and following the roe. My heart's in the highlands wherever I go. May she rest in peace.
Andrew Mitchell.
For all the pomp and tradition, Her late Majesty's true magic was in her humility. She did not need a gilded throne or royal regalia to touch people. It was in her smile, her poise, her natural charm, understated yet reassuring, the best of Britain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this brief tribute on behalf of the royal town of Sutton Coldfield, a royal town now for 494 years, who at this sad time unite with the rest of the country in shared sorrow. The Queen's visit to the 9th World Scout Jamboree held in Sutton Park in 1957 is still remembered by my older constituents, as she came to join in the celebrations for the 50th anniversary of Scouting and had lunch in our magnificent town hall. And Mr. Speaker, I have never visited a primary school where one of the first questions hasn't been, have you met the Queen? I had the privilege and good fortune to meet the Queen when I was her International Development Secretary. Like millions around the world, I will never forget every second of those meetings. She was intensely interested in the less developed members of the Commonwealth. She was the reason the Commonwealth not only survived, it flourished and grew, reaching out to unexpected parts of the world, with Rwanda enthusiastically joining. And at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting held in June this year in Rwanda, I watched the binding power of the monarchy as the King, as he now is, spoke on behalf of Her late Majesty of the ideals and values she inspired and to which so many nations now aspire. In Kigali, the capital of one of the Commonwealth's youngest countries, the national flag and the flag of the East African community are today flying at half-mast and will continue to do so until the Queen's funeral. I also remember travelling for many hours in Uganda to the hospital in Masaka, run by an 80-year-old sister of the Medical Missionaries of Mary, who had recently received the OBE from the Queen for her 50 years of service. And in the hospital entrance hung a huge picture of the President of Uganda, Mr. Museveni, alongside an equally huge one of Her Majesty, the head of the Commonwealth. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield, we will hold a service of remembrance in our town church, Holy Trinity, followed by a reading of today's proclamation. And we will mourn the loss of our great Queen, who meant so much to us all.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like other members, my main memories of Her late Majesty the Queen are of visits to my constituency. In 1987, I was chair of Newham Council's Planning Committee, and I negotiated with Molan's the terms of its planning permission for London City Airport. I attended the opening by Her Majesty in November 1987. It was pointed out that the terminal at the airport was on the site from which her grandfather had opened the King George V dock in 1921, 66 years before. The airport was controversial locally. It turned out that most local residents, still smarting from the economic damage of the closure of the docks 10 years earlier, welcomed the jobs it was bringing. But some were very unhappy, understandably, about living with the noise of the planes. On the day of the airport opening, there was a small demonstration the airport management, rightly wanting to avoid unnecessary ill-feeling, invited half a dozen demonstrators inside and gave them the chance to meet the Queen and to set out their case. When it came to their turn, the residents explained their fears about aircraft noise. The Queen listened very carefully to what they had to say, and then she replied, "I know exactly what you mean. You should hear the noise at Windsor Castle of the jets coming in to land at Heathrow." The Prime Minister said yesterday that Her late Majesty had a unique ability to transcend difference and heal division. Well, that's what she did on that occasion. Her off-the-cuff response transformed the situation, arriving as disgruntled outsiders. The residents, by the time they'd left, were insiders who'd shared a moment of recognition and warmth with their head of state. The rancour between the objectors and the airport was, I think, permanently eased. The day after the opening ceremony for London 2012, which was a Saturday, when you might have thought that after the night before, the then 86-year-old monarch would have been entitled to a day off, the Queen returned to London City Airport to mark its 25th anniversary. Other memorable visits included, in her Golden Jubilee tour, her visit to Green Street, the most successful Asian shopping street in the country, we claim, where she was greeted by enthusiastic women in colourful saris waving Union Jacks, creating wonderful photographs in the Daily Mail the next day. And we always remember her opening what we now call Newham University Hospital in December 1983. Her reign, Mr. Speaker, was 7 decades. Those treasured memories will last for many decades still.
Debbie Green.
Like many others, I suspect, my initial reaction on hearing of the Queen's death was not just sadness and regret, but a peculiar sense of uncertainty. How could the world continue without this magnificent woman playing a central role in the background of all our lives? But also, like many others, I was lucky and privileged enough to meet the Queen a number of times and can add to the testimonies of many other members about her warmth, kindness, vast depth of knowledge, absolutely razor-sharp mind, and fabulously dry sense of humour. And my best evidence of the latter was another Privy Council meeting, not, I'm happy to report to my right honourable friend from Welling Hatfield, his. But as he said, a council takes place whenever a new member is appointed. And this involves, as we've heard, a lot of kneeling, moving, kneeling again, holding a Bible, kissing, and talking. Now, politicians are good at words, but many of them are not very good at choreography. And I vividly remember one meeting where somebody got it wrong, badly wrong. There was chaos. My right honourable friend was nothing on that. As you can imagine, this provoked silent but extreme hilarity and glee among all the close friends of this poor wretch who was getting it very, very badly wrong. And I looked across, and the Queen's face was completely impassive. But the look in her eyes told me that the person biting their tongue hardest in that room was Her Majesty. One of her greatest personal attributes was that despite being royal all her life and a monarch for 70 years, she didn't have a trace of self-regarding pomposity. But her many personal attributes were not enough to make her a great leader. She had so much more than that to give. Particularly, she had a genius for necessary reform, for taking an ancient institution of huge importance and changing it little by little so that it stayed relevant in fast-moving times. She enabled the monarchy to remain ancient and modern. It's an extraordinary historic achievement. And even in the last 48 hours, we've seen that the new king is proceeding on the same path. The television of the Accession Council, the unexpected walkabout at Buckingham Palace yesterday. These tell us that King Charles will both preserve the traditions of the monarchy while keeping it fit for the 21st century and beyond. So we can be assured that we will continue to have a people's monarchy. There can be no greater tribute to the late Queen and no better platform for the new king that we can say with great confidence, God save the King.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So many of us are trying to find the words to describe the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Many of us have eloquently, philosophically, emotionally, and even poetically alluded to her legacy and her reign. But despite all the great words we have had to say, or will say, we all fall short, not because of lack of words or heartfelt emotion to speak on this momentous occasion, but because even our greatest words fall short in doing justice to the life, legacy and the reign of this extraordinary monarch. We look around the world and we realise that these are not just sombre moments for the people of Britain or the Commonwealth, but for the entire world. Indeed, the words of President Macron of France, which eloquently stated, "To you, she was your queen. To us, she was the queen," highlights how she was a worldly figure that existed beyond the nations and realms, in the hearts of all people from across the world. She was a unified monarch who brought together people in a way that was unique only to her. This is why, when we look across our nation at the sadness and the grief people and communities are feeling, we see that people of all races, of all religions and all communities are united in the devotion and heartfelt emotion they are showing at the passing of their Queen. This unified attachment to Her Majesty did not just appear out of nowhere, but was directly a symbol she expressed throughout her reign. In 1952, in her first Christmas broadcast, at a time when inclusion and diversity were very much unseen in society, she addressed the nations and asked that people, whatever their religion may be, to pray for her and her reign. The same message of inclusivity and diversity we heard yesterday from our new King, King Charles III. In the same way, despite Her Majesty keeping her views close to her heart, it was obvious to see her deep-felt connection to the Commonwealth and to justice. By the summer of 1986, it was widely known about the Queen's apparent objection to the then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher for Britain's refusal to place sanctions on apartheid South Africa. It is no wonder that her favourite African leader was Nelson Mandela, who she held a deep friendship with until he sadly passed. On a more local front, the Queen took several visits and was welcomed by the people of Bradford throughout her 70-year reign. 18 months after her coronation, on her nationwide tour, she visited Bradford, marking the city's first royal visit since 1942. The Queen visited Bradford Park Avenue during this trip and was sang to by 30,000 school children. On behalf of all my constituents, I hope I can today express their thoughts, feelings and condolences to the royal family at this difficult time. As one era comes to an end, we pray for the next. As a woman of faith, I admired Her Majesty as she was a person of deep faith and belief. And I end the words of a great Muslim poet, Rumi. He says, "You are not a drop in the ocean, you are an entire ocean in a drop." Her Majesty was an ocean in her kindness, selflessness and humour, and she made herself a drop through her humbleness, sense of duty and service to her people. God save our King.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in the town of Royal Tunbridge Wells and the wider borough of Tunbridge Wells loved Her late Majesty, and on behalf of us all, I express our gratitude for her life of service. In Royal Tunbridge Wells, we have a very special connection through Mr. Harry Collins, who for 22 years has been the personal jeweller to Her late Majesty. Responsible for the care of her jewels and for designing and making some of the new pieces that have been so admired around the world during that time. I had coffee with Mr. Collins this morning, and his devotion to Her late Majesty is absolute, and he is much too discreet to break any confidences. But I did read, however, that his appointment survived, having fallen flat on top of one of the Queen's corgis when attempting to follow protocol by walking backwards during one of his early consultations. Now, one of the high points of my life was, as many right honourable members have expressed, was meeting Her Majesty to be sworn in to the Privy Council for the first time, as I was in 2010. And we've heard already this morning and yesterday some of the hazards of that. And it is so overwhelming is that moment that I understand that men have suddenly been moved to curtsy in front of Her Majesty. And otherwise capable people have swayed on the footstool while trying to kneel on one knee, holding up a Bible in one hand and to recite the oath at the same time. And of course, the one person who didn't mind, as has been said, was Her Majesty herself, who put everyone at their ease. So one of the reasons that I will always be grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, is in reappointing me to the Cabinet again this summer, I was able to swear the oath of office to Her Majesty in person herself on the 8th of July at Windsor Castle. And when I shook Her Majesty's hand, I was greeted with the most dazzling 1,000-watt smile, sparkling eyes that suggested that she was absolutely thrilled to see me. Now, I strongly suspect, Mr. Speaker, that Her Majesty's demeanour did not reflect the fulfilment of a 3-year hope that the Prime Minister would restore me to office. Instead, it showed that at the age of 96, on a hot summer's afternoon, Her Majesty still recognised that for everyone she met, it was a moment that they would treasure forever. And in a second, it revealed her personal kindness and adherence to the highest of standards right to the last. Across the world, over 70 years, hundreds of thousands of people have been treated with such kindness and thoughtfulness by Her Majesty the Queen. Her life was one of constant, devoted and selfless service. We are blessed that she reigned over us. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Come on, James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had, like many, the great privilege of meeting the Queen as a member of the Privy Council, Defence Minister and a member of this House. I remember the first time I met her, not long after being first elected to this House in 2001. A number of us were invited to meet Her Majesty, and you can imagine we were all very nervous and apprehensive about the visit. But as many have said in these tributes, that once we met her, she made us feel at ease. She asked questions about our backgrounds and was interested in our constituencies. The other thing that struck me, Mr. Speaker, was I think an encyclopedic knowledge of different parts of the United Kingdom. Mention has already been made in these tributes to a dedication to our armed forces. And it wasn't simply because she was head of the armed forces, it's because she was a real devotion, an understanding of their role. And I think that came from somebody who'd served herself. But I've got to say, Mr. Speaker, it went beyond that. And I think the best example I can give is when I was Veterans Minister, was a decision to award the Elizabeth Cross in 2009 to the next of kin of those who'd lost loved ones in the service of their country. And can I just attest, this was not a popular decision among certain parts of the establishment. But for me, what it showed about her was that she recognised the important role of families play and continue to play in supporting those who we asked to serve in the members of our armed forces. For many of us, including many of my North Durham constituents, the Queen has been that constant presence in our lives, in what we all know has been and continues to be an increasingly changing world. But she had those two things that I think are important. Dedication to service were the central tenets of her reign. And some in this cynical age may dismiss them as being old-fashioned and part of a bygone age. But I would disagree with that, because the cynicism of those that aim to divide us, I think, need reminding of what she used and led by example in saying that we are individuals, we have differences, but if we work together, despite those differences, it makes us all stronger. Yesterday we sat in this chamber and listened to our new King's address to the nation. What is clear, despite his grief and the huge responsibility which now rests on his shoulders, that dedication and duty to service will continue, which was so excellently exemplified by the late Queen. God save the King.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to have this opportunity to offer my condolences, those of my family and of my constituents, to His Majesty the King and to the royal family, and to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. As with many others, I was privileged to meet her a number of times, and it was easy to be intimidated by what she was, but never by who she was. With the authority, there was always great warmth. Mr. Speaker, we've heard many eloquent tributes in the last 48 hours, but perhaps none have been quite so eloquent as the faces of the people we have all seen on the streets. Those faces show the struggle of her subjects to reconcile the feelings of grief, gratitude and pride we all share for the life and work of our late Queen. Grief because of the scale of our national loss, but also more personally because we relied on her constancy to anchor our own lives, to an extent that many of us are only now beginning to realise. Grief too because we no longer have the remarkable individual fulfilling this uniquely challenging role. The task of modern monarchy looks impossible. To encapsulate all that is good about a nation, a family of nations, and to celebrate its diversity while drawing it together. To be looked to set the tone at every moment of collective joy and disaster, and also to share the best and worst moments of your own life with the country and with the world. And in meeting that challenge, Queen Elizabeth II was a breathtaking example of servant leadership for 70 years, making the impossible look effortless and maintaining an irrepressible sense of humour throughout. And it is for that leadership that we feel such gratitude among our sadness, delivered by this most exemplary of British monarchs in the most British of styles, with resilience and dignity and without drama or fuss, with service to others as a primary and persistent vocation, however hard the task or the events of her own life. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, not always happy, but always glorious. And Mr. Speaker, this was majesty indeed. And so we are also proud that we were privileged to live in this second Elizabethan age, proud that for so much of our recent history, our nation was personified by the monarch we mourn today. Her loss is great, but her legacy is greater. A country, a people, and a commonwealth immeasurably better for her long and faithful service to us all.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to be paying tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth on behalf of my constituents in North East Fife in this place. And as a relatively new MP, it is easy to feel overwhelmed by the history of this place and the events that it has seen, and never more so than today when considering the Queen's life, of her dedication and of her work. I feel, as I know many do, unanchored. We were all Elizabethans, for the majority of us without realisation or acknowledgement. And no matter our views on the monarchy, the Queen was there, our constant through ever-changing times. We have seen both a jolting and an imperceptible change in the filter of our lives. QC to KC, future King's speeches that will take place in this speech, the singing of God Save the King. Given the current line of succession, it is unlikely that any one of us here will see a reigning Queen again in our lifetimes. Now, like other members, I want to pay tribute to the Queen's service, her dedication to the nations of the UK and the Commonwealth and to their citizens, and her commitment to her people, because for us in Scotland, she was our Queen of Scots, the Scots as a people, and we know her love of Scotland as a place of beauty, escape and of peace. And I trust that she found some of that beauty and peace on her visits to North East Fife. Fife is known as the Kingdom of Fife, recognising its religious and royal heritage, including that of St Andrews, named for our nation's patron saint, and of Falkland, whose palace is closely associated with that of another Queen of Scots, Mary. Her first and last visits were both to Leuchars military base, where in 2018, as their Colonel-in-Chief, she presented the Scots Dragoon Guards with a new standard. Visits in between took in the broad spectrum of meeting with the communities of East Neuk, the former Royal Borough of Cooper and beyond, and to visiting the ancient University of St Andrews, a place of recent family significance. And I wish the Queen's granddaughter, Lady Louise, well as she commences her studies there, and I hope that she finds comfort in our town. The breadth of her engagements within North East Fife reflect her life, from leading her armed services to hearing from the smallest of children. Now, as a primary child of the 80s, the Queen meant brownie promises and royal weddings, with the Queen off-centre as a happy and proud parent. I never had the privilege of meeting the Queen. My only connection is I was one of the last babies christened by the Reverend Keith Angus before he went to Crathy Kirk to become the Queen's chaplain in Scotland. It's been wonderful to hear from those members who have met her. The twinkle in the eye has come through strongly, although I've always wondered if, like Paddington, she could subject ministers to a very hard stare. I saw her once in person at the last Queen's speech she attended in this place, which took place during COVID. She processed past me down the Royal Gallery, supported by her son, our now King. And I conclude by saying that he and the rest of the royal family are in the thoughts and prayers of my constituents and I. God save the King.
Sir Charles Walker.
Mr. Speaker, Broxbourne mourns the death of Her Majesty the Queen, but it celebrates her life of selfless service. Mr. Speaker, quite simply, I join my constituents now in saying, God save the King.
Right. That was far too quick. Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents of Eltham and myself, I would like to send my deepest sympathies to His Royal Highness King Charles III and his family on the passing of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II. I think over the last few days we've identified a new syndrome, and I think it will be studied for years. I think it's the Queen Elizabeth II syndrome, because I felt I would be sorry for the nation at losing its head of state. I thought I'd be very sympathetic and sorry for the family losing a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother, but I did not expect, I must admit, to feel such a deep personal sense of loss, and I know others have expressed a same feeling. And if we reflect on the images that mould us, that make us British, if you like, and conjure those images to mind, it's the Queen's image that stands out most prominent. And if you think of those characteristics that we would associate with Britishness, strength, fairness, dignity, dedication, determination, duty, tradition, charity, those are all attributes that you would associate with the Queen in the way that she performed her task as our monarch. Characteristics she applied both home and abroad. She was the embodiment of how we would want to be seen in the world. Her longevity in her role gave her a deep knowledge and understanding of global politics and its personalities, which no other country benefited from. She saw politicians come and go. She reigned over 15 prime ministers, which is over a quarter of the prime ministers we've ever had. Similarly with presidents, so 13 presidents and 6 popes. She was determined to lead by example each and every time she stepped out in public. The generation that she comes from, the war generation, is a tough generation. Her experience of that gave her the insight to know exactly what message we needed during the COVID pandemic. She knew through our collective endeavour that we would get through. And that beacon that she set at the end of the road, which I think will be etched forever in the rock of our nation, we will meet again. Her generation knew loss in the darkest of hours, and her dedication to duty told her that at her darkest of times, she must lead by example. And she sat alone, wearing a mask, obeying the rules, at her husband's funeral. I don't think I admired her more at any other time. She didn't waver in her duty. And it's not fair to say to those that will follow that we won't see her like again. Our King has a hard act to follow. So I say, God help the King.
Harriet Baldwin.
It is with great humility and sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen on behalf of my constituents in West Worcestershire. When we think of the sadness that we are feeling, we can only imagine how much grief her family members must be feeling, and we send them our heartfelt condolences. I think so many of us had hoped that Her late Majesty would live to reach her 100th birthday like her mother did, and that she would have to make the decision as to whether or not she sent herself a telegram. But during her reign, Her late Majesty made 4 official visits to Worcestershire, most recently during her Diamond Jubilee tour, when she opened her faithful city of Worcester's new library, The Hive, and it was an honour to meet her on that occasion. On her first visit to Worcestershire in 1957 as the reigning Queen, she came to Malvern to see the Royal Radar Establishment and Malvern College, because radar was invented in Malvern and had played such an important role in us winning the Second World War. And as many colleagues have said, she took a particular interest in our working here in Parliament, invited all new MPs to meet her after the election in 2010. And it was at that occasion that I learned of her fondness for Malvern water. And since then, I think many of us have always thought that perhaps it was Malvern water that had given Her Majesty her wonderful complexion and also helped her enjoy such a long life. Many tributes have made clear how close her relationship has been with this Parliament. But as chair of the British group in the Interparliamentary Union, I wish to highlight her role supporting international parliamentary democracy, human rights, and the rule of law around the world. The Interparliamentary Union brings together almost the whole of the world's parliamentarians, and as our head of state, she opened 3 of the organisation's conferences in London. In 1957, in 1975, and notably the centenary conference of the IPU in 1989. And as she addressed those hundreds of parliamentarians from around the world, she underlined the core values of multilateralism, the importance of bringing parliamentarians together to find peaceful methods of solving disputes and to understand each other. So let this time of grieving reinforce the wisdom that lasting peace must come through words. Our late Queen is now at peace, and in the words of our daily prayer in this chamber, may she attain everlasting joy and felicity. God save the King.
Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to rise in this debate to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on my own behalf, but also particularly importantly on behalf of my constituents in Harrow West. The Queen was a remarkable monarch, loved and admired, as many in this House have already underlined, across our great country and indeed across the world. As a result, I have not been surprised by the depth, the warmth and the sheer volume of heartfelt messages that my constituents have shared about the Queen's life and their sense of loss at her passing. Harrow, indeed, was the first borough created by the Queen after her coronation in 1953. And that is probably the most important of the many reasons why we have always been the most important part of London ever since. She visited our borough many times, many school visits in particular, and to celebrate the borough's Golden Jubilee in 2004, and was always enormously well received. I had the privilege too of meeting her, as others have done, on a couple of occasions, once as a new Member of Parliament at a reception in Buckingham Palace for young achievers, which is probably the nearest I've ever come to being a rising star. And I met her too as a minister in the Foreign Office. And what was obvious on that occasion, and indeed in the many conversations that I had with ministers across the Commonwealth and the globe, was the enormous respect in which she was held, and her quiet work receiving and meeting diplomats and the leaders of the countries with whom our country needed to engage with was always enormously well received and hugely important. Indeed, many of my constituents who have links to India and to Pakistan or to across East Africa, in particular Tanzania, Kenya and Uganda, or those with links to West Africa, such as those with background in Ghana, and of course those with a background in the Caribbean, talk of the immense respect they have at a personal level, but also of the immense respect that their families and relations back home in their countries also have too. Hers was a remarkable life, Mr. Speaker. 70 years of phenomenal public service as our monarch. Her skills, her constancy, and her considerable diplomatic efforts helped underline and enhance the greatness of our country. And the warmth of the tributes from leaders across the globe, from across the Commonwealth, and across Europe, and indeed from the President of the United States, have only underlined her importance to our country too. God save the Queen. God save the Queen, and God save the King.
Yeah. Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be able to give a tribute on behalf of the people of the Cotswolds with their many connections with the royal family. Ever since Her Majesty the Queen made that public broadcast when she was only just 21, pledging a whole life of service to the nation, she has honoured that to the full. She ruled unstintingly for over 7 decades, bolstered by her sense of duty, Christian faith, and, as others have said, her sense of humour. The rock, the constant for the nation, always wise and comforting counsel. The first British monarch to visit Northern Ireland for 100 years, to visit the Republic of Ireland for 100 years, and West Germany in 1965, she was indeed a world-class diplomat. She was an important leader of the Commonwealth, as my honourable friend has said, and during her reign, the Commonwealth has increased from 7 members to 56 countries, a legacy which we should strive to build on. A true countrywoman, she liked nothing better than to ride on her horse in her earlier days or walk her dogs. She took a keen interest in nature and understood agriculture. She loved horse racing. The Queen visited Cirencester in 1963 to view the revamp of the marketplace. She then visited the Royal International Airport at Fairford to celebrate the RAF's 90th anniversary in 2008. She was one of the most influential and important figures in the 20th and the 21st century, a truly great Queen who united all in every part of this nation, the Commonwealth and beyond. Our sympathies go out to all members of the royal family. She's now at peace with her beloved husband, Prince Philip. God save the King.
Yeah. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak on behalf of my constituents in Worsley and Eccles South to say first that we are deeply saddened by the death of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. She has been the monarch throughout my lifetime, and this loss feels like losing a member of my own family. She was devoted to the service of the nation for 70 years, and she served our country and the Commonwealth with great commitment, deep devotion and dignity. My constituency of Worsley and Eccles South lies within the city of Salford. And one of our most famous artists, L.S. Lowry, was one of the official artists at the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II in 1953. His classic work from this momentous day is called The Procession Passing the Queen Victoria Memorial. In October 2000, the late Queen officially opened the Lowry Theatre and Art Gallery in Salford. During her visit, the Queen greeted staff and volunteers from the Lowry and spoke to local school children who had created an exhibition of photographs about life in Salford. His Royal Highness Prince Philip was the first Chancellor of the University of Salford, and the Queen supported him in his role as a dedicated and active Chancellor during his 24-year tenure at the university. In 2012, during her Diamond Jubilee tour, the late Queen opened Media City, the home of the BBC and ITV Granada in the north, as well as other media service companies, and the media base of the University of Salford. And it was an honour for me to meet the Queen on that occasion. The late Queen's last visit to Salford was in July last year. She met actors and members of the production staff at the Coronation Street set in Media City in celebration of the show's 60th anniversary. Now, as the Shadow Minister for Civil Society, I know that many charities hold the late Queen Elizabeth II in very high esteem. She was the patron of over 600 charities, military associations, professional bodies and public service organisations, and tributes have been pouring in from many of these over the last couple of days. The late Queen's patronages cover every area of the charity and voluntary sector, from charities for young people to the preservation of wildlife and the environment. The values she possessed of selfless public service, compassion and leadership encompass the spirit of our civil society. In her Christmas message of 2016, Her late Majesty talked of drawing strength from ordinary people doing extraordinary things, volunteers, carers, community organisers. And she said, "On our own, we cannot end wars or wipe out injustice, but the cumulative impact of thousands of small acts of goodness can be bigger than we imagine." Her own thousands of acts of goodness will be remembered for generations. I know her legacy will continue to live on in the thousands of charities and the volunteers dedicated to supporting communities across the UK and around the world, and that King Charles III will continue the traditions of selfless public service, compassion and leadership. God save the King.
Yeah. Dr. Julian.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Towards the end of yesterday's proceedings, participants were encouraged to avoid repeating the points of their predecessors. This is no easy task when such unanimity prevails. Now, some members of this House clearly had far more contact with Her Majesty than others. Yet it's natural that so many of us wish to record our tributes to the outstanding monarch of the modern age, not simply for ourselves, but on behalf of tens of thousands of constituents who also adored her. One reason for that adoration was the Queen's accessibility. The Lymington Times has helpfully listed 4 notable visits she paid to our part of Hampshire, including in 1979 to mark the 900th anniversary of the New Forest, and 2012 as part of her Diamond Jubilee tour. Multiply those visits by well over 600 constituencies, and the scale of her efforts on visits alone is seen to be colossal. New Forest East was formed before the 1997 general election, and as its first MP, I described to the House how even so beautiful an area had been touched and toughened by the impact of war. Princess Elizabeth's formative years were similarly shaped and strengthened by that ordeal. Her family's involvement with the services, already so strong, could only increase. Whilst others directed the operations of the military, the allegiance of those forces was to her and her alone. This is more than symbolic. It's an essential guarantee of the constitutional independence of the military. I'm very fortunate to represent so many people with past, present, or potential service in the armed forces of the Crown. One such constituent, my partner's father, received his Distinguished Flying Cross from the hands of the Queen as long ago as 1955 during the Malayan emergency. He was struck by the depth of her knowledge even then. It went far beyond the formalities of an investiture. We can truly be thankful that at the top of society, she chose to be its servant. She adapted to change, yet always seemed the same. She did her duty unfailingly and was, in short, an inspiration to the nation.
West Street.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to follow so many others in rising to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen on behalf of the people of Ilford North and the London Borough of Redbridge. The depth of our sorrow reflects in part the length of her reign, her lifetime of service and duty, and the devotion she gave to her family, our country, and our Commonwealth, but it also reflects how special the woman beneath the crown was, at once the head of our royal family, and yet able to touch the hearts of every family in the land. East London holds a special place for the royal family in our hearts. During the Second World War, King George VI and his family stayed in London during the Blitz and visited families whose lives and livelihoods had been devastated by the Nazi onslaught. The then Princess Elizabeth visited Ilford to see those affected by the bombing on the day after VE Day in 1945, and returned again in 1949 to see the 1,000th council home that had been built by Attlee's government. She is said to have remarked, and I quote, of all the houses and estates I have visited, Ilford's are the best. She also visited a care home where one elderly resident was so thrilled to meet the princess that they immediately burst into tears of happiness. I saw a similar outpouring of emotion when the Queen visited Ilford again for her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, where she unveiled a plaque to the dry garden created in her honour in Valentine's Park, which spoke to the great challenge of climate change, a cause close to the heart of our dear King. One resident told the Ilford Recorder, "We have always read about queens and princesses in the storybooks. To have the Queen in our neighbourhood, it's like a dream come true." A dream come true. It's a sentiment I can't imagine being elicited by a mere president, and one that was certainly elicited with no effort from Her Majesty the Queen. And it hardly seems real that that dream has ended. We are privileged to have lived in the second Elizabethan age. Her late Majesty the Queen oversaw our country's transition from empire to Commonwealth to a modern democracy. We're witnessing huge social changes throughout her lifetime. So many of my constituents are proud of those changes and, of course, retain strong familial bonds right across the Commonwealth. She showed by example that tradition and modernity are not adversaries, but well-suited companions, from Her Majesty's first televised address to her very last Zoom call. And from the beginning of her reign, amidst rationing and post-war reconstruction, to her address to the nation at the height of the COVID pandemic, she reminded us that whatever the triumphs and disasters of our history, our country's best days now lie ahead. History, like life, moves on. His Majesty the King has told us that the grief of the nation, indeed the grief of the world, has provided comfort to his family for their irreparable loss. I hope he knows that his presence in our lives in recent days has been comforting and reassuring too. And if I may say, Mr. Speaker, that when the Queen welcomed the then Duchess of Cornwall into her family, the nation took her into her hearts, and it is a privilege and pleasure to see her take the place as Queen Consort. We are blessed to have known the reign of Elizabeth I, our greatest Queen. May God rest her soul, and may God save the King.
Yeah. Before I leave the chair, can I remind members and staff there is a service tomorrow at 6 p.m. in St Margaret's Church for Parliamentary Community to remember Her late Majesty the Queen. Those wishing to attend, please contact my office. Will Quince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that on behalf of the people of Colchester, I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Her Majesty dedicated her reign to serving our country and the Commonwealth. In her lifetime, she witnessed our nation and the world transformed immeasurably. Yet for so many of us, she was the constant throughout our lifetimes, her warmth and her smile, providing stability and reassurance during the very toughest of times. Her service to the British people and her presence in our lives will be forever held in our hearts and in the hearts of people across the world. On behalf of the people of Colchester, to His Majesty King Charles III and the royal family, I send our sincere condolences. And to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, we send our thanks, our admiration and our love. May you rest in peace, Mum. God save the King.
Yeah. Nick Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I mourn Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's passing. On behalf of my constituents in Blaenau Gwent, I offer my heartfelt condolences to the royal family. When I heard the sad news, my first thought was that we, the British people, have lost our preeminent public servant. As Her late Majesty once said, I do not give you laws or administer justice, but I can do something else. I can give my heart and devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations. Queen Elizabeth dedicated her life to the greater good and wove together the ties that bind us. In 2012, the late Queen visited Ebervale. It was one of those days in our valleys when the skies emptied gallants. but still she saw through the programme. Her late Majesty knew that meeting our community, hearing our choirs, collecting flowers from children, being with us, mattered. She showered goodwill on the people of Blaenau Gwent as the heavens rained down on all of us. In the days following, the Queen also visited Aberfan. She was due to open a new school in the village, struck by grief just 46 years earlier. On reflection, I now realise she was the constant, was there when tragedy struck, standing alongside us when our nations mourned, but also she was there to usher in the new beginnings. As I look to the future, I think of His Majesty King Charles III. Now, when Prince of Wales, I recall his visit to Ysbyty yn Eirin Bevan, the hospital named after one of my predecessors who established our National Health Service. Whilst very carefully done, there was a nod to the political genius who established yet another great institution of our country. I also remember the King wore a blue cornflower in his buttonhole. It was a classy look. He clearly knew of our great valleys and their history. I have no doubt he will continue the legacy of his beloved mother, the late Queen. Finally, I would like to warmly welcome the naming of the new Prince and Princess of Wales. Amen. Madam Deputy Speaker, though I mourn our longest reigning monarch, I now say, God save the King.
Yeah.
Robert Halfon.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2015, I was appointed Deputy Chairman of the party and attending Cabinet, and no one had informed me that I would be made a Privy Councillor. My constituency office got a call saying I needed to attend the palace, and I said, I replied to my caseworker, there's just a nutter on the phone, just ignore it. This happened on 2 or 3 telephone calls, and it was only on the day itself when I was told a ministerial car would be picking me up to take me to Buckingham Palace that I realised, and sadly I would have bought a nicer suit had I known. But it was the greatest honour of my life, and of course I sadly was not able to kneel because of my legs. But the Queen, Her Majesty, did not bat an eyelid, and I thought, there am I, the son of an immigrant to this country, becoming a member of the Privy Council, and I thought to myself, what an honour and what a meritocratic country that we have become. Yeah. Now, the Queen, I'm very proud to be here representing my constituents of Harlow, of Hastingwood, Matching, Nasing, Roydon and Shearing. And the Queen visited Harlow in 1957, and Harlow is a new town. And it was built after the war to provide people from homes, many of whom came from the East End of London. And she attended and had a wonderful visit in the Market Square, and the BBC featured that in one of their documentaries over the past couple of days. And what it symbolised was, although that the Queen came from the old world, she was bringing in the new world. And she was showing that actually this is what the new Britain would be about post-war, beautiful new towns, bringing hope, aspiration, achievement, opportunity and community and dignity to our country, and these were all the values, of course, that Her Majesty represented. Just finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a Jewish MP, and I was brought up in the United Synagogue, which is traditional Judaism. Every single part of the service is in Hebrew, and not being the best of learners, I mostly don't understand a lot of what is going on. But the one part of the service is that is in English is the prayer for the Queen. And if I could just read that, it says, "May the Supreme King of Kings, in his mercy, preserve the Queen in life, guard her and deliver her more trouble and sorrow. The one part of the service every week that is said in synagogues in the land is prayer for the Queen. And it made me very proud whenever I attended synagogue that I was able to say that prayer and the Queen embodied everybody, not just her Christianity, a deep Christianity, but everybody of all faiths, Jewish people, Muslims and Hindus and many other faiths. This week the synagogues will be saying not a prayer for the Queen, sadly, but a prayer for King Charles. And the rest of the prayer says, may he put a spirit of wisdom and the understanding into her heart, into his heart, and into the hearts of all her counsellors, that they may uphold the peace of the realm, advance the welfare of the nation, and deal kindly and justly with all the house of Israel. On behalf of the Jewish people in our country, those of the Jewish faith, but also my constituents of Harlow, Hastings, Matching, Mazing, Roydon and Shearing, God save the King.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of my constituents of Central Ayrshire to express our sympathies to the royal family and to pay respect to Her Majesty for her long service of 70 years and 10, literally a biblical lifetime. Being from Northern Ireland, for me, her greatest contribution was to peace and reconciliation on the island of Ireland, both by bravely welcoming Martin McGuinness here in London, but also her state visit in 2011, which brought so much healing. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate has already woven the most important part of any funeral, the eulogy, and reminds me of the traditional wakes I grew up with the coffin lying in state in the living room, surrounded by family, friends and neighbours. What struck me then as a little girl was how the sadness gave way once the funny stories started, once the embarrassment, the talk of someone being on a chair in Blackpool singing at the top of their voice. These embarrassing stories changed the whole mood in the room that I observed as a 5, 6 and 7-year-old. The sombre tones were replaced by laughter, but strangely, the coffin often also turned into a coffee table, covered in glasses. Now, I don't think Her Majesty is likely to face that indignity, but I remember my uncle saying that he aspired to being buried in a coffin with ring marks, because it would be a symbol of a really good wake, one that accepts that death is part of life, and one that celebrates not a life ended, but a life completed. In the same way, this chamber has been lifted by so many funny stories that demonstrate Her Majesty's great sense of fun, both in public, such as the stunt at the Olympics or with Paddington Bear, or in private, many that we've heard from honourable and right honourable members today. But the most illuminating are those which show how she used humour to put people at ease, out of kindness. I think she's probably delighted at the sheer amount of laughter that has been in this chamber over the last 2 days. And having walked the last journey with many of my patients over a lot of years, I know that virtually all of us would choose to die peacefully at home. And that's exactly what the Queen did. So we should take comfort from the fact that she ended her life peacefully and quietly at home in her favourite place, Balmoral, surrounded by her family and loved ones. It doesn't get better than that. So while we offer our sympathy and condolences to her family in their sorrow at her loss, for her we should be glad. She goes to her rest, welcomed once again into the arms of her beloved Philip, and no doubt already sharing a wry joke, and probably at our expense. So for Her Majesty, I simply pray, may she rest in peace.
Kelly Tolhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my constituents of Rochester and Strood. I want to extend my deepest condolences to the royal family. Her Majesty's death is a terrible loss for us all and has touched every corner of the world. Her Majesty was a constant reassurance present, and the world is unrecognisable from the start of her reign. Despite these changes, she was a steadying figure who led this country from the aftermath of the Second World War to the country we are today. Like many people in this House, I have only lived under her reign. And as a female born in 1978, I was lucky to be born into a unique era for this country. Growing up, when for the first time in our history, we had both a female head of state and a female prime minister. These powerful female figures at the top of our country, so for me, it was absolutely normal to see women leading. The Queen was a remarkable figure, an inspiration to many whose influence has shaped generations as the values that she has embodied, the sense of duty, public service, quiet dignity, epitomise her reign. She was a continuous figure, both in this country and around the world, who managed to exercise a calm and steadying influence over our country, even in its toughest times. Rochester and Strood has been blessed by many visits from Her Majesty over the years. I'm immensely proud of our royal history and the links we have with our late Queen. She made her first visit to Rochester in 1938 with King George VI when she visited Short's Aircraft Works, and which was also followed in 1942 to the Royal Chatham Dockyard. I hope that I'm right in saying that she liked what she saw in those early visits before her accession, which inspired many trips in the following years. In her capacity as Colonel-in-Chief of the Corps, she inspected the Royal Engineers at Brompton Barracks in 1968, one of her many visits to the barracks. She also opened the Royal Engineers Museum in 1987 and made her final visit there in 2016 to celebrate the 300th anniversary of the Corps of the Royal Engineers, and it was the greatest honour of my life to have met her on that occasion. I felt nervous, shared by everyone else who had met the Queen for the first time, and after overcoming the first hurdle of getting my curtsy right, I moved on to the next step of meeting Her Majesty. The handshake. There I was, just over a year into being an MP, standing in front of Her Majesty, who had just turned 90, worrying about the damage that I could cause her hand should I grip it too hard. I could not have been more wrong, as I failed to appreciate how years of experience had left Her Majesty skilled at administering a handshake as she took my hand firmly and released it before I could even take a moment. But also coupled with her great smile and the twinkle in her eye that so many have spoken of. The barracks was not only the place the Queen had visited on her visits to Rochester. She had been to Rochester Cathedral and even took a trip to our great Isle of Grain oil refinery in 1955. Following her 1942 visit to the Royal Chatham Dockyard, she returned to the site in 1984, where she was able to see the redevelopment proposals for the closed Chatham Dockyard, St Mary's Island. These are a few examples highlighted how committed and dedicated the Queen was to her people. She was totally devoted to the British people throughout her reign, and hundreds of thousands of people who met her felt at ease. Her absence will be felt around the world. My thoughts and prayers are with her family, and I know that King Charles III has the support of Rochester and all the good people to lead this country into a new era. God save the King.
Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This isn't just a time of national mourning. Our grief is shared the world over, a testament to the service and impact our Queen had. For 7 decades, she selflessly dedicated her life to service. She was an icon that meant so much to all of us, and who at times we felt we would never lose. Because so long was her service, her presence was sewn into the very fabric of our society, guiding our country above the fray of politics. Her unrivalled commitment and experience helping to lead our nation, keeping it steady no matter the political turbulence. In her quiet way, symbolising the commitment, selflessness and humility we expect from our leaders. The progress we saw globally during her reign in technology, culture and politics is unparalleled in history. But as an ever-present matriarch throughout, she assured us as the world changed exponentially. It is truly sad that we have now lost her. And whilst my words today cannot do a life of such dedication justice, the outpouring of tributes the world over is a testament to her place in our lives. Now our thoughts are with her family as they mourn. We all send them our condolences. And in my constituency of Lewisham West and Penge, we mourn her too. In June, we came together across the constituency to hold Platinum Jubilee parties. Neighbours coming together for the first time since the pandemic. Children playing in the street, people making new friends, all in her name. I was proud to help organise my Jubilee Street party. My 7-year-old son declared it the best day ever, and we raised over £800 for our local food bank. And one of my earliest childhood memories was seeing the Queen as she visited the pioneering St Christopher's Hospice in my constituency. Her support and that of the royal family made such a huge difference to their work. I know that I speak on behalf of everyone in my constituency when I say thank you, Your Majesty, for everything. The service, selflessness and humility. Queen Elizabeth II went above the call of duty, and for that we will always be grateful.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to join honourable members in paying tribute to Her late Majesty, not just on my own behalf, but on behalf of all the people of the Malden constituency. Many fine tributes have been given both yesterday and today, and so many honourable members have spoken of Her late Majesty's dedication, her commitment, her remarkable sense of duty, and her lifetime of service, which was always performed with dignity, compassion, and kindness. I echo all of those sentiments. It has been an extraordinary week, starting with the appointment of a new Prime Minister and ending with the accession of a new sovereign. I congratulate my right friend, the Prime Minister. I'm sure she will be grateful that her first audience with the monarch was with Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. I'm sure that His Majesty King Charles will continue to provide advice and counsel, but my right honourable friend must be sad that she will not benefit from the extraordinary wisdom and experience that Her late Majesty had in advising 15 successive Prime Ministers. Before entering the House, I worked for one of those Prime Ministers, Margaret Thatcher. She used to fix in her diary the only immutable engagement in 11 years, the weekly audience with Her Majesty. I suspect there were occasionally some quite robust discussions. She never spoke of what was said. But I do know that she immensely valued the experience of Her late Majesty and was hugely honoured when she attended Margaret Thatcher, her own 70th birthday party. A number of members have spoken about how they're asked in primary schools whether they've met the Queen, and I've had exactly that same experience. But I've also been struck on international visits when so many parliamentarians from across the world have spoken of their admiration of the Queen and envied the fact that we have benefited from having her as our sovereign. And we have seen that in the global tributes with Union Jacks and the red, white and blue across America, Brazil, the extraordinary display on Sydney Opera House yesterday, and of course the words of the President of France, a country that has not always had great relations with the British monarch, but who said, you have your Queen, we have the Queen. Madam Deputy Speaker, I, like many honourable members, or right honourable members, benefited from meeting the Queen as a member of the Privy Council, and I had the good fortune to accompany her on one occasion to the Cenotaph, which is one of the roles of the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. But it was her two visits to Malden, which my constituents will always value. The first in 1971 to mark the 800th anniversary of the award of the Charter to Malden by Henry II,
and the second in 2010, which I was privileged to be able to take part in when she visited Malden Salt before walking down the High Street to have lunch in the town hall. On that day, it seemed that the whole town turned out to celebrate her visit. Today, the whole town, and indeed the whole of my constituency, are once again united in mourning the passage of Her late Majesty and in pledging allegiance to King Charles III.
Grant Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is nothing more important to a child than their mother. She provides the comfort, the security, the stability amidst the worries of the world, a person assumed by all of us to go on forever. And so it was with Queen Elizabeth, the mother of our country, our Queen of Hearts. The people across the 4 nations of the United Kingdom owe so much to Her Majesty the Queen for providing steady continuity over war and peacetime through the peaks and troughs of change. So we feel a sense of deep grief across our United Kingdom, the loss of our eternal mother. For me personally, I feel a special affection as my own mother was of the same generation and met my father during the war when he served in the Royal Navy. Elizabeth, of course, bore the weight of the United Kingdom on her young shoulders from the age of 25 when Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister, over 70 years of global change. She's been an anchor for Britain in a sea of change through 15 Prime Ministers, 14 US Presidents and 7 Popes, supporting the world with a long-term interest of her communities and nations in mind, not the short-term expedience of others. As a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, she had to lead a family, often in personal turbulence in the public view, with a steady hand, carefully balancing the interests of the country with those of her own family. I had the privilege of meeting her briefly on behalf of Swansea West on a few occasions since 2010, and in those fleeting moments could appreciate her wisdom, the quiet gravity amidst a sunny demeanour, whatever the weather. She will remain loved by so many millions for so many things. Her continuity has helped anchor our fundamental values of fairness and democracy amidst the undulating changes of political leadership and the storms and sunshine of global events. We shall never forget her, and the people of Wales and Swansea West will always hold her in our hearts for the service and devotion to our country. Our thoughts are, of course, with the Queen's family, wishing the strength at this most difficult time and the comfort of remembering, with love and affection, happy times shared together as a family with Elizabeth, who will continue to live in our hearts. And finally, for Swansea West, I recall how on the 14th of May 1946, Elizabeth, at the tender age of 20, attended a recital of poetry at Wigmore Hall with her mother, Queen Elizabeth, and sister, Princess Margaret. There, Dylan Thomas, a Wales's greatest poet, born, of course, in Uplands in my constituency of Swansea Hill, I read out Fern Hill, the last verse of which reads, "Nothing I cared in the lamb-white days that time would take me up to the swallow-thronged loft by the shadow of my hand, in the moon that is always rising, nor that riding to sleep I should hear him fly with the high fields and wake to the farm forever fled from the childless land. Oh, as I was young and easy in the mercy of his means, time held me green and dying, though I sang in my chains like the sea. Diolch yn fawr, Elizabeth, rest in peace, God save the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales."
Just a quick reminder to colleagues that Mr. Speaker has asked if remarks could be confined to 3 minutes so that we can get as many people in as possible. Ian Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to pay tribute to Her late Majesty. In an interview yesterday, the Mayor of Milton Keynes, Amanda Marlowe, was asked what Her late Majesty meant to the people of Milton Keynes. And she replied simply, she was everything. And that is partly due to the fact that Milton Keynes, as we know it today, was founded, built and flourished as a new city during her reign. From becoming a collection of North Buckinghamshire towns and villages to the thriving city we know today, Milton Keynes developed under Her late Majesty. And she visited many times, both to celebrate our history, whether that was to visit the railway works at Wolverton, which has been home to the Royal Train for many years, or to Bletchley Park in my constituency, where she visited about 10 years ago to unveil a memorial to the codebreakers there. And members who've had a royal visit will know that these are often planned to the last minute, if not second. Such was our interest, and that of the late Duke of Edinburgh, that the timetable went completely out the window. She was so engrossed in celebrating the achievements of the codebreakers. But as well as our history, she was there to celebrate our development, whether that was the opening of the Open University, our new city centre, or the football stadium. Every part of Milton Keynes' development she has been there for. But the greatest honour came just a few months ago in the Platinum Jubilee, when she had the grace to bestow on us city status. And at the heart of our bid was the fact that Milton Keynes is made up of many different communities from the vast majority, if not all, of the countries in the Commonwealth. And that, of course, is something that she enormously cherished. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I noticed yesterday that in his fine speech, the Leader of the Opposition quoted some lines from Philip Larkin, one of her poet laureates. And I would just like to conclude by quoting a very short poem from another of her poet laureates, Sir John Betjeman. It's called The Last Laugh, and it reads, "I made hay while the sun shone, my work sold. Now, if the harvest is over and the world cold, give me the bonus of laughter as I lose hold." And I very much hope that Her late Majesty did keep her much well-known sense of humour to the end, and that once the period of grief and mourning at her loss has passed, that we may all, as individuals and as a nation, smile and remember with joy what she meant to us and did for us. Thank you, ma'am. God save the King.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of myself, but also of my constituents in Lancaster and Fleetwood, to pay tribute to our longest-serving monarch. Underpinned by her Christian faith, she gave a life of service and built on that firm foundation, and for that we give thanks and celebrate, in the words of the King, a life well lived. The Queen owns the Duchy of Lancaster, so she's always had a strong tie to my constituency, and to us in Lancaster she's known as the Duke of Lancaster, which can catch visitors out. So if anyone is ever invited, Madam Deputy Speaker, to sing our National Anthem in Lancaster, the words are slightly different, as we sing God Save the Duke instead of the more traditional words, which can catch, as I said, visitors out. And because of this strong tie, the Queen visited many times. She visited Lancaster Priory in 1999 to mark the 600th anniversary of this important link between the Crown and the Duchy of Lancaster. And she also personally approved the grant of a charter which constituted the University of Lancaster back in 1964. And she made many visits to Lancaster Castle. In fact, she visited Lancaster Castle 3 times. In 1969, before I was born, in 1977, before I was born, and in May 2015, literally days after I was elected as the Member of Parliament. So when the declaration was made and you were handed an envelope as a newly elected member, I got an additional envelope which says, in a few days' time you'll be meeting the Queen, do you have a hat? And I don't think they meant the Barrow AFC bobble hat. Utterly terrified, before I'd made my maiden speech, I found myself stood just by platform 3 at Lancaster Station as the royal train rolled in, and rather unusually in Lancaster, which is normally gloriously sunny all the time, the heavens opened and it poured with rain. And at that point I realised that hundreds and hundreds of my constituents were stood out in this pouring rain, lining the streets to welcome Her Majesty in the hope of perhaps catching a glimpse. And that, to me, really brought home the power that the Queen had to bring people together from all walks of life and all generations. And to be honest, as a newly elected MP, that was an important lesson for me to realise too. But she also visited other parts of my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the rural farms to the renowned Russell School in Fleetwood in 1994 to mark its 150th anniversary. And from the correspondence that I've received in the past 48 hours, it's clear that my constituents who had the good fortune of meeting her now have memories that will last a lifetime. So as the sun sets on this second Elizabethan age, we give thanks that our nation has had the good fortune to have the Queen serve us for 70 years. May she rest in peace and rise in glory. God save the King.
John Glenn.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak today on behalf of my Salisbury constituents. And I would like to start by acknowledging the unique contribution that Her Majesty has made to our nation, the Commonwealth and the world. We will never see a monarch reign through so many decades. And the overwhelming grief, sadness and disorientation that our nation is now experiencing is in proportion to and a direct consequence of the enormous role that Her Majesty played in our lives. And as King Charles said in his moving address last evening, thank you, Queen Elizabeth, thank you for your gracious presence in our lives. Now, many of her subjects will never have met the Queen, but everyone felt that they knew her and that she cared for them. And I have sat in this chamber these last 2 days and heard so many wonderful speeches from colleagues across both sides of the House. And I was moved by the sheer breadth and depth of the impact that Her Majesty has had in every corner of her United Kingdom and beyond. Much has been said about her devotion to her family, her love of the countryside, horses, her beloved corgis, her humour, her kindness, and the enduring impact of that remarkable smile that warmed the hearts and left an indelible impression seared into the soul of anyone she encountered. Now, I cannot offer anecdotes from time spent at Balmoral, Sandringham, or encounters at the Palace, but I feel no less privileged for that. Nonetheless, I did meet Her Majesty when she visited Salisbury in 2012 in her Diamond Jubilee year. She visited the Rifles Regimental Museum in the Salisbury Cathedral Close, our cathedral, and an exhibition of our country's history and communities on the cathedral lawn. And the abiding memory I will have is one of a sublime peacefulness, an aura of sincerity as she engaged so generously in so many conversations with my constituents. And each morning, when in my constituency home overlooking, I'm so fortunate, the great cathedral, and as I reflect on the day ahead, looking out of my window, I have 2 pictures on the window ledge. One of my beloved parents and one of me shaking the hand of Her Majesty a few metres away. I met her but once, but I think she will always be with me in my service in Salisbury. Her Majesty led a life that was animated and fueled by a deep Christian faith that sustained her through life's highs and lows. I think this will be the strongest legacy that she will leave me with. Her life was driven by duty, but sustained in full submission to the gospel of Christ and his teachings. And I thank God for what he showed us about his character through Her Majesty's wonderful life. God save the King.
Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my constituents in the City of Chester. And what is so telling to me as I listen to honourable and right honourable members across the House is that amongst the grief and amongst the sadness, there's laughter and there's smiles. The Queen had that ability to make us smile and to make us laugh, and it's something that is so important to remember today. For me, two factors stand out for me on the death of Her late Majesty. The first is the fidelity she gave to that pledge she made in Cape Town on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. Never in history can a promise have been kept so faithfully for so long. She embodied dignity, service, and dedication. Secondly, I must think of the royal family and the personal loss that they have felt. The fortitude they are showing, especially our King, at a time of bleak bereavement, is a clear sign of the fine man he is and the fine king he will be. And I noticed how quickly he connected with people yesterday when he returned to Buckingham Palace. May he and his family take comfort from the shared grief that the whole nation and the Commonwealth is feeling. Her Majesty, as many have said, was the rock of certainty and reliability around which the maelstrom of an ever-changing world would circle like a hurricane, a beacon of hope, a fulcrum of dependability. From the post-war austerity, through the swinging 60s, the permissive society, the space age, globalization, the age of the internet and the World Wide Web, and the coronavirus pandemic, she saw it all, she moved with the times, but she also acted as an anchor of stability and security in the storm of the changes in the world saw. She came to Chester in June 2018 to open Story House, our new theatre and arts centre. The whole city was bouncing and buzzing. She, the Lord Mayor and a couple of others crammed into a small lift to go up to the upper floors of our new theatre. "Doors are closing," said the automatic voice of the lift. "Yes," said Her Majesty, "I think we can all see that." And again, it's one of those examples of her using a little humour to put everyone at ease, particularly in that tight space of the lift. And I'm so grateful that in Chester and across the realm, we were able to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee earlier this year so that she could see the love and the gratitude of all of us for that life of service. May she rest in peace. God save the Queen and God save the King.
Heather Wheeler.
Thank you very much for calling me, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, along with most people in South Derbyshire, am so sad that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth has left us. I, on behalf of the constituents of South Derbyshire, send our heartfelt condolences to the royal family. We have been so lucky in most of our lifetime to have had a Queen who has been totally dedicated to public service and duty. Queen Elizabeth showed us, public servants, how it should be done, and she remains an inspiration to me, as she has been for so many other people. I was lucky enough to have the honour of meeting her twice, once in Derby and once in Buckingham Palace. Both moments I will cherish for the rest of my days. At Buckingham Palace, I was with my dear departed husband and spent a wonderful evening chatting with Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. All around us were buckets catching raindrops from a dodgy roof, which gave me the opportunity to share our mutual grief over leaking roofs and different ways of trying to fix them. Probably not a conversation many others have had with the Queen. She was amazingly knowledgeable on this subject, as on so much else. To close, Madam Deputy Speaker, our constitutional monarchy and its ability to adapt and change with the times is the envy of the world. None of us politicians are more important than our monarch. Ministers come and go. Whilst the continuity of our monarchy provides us with an important balance of power, of which I am proud. May our beloved Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace, and long live King Charles III.
Yeah. Sarah Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to pay tribute to Her late Majesty on behalf of my constituents in Cheshire and Amersham. As we know, the late Queen came to the throne having seen the torment and consequences of war at a time when she was still grieving for a much-loved father and consoling her own mother. We are honouring someone who epitomised service and fulfilled a promise made over 7 decades ago. I know I'm not the only one humbled by her continued adherence to that promise throughout her extraordinary life. Here was a woman who had a talent for connecting with people, even if they'd never met her. One constituent told me how he can remember waving flags as a young child at her coronation in 1953. And this year we came together once again to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. Indeed, the person who lit the beacon in Chalfont St Peter was chosen from the select group of people who had lived in the village consistently since the Queen came to the throne in 1952. Attending those Jubilee events, it was absolutely clear just how well loved Her late Majesty was throughout Cheshire and Amersham. I was told of her visit to us in 1985 as the patron of the Epilepsy Society, greeted by a group of 1,200 school children. Another constituent got in touch this morning to share his memory of witnessing the Queen going to thank Lord Salisbury for organising the flotilla on the Thames. He said, "I saw a rough, tough forester with tears streaming down his cheeks, mothers and children hugging after exchanging a few words with Her Majesty, and she bestowed a cheeky grin with a shrug of her shoulders on me just before climbing into the helicopter." It is these fond and often deeply personal memories that so many people have to share that is so striking. Whilst we remember Her late Majesty, I am mindful of the fact that His Majesty, King Charles, has come to the throne whilst grieving for his mother. I hope the knowledge that His Majesty's loss is shared by so many brings some comfort to him and the royal family. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Vince Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to express my deep condolences to the royal family and those members of the royal household on the death of Her Majesty the Queen. On behalf of my Mid-Sussex constituents, we are all deeply thankful for her life of remarkable service. Her encouragement, her grace, her fortitude and her warmth simply cannot be matched. And a true inspiration both here and across the globe, as we've heard. And the fact that she reached across the generations, supporting people young and slightly older, capturing the mood and always steadying as a presence in those good times and sadly in the more bad times. And we don't have enough words of thanks that can cover that deep affection and devotion that we have for her faithful and impeccable public service, and the commitment that she embodied and that we try to reflect in some small way. And it was again on display earlier this year as we all came together across Mid-Sussex for street parties, for concerts, church services to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. And as reflected on earlier in the contributions, growing up and onwards to serve as one of her ministers, her constancy and support of the Queen was always there. And growing up as a child in the 80s, in fact, a speaker in the chair who was a female, and Lady Thatcher, it seemed perfectly normal to have female leaders around us. I didn't actually notice there was lots of other men, but there we go, there's another story. Our Queen was absolutely there and by our side and always with us, and came to our county most recently in November 2017, but it was in Mid-Sussex back in March 1999 when she formally opened the Triangle Leisure Centre in Burgess Hill with the Duke of Edinburgh, and visited the Town Council and the Help Point. Now, many constituents have special memories of meeting the Queen, receiving a card or a letter or perhaps an honour for their contribution to the nation and our local community. And I, unlike other people, have only caught a glimpse for her. As a reporter, I reported on her coming to neighbouring or other constituencies, but I caught a glimpse of her back in 1984 in my neighbouring area where the South of England show is held. But also, we do remember that she's across the land on plaques in every single constituency where people she met and gave comfort to or supported. And very often I remember conversations with my grandmother about her, and the conversation was, what would her handbag look like and what colour would she be wearing? Would it be teal or green or cornflower? She seemed to dress for the occasion, a fashion icon as well. As I conclude my thoughts, the constancy and dedication that has been shown is reflected in her son, our new King. His work with charities will continue in his son, our new Prince of Wales. And at this time of deep personal sorrow, we wish him well and our new Prince and Princess of Wales. He's had a long apprenticeship and we look forward to seeing him shine. God save the King.
Florence Ashalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen. Like many other people, I had the opportunity to meet the Queen. As a councillor, I attended the annual garden party at Buckingham Palace in 2010 with my late mother. My mother, like most British Nigerians who speak Yoruba, remarked that she's going to meet Iya Choli, which translates to Charles's mother. And she proceeded to phone all her family members across London and Nigeria to tell them the good news, she's going to the palace. I remember seeing some of the other guests at the palace and seeing how good it was to see so many members from the Commonwealth represented, all dressed in their national dress and uniform. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the one thing that the British Nigerian diaspora in the UK enjoy, in addition to our culture and hard work and education, is a good party. And I remember my mother's face when she was presented with sandwiches and cakes at the garden party, because according to Nigerians, an event cannot be called a party without jollof rice. When I saw the Queen coming towards my mother and I, my mum said she was going to ask her about the food options, and the horror on my face, because I thought I could see the headlines in the Daily Mail already. Councillor from Brixton kicks off at the garden party. I pleaded with my mother not to ask her about the catering options, and I said we would stop for KFC on the way home. My constituency of Vauxhall is home to so many people from around the Commonwealth who are in Britain for a variety of reasons. But the one thing that stands unique of their vision of this country is the presence of the late Queen Elizabeth. The Queen is fondly remembered across Vauxhall. Long before air travel was common, King George VI and the royal family, including the young Elizabeth, would often depart for their visits from Waterloo Station in my constituency, including a royal visit to Canada in 1939 and the royal visit to South Africa in 1947. In March 1967, the late Queen opened the Queen Elizabeth Hall at the South Bank Centre. And in 1977, she unveiled a plaque to celebrate the new gardens created for her Silver Jubilee, Jubilee Gardens. The Queen returned to Vauxhall to officially open the transformed gardens on the 25th of October 2012 during her Diamond Jubilee year. And the gardens, which sit as a backdrop to the London Eye, continues to be one of London's most much-loved and much-loved public spaces. The Queen was a representative for our country like no other, and she represented our country like no one else. The Queen had an unwavering commitment to public service for over 70 years. And despite the level of scrutiny she was under for long of her reign, her peerless dignity and leadership meant that she always acted as a source of pride. It was a pride felt by so many people who were always asked when they travelled abroad about the Queen. A pride felt by those who've become British citizens while taking the oath of allegiance. Now we must welcome King Charles III to the throne, and I know from his visits to Vauxhall and his personability and dignity, he will follow that long tradition. Psalm 62, verse 5 to 6 reads, "For God alone my soul waits in silence, for my hope is in him. He alone is my rock and my salvation. My fortress, I shall not be shaken." The Queen was not shaken. Eternal rest grant unto her, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon her. May she rest in peace.
Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thursday, the 8th of September 2022 was the day we all knew must come, but hoped fervently somehow would not. The waves of sadness that we all feel, as well as the individual acts of remembrance and contemplation, reflect the respect and love we feel for her and acknowledges how she shaped our modern Elizabethan age. Her late Majesty was our constant. From wise words and a wry smile in her Christmas addresses to succour in times of distress such as the pandemic, and in our day-to-day lives, her image on our banknotes, our coins and our stamps, her late Majesty was not just the keystone of our Constitution, she was also stitched into the rich tapestries of our own lives. I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, the news at 10, watching the news at 10 with my grandmothers who were of her generation, and there would be commentary, fierce commentary, on the clothing worn by Her Majesty on a particular visit, but everybody would agree that she always looked wonderful in bright colours, as my honourable friend has referred to earlier. We have a proud heritage of royalty in my constituency of Louth and Horncastle. Since 1066, the King's Champion has held the feudal manor of Scrivelsby. The role of the King's Champion is to gallop into Westminster Hall on horseback in full armour, to throw down the gauntlet, that is where the phrase comes from, to challenge any newcomers to the incoming monarch. I am very much hoping that King Charles III is going to reinstate this particular tradition. We also are the birthplace of King Henry IV in 1367 at Bolingbroke Castle, and in 1643 there was a very important battle, the Battle of Winceby, where the parliamentarians beat the royalists, but perhaps we'll gloss over that. But there is also RAF Coningsby, which Her Majesty, late Majesty, visited in 1976. This is the home of the Typhoon fast jets. They are the heroes that fly up into our skies to protect us at very short notice, but it is also the home of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They are the historic planes that formed the part of any flypast over Buckingham Palace. We saw them in their joy in the recent celebrations of Her late Majesty's Jubilee. And they include Spitfires, Hurricanes and Thumper, the Lancaster, one of only two remaining that can fly in the world today. And we know from those pictures of Her Majesty on the balcony the joy that those flypasts used to give her. And so I'm incredibly proud that my constituents have played their part in bringing her such happiness. So on behalf of my constituents, I give thanks for her extraordinary public service over 7 decades, and also for the more private acts of kindness and humour and humility that we've heard in recent days in this place and on television. But as we mourn the end of this great Elizabethan era, we look to the future and with hope to the reign of King Charles III. He will lead our nation and indeed the Commonwealth with the same devotion and skill as his beloved mother. He has our sincerest condolences for his loss, our admiration for his steadfast composure in assuming the crown in the midst of his grief, and our heartfelt thanks for his quiet determination to serve our nation as well and devotedly as his late mother. God save the King.
Yeah. Fabian Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield said something that I think chimed with all of us, and that is when we visit primary schools, what is the first question the children ask us? And it is that, have you met Her Majesty the Queen? And so I was asked the same question by Chapel Allerton Primary School in my constituency, by St Paul's Roman Catholic Primary School when I was there recently. My right honourable friend, the member for Pontefract and Castleford, said, Her Majesty the Queen will always remain the forever Queen. And I was reminded of that when my younger daughter Ruth told me yesterday that when she went to school following the death of Her Majesty, one of her 6-year-old pupils said, but she's been the Queen all my life. My daughter said, well, mine too. And by the way, my dad's as well. That's how long she's been with us. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had 3 encounters I remember clearly with Her Majesty. The first was when I was a councillor in Leeds, and she came to a dinner at the banqueting suite in Leeds Civic Hall to celebrate and to open the Royal Armouries, which had moved to the city of Leeds. We were very proud of that. But she was struck by grief because it was days after the appalling Dunblane massacre. And in those few hours she was with us, she seemed to epitomise and sum up in her demeanour the grief that we all felt about that appalling tragedy. And then some years later, I was privileged to be at the Golden Jubilee event in Westminster Hall, and I invited my dear late mother of blessed memory to sit with me. And we heard in that dignified address to all of us, those of us who were there will never forget it, the stories that the Queen recounted about living in London during the Blitz. Well, my mother was a child here in London during the Blitz, and when I looked at her, she was in tears, because the Queen had summed it up so brilliantly, so perfectly, what life was like for everybody living through that terrible time. And then the final encounter that I recall was the only time I ever had a conversation with Her Majesty, and that was at Buckingham Palace. Many members here will recall that once a Parliament we were invited to Buckingham Palace, backbenchers, and there we were, we'd been presented to Her Majesty, and she came to the group that I was with, and she looked at my name badge and she said, "Ah, you're from Leeds, are you? Do you represent my cousin, the Earl of Harwood?" And I said, "Yes, I do, ma'am. Of course I do. He's in North East Leeds." And she said, "Wasn't there a fire on the set there?" I said, "Sorry, do you mean the set of..." She said, "Yes, that soap opera, Emmerdale." And I said, "Yes, you're quite right. You're quite right, ma'am. There was a fire there. And have they now recovered?" "Yes, indeed they have." And I was struck by the extraordinary knowledge of everyday life in our country, the programmes that people watch on television, the life that we lead, of which she was so much a part, woven into the fabric of our lives in that way. So let me conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying, on behalf of the people of Roundhay, Moortown, Meanwood, Chapel Allerton and All Woodley that make up North East Leeds, may she rest in eternal peace. Long live King Charles III.
Jane Keegan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for calling me to speak in this debate. And may I start by sending my heartfelt condolences to His Majesty the King and the entire royal family and royal household. I rise today to express the love, gratitude and respect that all those who live in the Chichester constituency have for our late Queen. In all parts of the country, and indeed the Commonwealth, our late Queen has touched every generation. Our young still have fresh memories of planting saplings to mark the recent Platinum Jubilee, forming the Queen's green canopy, which, like her reign, will live on for decades. Those of us a little older will remember the street parties for her Silver Jubilee and still treasure the mugs and the memories. Memories which remind us what it means to be British and our unique traditions. In no other country, anywhere in the world, does the whole population celebrate by sitting in the middle of the street, usually in the rain, eating sponge cake. Unique and highly differentiated. Her Majesty visited my constituency several times to offer support to the Chichester Festival Theatre. Her first visit was with His Royal Highness Prince Philip for the inaugural season in 1962, and they came back again in 1964 for a performance of Othello with Lord Laurence Olivier and Dame Maggie Smith. It was during her most recent visit that I had the incredible honour of meeting Her Majesty. Now, growing up in Knowsley gives you many life skills, but a proper curtsy was not one of them. So after much practice than I care to admit, I found myself awaiting introduction placed between our bishop and our chief constable, who reassuringly were both as nervous as I was. As she entered the room, as everybody has said, you were immediately struck by her smile. Not her smile, her smiling eyes. As I was introduced to the Queen, she immediately smiled and she said, "How long have you been the Member of Parliament for Chichester?" On hearing my reply, I'd been elected just a few months earlier in 2017, she shot back, "Ah, you're a snapper." She was, of course, referring to the snap general election. She then asked me how it was all going, and I had to be truthful and admit it wasn't going all that well. She replied kindly, "Good luck. I think you may need it." With experience comes wisdom. My brief introduction and the subsequent lunch I spent with our late Queen is a memory I will treasure forever. Now, the Queen is an extraordinary role model for all of us. But our Queen also had the most marvellous role models in her parents. They had seen our country through the perils of the Second World War. Her father had even seen action in the Battle of Jutland in 1916. And on the death of her father, Queen Elizabeth sent a message to her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, which was read to this House on the 11th of February 1952, and in it she said that her father had set before me an example of selfless dedication which I resolved, with God's help, to follow. I think we may all conclude that she honoured her promise to the British people and met it in full. On behalf of everybody in the Chichester constituency, I want to say thank you for everything, and God save the King.
Yeah. Jo Stevens.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So many words have been said and written already about the late Queen, but I'm very grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak from the backbenches today and pay tribute on behalf of my constituents in Cardiff Central to the late Queen. Cardiff Central is a really young constituency. The average age of the people that I represent is amongst the youngest of any constituency across the United Kingdom. So for nearly every one of them, the late Queen was the only monarch that they and I have ever lived under. And being the constituency at the centre of our capital city of Wales, we were very lucky that the late Queen visited it on many occasions, where she always received a very warm Welsh welcome. In 1948, Princess Elizabeth, as she then was the first ever person to be awarded the Freedom of Cardiff. And in July 1953, just a month after her coronation, the late Queen made her first official visit to Wales, to Cardiff Central, where thousands of well-wishers lined the route of the royal procession to Cardiff City Hall. And it was during the 6th British Empire and Commonwealth Games in 1958 that the late Queen, in a recorded message to those assembled at Cardiff Arms Park, announced her intention to make her son, Prince, now King Charles, the Prince of Wales. And so yesterday, our new King announced his decision to pass the title on to our new Prince and Princess of Wales. And we look forward to welcoming them both back to Wales. The late Queen was a dedicated patron of many charities and organisations right across Wales, including, for 50 years, the Welsh Rugby Union. And to mark the centenary of the WRU in 1980, she wrote a message on a rugby ball, which was relayed all the way from London via numerous rugby clubs in Wales before it eventually arrived at Cardiff Arms Park, where a joint England and Wales team played against a joint Scotland and Ireland team. It's a special game to mark the WRU's centenary. And then in 1999, when we hosted the Rugby World Cup final at the brand new Millennium Stadium, the late Queen presented the trophy to the winning Australian team. So there are very many people who have lots of fond memories of those royal visits to Cardiff Central, and on behalf of my constituents, I send our deepest sympathy, but also our gratitude to King Charles III and all of the royal family. Gratitude for Her Majesty, the late Queen's absolute dedication to a lifetime of public service, for her dignity and for her decency. Thank you, ma'am.
Dame Caroline Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The overwhelming theme of the last 2 days has surely been our late Queen's unparalleled service, duty and dedication, and these are qualities that are particularly understood and valued in my Gosport constituency, set, as you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the shores of Portsmouth Harbour, firmly in the heart of our Royal Navy community. Home to a vast number of service personnel and veterans, people who show enormous duty, dedication and service in every aspect of their professional lives. But not solely their Commander-in-Chief. Her Majesty had very strong personal links to our armed forces. Her father was in the Royal Navy. She herself served in World War II. And of course, the enduring love of her life was that very handsome naval officer. The longest serving head of any military unit, she led by example, with an entire life and reign of service and duty. one of my greatest memories was her visit just that short hop away across Portsmouth Harbour for the commissioning ceremony of her namesake, the flagship Royal Navy aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth, in December 2017. It took place in a mammoth hangar inside this colossal ship, packed full of members of the ship's company, their families, dignitaries, and many, many more who served in her name. And I watched this tiny figure surrounded by enormous crowds, giant objects in this vast space, dressed in beautiful purple, command the respect, the dedication, the love and the service of all those who gathered, exuding warmth, putting them all at their ease. It was quite a sight. This incredible woman, a female leader in the days, decades before that was fashionable, but she was in a job she hadn't applied for, a responsibility she hadn't sought, a role she wasn't even born to do. On her 21st birthday, as we've heard, she said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, be it long or short, shall be devoted to your service." If ever in history there was a promise or a commitment that was kept, my goodness, it was that one. Now, I found some great comfort in the last couple of days from seeing very precious video clips of Her Majesty in her downtime, enjoying herself, cheering on her horses at Royal Ascot, or petting her beloved corgis. It's clear, and many others have said, she had a zest for life, a sense of mischief. She had the most incredible ability to surprise and delight us. Many have spoken of her mission with 007, her love of marmalade sandwiches with Paddington Bear. But Her Majesty once said herself, "Grief is the price that we pay for love," and the sadness that's felt by my constituents across Gosport, Leon Solent, Stubbington and Hill Head surely shows just how much we all loved her. So, in the words of Paddington Bear, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you, ma'am, for everything. God save the King.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You do not require to be a slavish royalist or indeed a fanatical follower of the institution to recognise 7 decades of extraordinary public service and duty, not just to the nations and regions of these islands, but the Commonwealth and influence in the wider world. And therefore, on behalf of Glasgow South West constituents, I want to extend my condolences and theirs to the royal family who are remembering a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. In Glasgow South West, of course, Her Majesty had opened the Govan Walkway during the Silver Jubilee years, which has panoramic views of many of Glasgow City's landmarks, including, of course, the shipyards, which do so much for the Royal Navy, where you can see the Riverside Museum on the north side of the city, just across from it, and many of the landmarks heading into Glasgow city centre. It also hosts a state-of-the-art medical facility, the largest hospital perhaps in these islands, the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, which is providing so much medical treatment and care to thousands of people in Scotland. But I think that I've heard many of the personal stories, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to share one, and it concerns my grandparents, Charlie and Isabel Alcorn, who on the 3rd of July 2004, just one day before their diamond wedding anniversary, received a letter and card from Her Majesty. The sheer joy and delight that gave my grandparents and the wider family, that 60 years of marriage was being recognised, I think is something that's not just shared with my grandparents, but many people across these islands. Because how many cards will His New Majesty give to people who have 60 years or celebrate their diamond wedding anniversaries? I would suggest not very many. It was, of course, a traditional marriage, Madam Deputy Speaker. My grandmother always graciously allowed my grandpa to think that he was head of the house. But we, of course, knew different. But for so many members of the House have mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's just those small acts of Her late Majesty, those little acts of kindness. Those little acts, I think, are perhaps something that we should think about when we discuss our deliberations in this House and on behalf of my constituents, may she rest in peace.
Alok Sharma.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to pay tribute on behalf of my constituents in Reading West and myself to our late, great Queen Elizabeth. The Queen was a comforting constant through our lifetimes. She was indeed a unique beacon of wisdom, of grace, of kindness, and of courage at the head of our country and the Commonwealth for 7 decades. She was a rock we turned to as a nation in times of uncertainty and sadness, and indeed when we celebrated occasions of national joy. Now our great Queen has gone, leaving a void in all our lives. And as we mourn, our hearts go out to her family as they grieve for their profound loss. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen's was by any measure the most extraordinary of lives, and she touched the lives of countless other people across the world. The first time I saw the Queen in person was as an excited 10-year-old, lined up with others along the Bath Road in Reading during the Silver Jubilee celebrations, all of us clutching and waving our miniature Union flags as her car sped past. We only got a fleeting glimpse of Her Majesty, where we talked excitedly about the occasion for days afterwards. Such was the reaction she inspired in world leaders and schoolchildren alike. The first time I got to meet the Queen properly was in 2014, when she came to open formally the magnificently rebuilt Reading train station. And I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I felt the same schoolboy excitement of 37 years earlier at the prospect of meeting Her Majesty. And this time I got to shake her hand. And I will always cherish that moment, and indeed a photograph of that occasion of the Queen smiling that famous radiant smile is nestled among photographs of my own family in our home. Now, other right honourable members have already described the trepidation felt during the ceremony to join the Privy Council, indeed to collect your seal of office as a Secretary of State. The worry about kneeling on those pesky footstools. But Her Majesty would always be a kind, calming influence, and she had a unique ability to make one feel at ease. We all know that the Queen and the royal family champion many causes, and one of those is protecting our environment and our planet. The Queen was sadly not able to attend COP26 in person as she had intended to, but she was kind enough to share a message with world leaders, acknowledging her pride in the leading role played by Prince Philip, Prince Charles, now our King, and Prince William in encouraging people to protect our precious planet. And in concluding her remarks, she said, "I, for one, hope that this conference will be one of those rare occasions where everyone will have the chance to rise above the politics of the moment and will achieve true statesmanship. It is the hope of many that the legacy of this summit, written in the history books yet to be printed, will describe you as leaders who did not pass up the opportunity and that you answered the call of those future generations." Madam Deputy Speaker, that history is still to be written. And I hope and I pray that the leaders of today, here in our own country and across the world, will heed the Queen's wise words. Now, of course, we have a new monarch, King Charles III, a long-standing leader in the fight against climate change. Through my work over the past few years on the COP26 agenda, I've had the privilege to support the work of King Charles' Sustainable Markets Initiative. He is a great man, and he will be a great monarch who has the same instinctive understanding of his people and what matters to them as his mother did. God save the King.
Sir Mark Hendrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Elizabeth II and send my condolences to the royal family on behalf of the people of Preston and myself. The Queen has been with us most of all of our lives. Through many times of difficulty and crises, wars, her reign began as the Korean War was just coming to an end and ended 6 months into a war closer to home in Ukraine. This is having huge economic and security effects on all of our lives. She reigned through Suez, the Falklands, the Gulf War, Bosnia, Libya, just to name some. In addition, pandemics such as COVID and foot and mouth. She's seen mass unemployment in the 1980s and a cost of living crisis today, the like of which this country has not seen in 40 years. Throughout all of these extremely difficult times, the nation could always look to the Queen as a sign that whatever happened in life, life for most of us would continue and we would come out of the crisis in hand. She offered reassurance. She provided a sense of security and a feeling that because of the length of her reign and the fact that she was around at the time of the Second World War, life would go on in this country and most people would get through whatever difficulties we faced. Continuity was her hallmark. All of us have our own memories of our meetings with her. My fondest memories of her were when Preston was selected to receive city status in the year of her Golden Jubilee in 2002. She came to Preston and I had the pleasure of accompanying her and chatting with her and Prince Philip as she walked around the newly anointed city. She was charming, polite, witty, kind and interested in taking time to speak to people in the crowds and thousands who turned out to greet her. She'll be an impossible act to follow, but I'm confident that King Charles III will step up and make his own unique mark on our public life in this country. The member for Reading just commented on his views on climate change, and I remember the work he was doing on conservation in Eastern Europe. I'm sure he will make his mark and have his influence on whichever Prime Minister serves in the future. Rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth, and God save the King.
Andrew Jones.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to pay tribute personally and on behalf of the people of Harrogate and Knaresborough to Her late Majesty, one of the greatest figures in our national story, and to send our deepest condolences to His Royal Highness the King and all members of the royal family. Her late Majesty had been a regular visitor to our part of Yorkshire, so many people have met her and beautiful stories have been shared. She was held very dear. The outpourings of love and grief at her passing have come from right across the community. But the depth and breadth of emotion now from across the UK and across the world shows her astonishing connections with us, her people. Our relationship with Her late Majesty was profound and based on love, respect and inspiration over so long. A lady in my constituency who has told me when she was a young girl in the war, she looked up to the young princesses and their role in our national effort. That was over 80 years ago. Now, I never met Her late Majesty, I never knew her, but I felt like she knew me. In her broadcasts, she spoke to our hearts. She has been a part of our lives, almost a part of our families. The depth of the grief that we are now all individually and collectively feeling also shows that we're starting to understand just what she has given us, how she has helped us through tough times, how she helped make our country and so many others better places, immensely so, immeasurably so. The tributes in this chamber, across our communities and across the world, have highlighted the magic that she brought to all that she did. Her remarkable life leaves a powerful legacy. She has defined the standard for service, wisdom and compassion, dignity and humility, in speaking less but saying more, and above all, duty. There is a deep sense of loss for a beloved figure, so from the people of Harrogate and Knaresborough, thank you. May Her late Majesty rest in peace, and God save the King.
Dr. Rupert Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I never met the late Majesty, the Queen, but I have been in her garden. And she was a unifying presence, wasn't she, for all of us? And her loss leaves a huge hole after a remarkable, iconic 96-year life. Recent years have seen her starring with Paddington Bear and James Bond, which demonstrate her sense of fun alongside the sense of duty. But for me, memories of that remarkable reign start with 1977 and the Silver Jubilee. I remember my 5-year-old mind being blown by the fact that I was sitting eating cake in the middle of Pitshanger Lane, a very busy thoroughfare in Ealing. And it was transformed for my first ever street party. I went to dozens more as MP for her Platinum Jubilee. She was a constant, comforting presence, whether it was from her early days as Princess Elizabeth telling evacuated wartime kids not to worry, right up to, by the time she'd mastered Zoom, her COVID reassurance with the same message to a worried nation. And her remarkable reign spanned 15 prime ministers, from Churchill when she was just 25 years old to her 15th this week when she was obviously the older and wiser one, current PM half her age. She's head of state to 15 other nations. She oversaw transition from empire to Commonwealth. But for locals my age, it'll always be 1985 when she opened Ealing Broadway, shopping centre that we remember. It felt that half the school had bunked off for it, except for square old me. And many classmates who pulled a sickie got rumbled when the teacher saw them on the evening news. But she couldn't get too cross, in the same way as actually this year I actually requested for my sixth former son that he be let off lessons for the Queen's Garden Party, and the teacher allowed it, making his absence part of the lesson that they were doing on constitutional monarchy, which of course she personified superlatively. Her seemingly endless, limitless work ethic and workload that continued 2 days until her death. But the signs were there, that non-attendance at the last garden party and the Queen's speech, both delegated to the King. Even sceptics who came into her orbit became converts, like Kieran Gavin, Mayor of Ealing in 2002, when she came to Gunnersbury Park for the Golden Jubilee. He said, "I asked if she was ever tempted to take the head off while knighting with her sword someone she didn't like. She replied it'd be totally inappropriate, but she might nick the neck a tiny bit if it was one of those people she found really irritating." He told me that she was charming, witty, smiley, utterly delightful company. Kieran said, "I'm a Republican, but I became a huge fan. If she ever stood for election, I'd vote for her." We will never see the likes of her again. She trained as a mechanic in the war, had children from the 40s to 60s who kept the line going, presided over UN and Commonwealth summits, and was genuinely beloved. End of an era cannot sum up 70 years. But as one Elizabethan era ends, another begins. It'll take some time of getting used to new stamps and coins in time, but may she rest in eternal peace. God save the King.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to speak about the long and dedicated life of Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of my constituents in Harrow East, my friends, family and myself. Harrow has a unique royal link, being the first borough being created when Her Majesty the Queen came to the throne. We've had many royal visits over many, many years, and indeed we've celebrated every Jubilee. And earlier this year, of course, we celebrated the Platinum Jubilee with civic functions, but more importantly, those street parties that many people have spoken about. For me, I want to mention two of those visits, which contrast the way that Harrow and indeed the country has changed over her reign. The first, some 50 years ago, when she visited Harrow School on the 400th anniversary of the school being created. Far better than that school just down the road from Windsor Castle. The second, and demonstrates that Harrow now has literally people from every country on the planet, every religion and every language spoken on earth within our borough. Wow. And so the second visit was, of course, during her Golden Jubilee in 2012, when we celebrated her coming to Krishna Avanti Primary School, the first state-sponsored Hindu primary school in the country, where children from across the borough came together to meet the Queen. My personal memories, I remember parading at Windsor Castle as a Queen Scout, meeting the Queen at the Queen's Garden parties as a councillor, as an assembly member and also as an MP. My favourite memory was, of course, as a newly elected MP, being allowed to drive through the gates of Buckingham Palace, park in the centre of Buckingham Palace, climbing the stairs and being greeted by Her Majesty the Queen directly. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm an avowed royalist and monarchist. And I think it's fair to say that as we pass on our grief to the royal family for the loss of Her Majesty the Queen, it is fair to say that King Charles III has had the longest apprenticeship in history. And for those that don't believe in the hereditary system, I think it demonstrates, and he's already demonstrated, the wisdom of having that system. So, to Her Majesty the Queen, we say, God bless, thank you for your dedicated service, ma'am. Shanti, rest in peace. And to the King, King Charles III, may you live a long life. Long live the King.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Luton North. Our country has lost its Queen, and a family has lost its mother, grandmother, and cherished great-grandmother. My thoughts are with the royal family during this immense time of loss, and also with the people mourning the death of the sovereign who played such a pivotal role in their lives for so many years. Many will have sadly experienced the painful hole left after the death of the head of a family, a matriarch. They will know the emptiness that echoes through the generations because the loved one is no longer there. But they will also know the fullness of a lifetime of lessons and devotion. Those things never leave us. Since news of her death, there have been displays of affection for the Queen across Luton North, but especially from younger generations. Yesterday morning, students at Lee Manor lined up outside school to pay their respects. Luton Sixth Form College fell silent in remembrance. There was time for reflective prayer at Cardinal Newman School, and the head teacher of Chalk Hills Academy addressed students and staff about the need to mourn, but also honour and celebrate the Queen's life. And what better a place to honour significant occasions than in Luton? Indeed, Her late Majesty chose Luton to mark a very significant life event, celebrating her honeymoon with Prince Philip in Luton Hoo. They say some things cannot be fixed, they can only be carried, and the Queen was the master of carrying on. Whether it was during the Second World War, at times of national crisis, and most recently during the pandemic, the Queen was the epitome of the British keep calm and carry on. Easy to say, often harder to do, especially during times of grief. I understand that her Christian faith was a driver in that. She was never shy about her beliefs and how they motivated her service. I know that churches, mosques, temples in my diverse constituency will be keeping the royal family and the country in their prayers during this period of mourning. Sundon Park Baptist Church have opened a book of condolence, and I know that many others will be doing the same. The Queen came to power when the nation was recovering from the aftermath of war. The King comes to power at a time when the world is also recovering and facing many challenges. In 2002, during her Christmas broadcast, the Queen spoke words that are just as relevant today, nearly 20 years on. Our modern world places such heavy demands on our time and attention that the need to remember our responsibilities to others is greater than ever. Wise, wise words. You don't have to be a staunch royalist to appreciate that this, in every sense, is truly the end of an era and the beginning of another. Rest in peace, Your Majesty.
David Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituency, my whole community, I cannot convey how heartbroken we are to lose Her Majesty the Queen. I have had the honour of meeting Her Majesty. I met the Queen in October 2013. She asked me about my constituency and my community and how we were all getting on there. She was very, very warm and down to earth. She was no stranger to Morecambe either, and my surrounding district. Her Majesty the Queen visited Morecambe not long after her coronation in April 1955, signing a royal portrait. In August 1989, she visited Heysham Port en route to her beloved Balmoral. My whole community welcomed her in Morecambe in July 1999 when she unveiled the Eric Morecambe statue. The Queen told David Miles, president of the Eric Morecambe fan club, that both Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh were big fans of Morecambe and Wise and of Eric Bartholomew, or Eric Morecambe, as everybody else would know. We also have royal patronage in our area. The shifting course of the River Kent and the fast-moving tides in the area make the task of leading a safe crossing across Morecambe Bay a very perilous task. In 1985, the Queen's Guide to the Sands, Cedric Robinson, guided Prince Philip across the sands in a horse-drawn carriage. Today, I remember Her Majesty's reign in my life with fondness, and the past few days with very, very deep and great sadness. Only a few weeks ago, I welcomed King Charles to the Winter Gardens to see what my community has done with a marvellous old building and to also visit the Eden North site. May Her Majesty rest in peace. My thoughts are with the royal family, all of the royal family. God save the King.
Yeah. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of people in Plymouth to express our condolences to the royal family on the death of the Queen. I've dated a lot of queens in my time, but I've only ever met the Queen once, and that was shortly after being elected in 2018. It was a wet day at Plymouth train station, and I was doubly excited. Firstly, as a train nerd, I was going to get a sight of the royal train. We don't get regal rolling stock in Devon very often, so I was excited about that. And secondly, it was a chance to see a true icon of our age, a leader like no other, the Queen. She toddled off the train, meeting the dignitaries on the way through, looking resplendent in a pink outfit and a pink hat. At the same time, I looked down at my tie, bright pink as well. Queens really do wear pink, I thought to myself. And she said to me when she got to me, "Why aren't you in Parliament?" I was thinking, oh dear, better get this right. I said, well, the whips let me off. And she said, I hope they would too. And gave me a little smile, and I thought that was all okay. And that was the spirit of the Queen, meeting so many people, putting them at ease. The Queen was in Plymouth that day to decommission HMS Ocean before her sail to Brazil. As the head of our armed forces, the Queen visited Plymouth and Devonport Dockyard on a number of occasions. She was a very part of our military command structure, a part of our Royal Navy and a part of our Royal Marines. She first visited in 1942 at the age of just 16, visiting the dockyard with her father, King George VI. 4 years later, she visited again as a Sea Ranger to visit the battleship HMS Duke of York. The Queen's visits to our city parallel our recovery, from the ashes of the Plymouth Blitz to the renewal and evolution of our military tactics with the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines, the rebuilding of Plymouth City Centre, the opening of the Civic Centre in 1962, and in 1988, as we marked the 400th anniversary of the Spanish Armada, she opened the sundial in Plymouth Civic Centre and City Centre, giving our teenagers somewhere to meet their mates in town for 40 years since. It has been an incredible legacy that she leaves. As a daughter, a wife and a mother to Royal Navy officers, the Queen's link to the Royal Navy and to Devonport in particular is plentiful. Not just when she presents the Navy with new colours, as she did in 2003, but often to express sorrow for those members of our armed forces family for whom we have lost in action. Often visits without fanfare, conversations with real heart. For my generation, she was the grandma to the nation, a towering figure of female leadership, and for a lifetime of devotion, selfless public service and duty, we say thank you. Long live the King.
David Duke.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise with humility and sadness on behalf of myself and the people of Banff and Buchan to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen. I also offer my condolences to King Charles III and the royal family as we remember that they have lost a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. For most of us, Her Majesty has always been there, a continuing and reassuring presence. From the ashes of the Second World War to the COVID-19 pandemic in more recent years, she has been there providing reassurance and inspiration to people right across our United Kingdom. She has also been a much admired and loved figure across the Commonwealth, of course, but right around the world. I sadly, unlike many others in this place, never had the opportunity to meet the Queen myself. However, growing up and living in and now representing in this place one of 3 constituencies in Aberdeenshire, it will come as no surprise perhaps that I know a fair few people who have had the privilege to not only meet but to actually know the Queen. And when I hear the tributes from honourable and right honourable members in these last 2 days who have known Her Majesty, I recognise the warmth and the affection in the stories that I've heard from those who have known the Queen. Whether in a formal or a social setting, we have all heard how well Her Majesty could make people feel at ease. And this wasn't just a case or just a matter of decorum or just a case of being a nice and kind person, which of course she very much was. But she somehow knew, she somehow had this sixth sense or superpower to know precisely what action she needed to take to make that one individual person feel at ease. As a Member of Parliament, the closest I ever got to the Queen is in the Peers lobby, watching the state opening of Parliament on the screen. Before I was elected, however, Her Majesty visited the Turriff Agricultural Show in my hometown in 2014, on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of that occasion. And on that occasion, I was able to get as close to the Queen as I find myself now to my honourable friend, the member from Whitney, sitting on the front bench. Or rather, I found myself in the adoring crowd through which Her Majesty was moving through gracefully, as she always did, engaging with everyone, as she did, with that famous smile and twinkling eye we've heard so much about in the last 2 days. That smile with which we have all become very familiar and we will always remember. The organisers of the Turriff Show she met that day were moved by her humility, her warmth, her humour, not to mention her expert knowledge of the livestock and animals on display. Horses, of course, being a particular passion for Her Majesty, as they are for her daughter, the Princess Royal, who returned to visit the show earlier this year. The people of Turriff will remember fondly the visit of Her late Majesty, as will the people of Fraserburgh when she visited that town, celebrating the 400th anniversary of that town in 1992, and when she visited Macduff and Banff on a launch from the Royal Yacht Britannia in 1961. In Scotland, we saw the Queen at her most relaxed and happy, particularly on her regular visits to her much-loved Balmoral in West Aberdeenshire. We've heard the stories from our stays there, including from former Prime Ministers who had the joy of being driven around Balmoral estate by the Queen herself in the Land Rover. I know it will have been a comfort to her, her family, to spend her last days in the place she loved so much. The United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, the world will come together in the coming days to mourn the passing of a great, perhaps the greatest world leader. And as we reflect on her long life and the reign of loyal service, we also remember fondly her compassion, humour and warmth. She continues to be in all of our hearts. May Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace. God save the King.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituents in Birmingham, Erdington, I would like to offer my sincere condolences following the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Our thoughts and prayers are with the King and the royal family at this time. The sad loss of our greatest and longest-serving monarch is being felt around the world, and she will be greatly missed. But we should also celebrate her lifetime of extraordinary service to our nation. The Queen's devotion to the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth should be an inspiration to us all. Her dedication to the Christian faith as the head of the Church of England was also a shining example of duty and integrity. Most people across our country have never known a time when the Queen was not there, And this is especially true for me as one of our Birmingham MPs, as I represent the youngest city in Europe. During her 70-year reign, the Queen visited Birmingham over a dozen times, including Castle Vale and the Jaguar car factory in my constituency in 1998. She met thousands of local people during that time, and we know that every person she met went away with a memory that will be treasured for a lifetime. As a Birmingham City Councillor, I had the privilege of being invited to share afternoon tea with members of the royal family at Buckingham Palace and talk about my work to improve mental health in Birmingham. The time I spent there was an honour, and I will never forget the royal family showed me a true commitment to tackling real issues like mental health, and I know this commitment will continue under the new King. I also want to mention the Queen's incredible ability to bring diverse communities together in celebration. This summer, I actually lost count of the number of amazing events I attended at local schools and community groups to celebrate the historic Platinum Jubilee with food, music, games, and of course dancing in Her Majesty's honour. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a sad occasion, but the Queen has left such a positive legacy for us to celebrate. On behalf of the people of Erdington, King's Standing and Castle Vale, I offer my deepest condolences. God save the King.
Nigel Huddleston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise humbly and with great sadness to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of my family, my constituents and the people of Worcestershire. The late Queen was an inspiration and an example to us all. She taught us the true meaning of duty, and she reigned and worked for so long and so hard. More than 85% of the population of this country have never known anybody but the Queen as monarch, and nearly 1/3 of the population say that they have met or seen her. Many of my constituents have told me about their own interactions, whether it be putting them at ease when they received an honour at the palace, chatting to her at an event in the constituency, or just seeing her perhaps from afar at a sporting event. And of course we all know her special love for racing. Millions more never saw the Queen, but nevertheless felt that there was an intimate relationship there because of the way that Her Majesty communicated. When she gave her Christmas broadcast, it felt like she was there with us in our own homes. When she told us that we will meet again, it was as if she was sending that message to us all individually and personally. And of course, she remains and will remain for some time on 29 billion coins and 4.5 billion banknotes. We will be seeing the Queen and thinking of her for a long time to come. Yeah. I myself first saw the Queen when I was at university, and her impending sudden visit suddenly led to a considerable refurbishment of the common room, the student common room, which of course we were very grateful for, but I fear may have added to the legend that wherever the monarch goes smells of fresh paint. And the last time I saw Her Majesty was at the launch of the Queen's Baton Relay last October outside of Buckingham Palace, where she placed her message to the Commonwealth to be read out at the opening ceremony into the baton, handed it to Kadina Cox, the athlete, and that baton then started its journey around the 72 nations and territories of the Commonwealth, including many of the constituencies and members in this room. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people turned out to cheer on the baton bearers, the baton, but of course it was the Queen's baton. We were also cheering on Her Majesty, and I'm so pleased that we're all able to show our love and affection for her also, and she saw it during the Jubilee celebrations this year. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen was the epitome of duty, service, dignity and grace. Her constitutional powers were limited, but her global influence was immense because of the way she conducted herself, the way she wore the crown. No matter what any of us here can do, it will be as nothing to what a call, an invitation, or a visit from Her late Majesty could do. But all of us who saw King Charles's speech last night will have also seen glimpses of his mother. He appeared well aware of the awesome responsibility ahead of him. He was regal yet relatable, expressing love and warmth that consoled us all. So we say goodbye to the Queen and the Elizabethan age, but we will never forget her. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Bill Esterson.
Like so many people, I have only known a world where Queen Elizabeth II was our Queen. The wonderful tributes we've heard have often included reference to the amazing longevity of her reign. And I was reminded of this when I looked at the dates of her many visits to Sefton. When the Queen first visited Bootle, Crosby and Southport in the early 1950s, they were all in the county of Lancashire. They only became parts of the borough of Sefton some 20 years later with local government reorganisation, a story familiar to many people, in fact, I'm sure, across the country. The Queen also visited Bootle in 1962 and as part of her Silver Jubilee tour in 1977. And she went to Orkar training camp in my constituency in 1985 and again to visit Southport at the same visit. Aintree Racecourse is in my Sefton Central constituency, and it is, of course, home to the world's most famous horse race. So given the Queen's love of horses, it was perhaps no surprise that she first attended the Grand National in 1956. And it was fitting that Red Rum saved his record third win in the Grand National for 1977 and the Queen's Silver Jubilee. People across Sefton have fond memories of the Queen's visits, none more so than when she joined the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Battle of the Atlantic at Bootle Town Hall in 1993. The links to the armed forces and to the merchant navy, which she recognised through her visits to Sefton, have provided service personnel and civilians fond memories and demonstrated the Queen's gratitude for their service to our nation. The messages of condolence from my constituents have displayed warmth and gratitude to the Queen. Memories of her will be treasured for years to come. Queen Elizabeth II did her duty for my constituents, and she deserves our heartfelt thanks for her service to our nation. May she rest in peace. Long live the King.
Henry Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to express my respect, my sorrow, and my thanks to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Crawley, myself and my family. Much has been said in the last few days since we heard the news we all feared on Thursday with her passing away, about how she has been a constant presence in our lives personally and nationally. And there are very few people alive today who have known any other monarch but Her late Majesty. My thoughts on her passing away were the first time I ever saw the Queen. I was born and brought up in my early formative years in the Epsom area in Surrey. And when I was a young child, my late mum took my brother and I up to the Derby at Epsom. And again, much has been said about Her Majesty's great love of horse racing. And she attended the Derby virtually every year of her reign. We positioned ourselves about half a mile down the road where we knew her official car would be leaving after the race. And I remember waving my Union Jack, a passion for flags that I've had ever since as a vexillologist. And I remember as her car passed, her wearing those vivid, bright colours that she always did so that people at public events could see her. And I was amazed when she waved back. Over 3 decades later, I had the distinct honour and privilege of officially greeting Her late Majesty the Queen when she visited Crawley. At the time, I was leader of West Sussex County Council, and one of her duties that day was to open a school that had been rebuilt, Thomas Bennett Community College. With great nervousness and excitement, I met our monarch, and as she did with all of her functions and occasions, carried them out in a way that put people at ease and a way where our whole community celebrated. But Her late Majesty, Madam Deputy Speaker, visited my Crawley constituency on 5 previous occasions in an official capacity. First, in 1950, when she was then the Princess Elizabeth. She came to my constituency to open what is now one of the largest industrial estates in the country. She named that industrial estate. Apparently, she had looked over the old tithe maps of where it was to be located and called it Manor Royal. Then, in 1958, as then our sovereign, she came back to my constituency to officially open Gatwick Airport, the world's busiest single runway airport and a great driver of the local economy. Her next visit was in 1969, the year I was born, when she came to Crawley to dedicate Queen Square, and where she came to open the Holy Trinity School officially, a school which is soon to be rebuilt as well. Her next visit was in 1982 to lay the foundation stone of St Catherine's Hospice, and in 1988, again back to Gatwick Airport to open the North Terminal. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all feel that we have lost somebody that we have a personal connection to, even though she was somebody who was not only a mother to this United Kingdom, but the Commonwealth, and recognised and respected throughout the world. That was typified when on September 11th in 2001, she spoke about grief being the price we pay for love after the attacks in the United States on September the 11th. That is so true. I watched with great respect and interest His Majesty's address last night from Buckingham Palace, and I'm grateful for the message that the service that we had from the Queen will be continued in the reign of Charles III. We are fortunate in this country to have a constitutional monarchy, and long may that continue. May God rest the soul of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. May God give wisdom to His Majesty Charles III. God save the King.
I just do need to remind colleagues that the Speaker, his guidance was 3 minutes. If colleagues take 6 minutes, then it means that somebody else has much less time. I'm sure that will be borne in mind. Sarah Alding.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make this tribute on behalf of the people of Richmond Park. It was in our very constituency that the first Queen Elizabeth passed away in 1603 at Richmond Palace, and it is a great privilege to speak on behalf of my constituents at the conclusion of the equally great and historic reign of the second Queen Elizabeth. I wanted to offer a personal reflection on the Queen. When I heard the sad news of her death on Thursday, my mind went back to April 2020. As everyone here will remember, we had just gone into an unprecedented lockdown in response to a terrifying pandemic. I was a newly elected MP,
suddenly receiving hundreds of emails from constituents with complex questions and requests, and they were sharing stories of great sacrifice and suffering. I didn't know how best to support them. As a parent, I was seeing my young children sat at home, staring out of the window, wondering when their lives would restart. I was beset with uncertainty about what would happen next, and it felt almost overwhelming. And then the Queen's message, that gentle but firm insistence that we will meet again. It meant so much to me, that message, that the road ahead might not be visible, but that we would get to the other side. I think it resonated partly because, as so many people here have said, the Queen was someone I'd always known and respected, so I intrinsically trusted her. It was also the knowledge that her great age gave her the perspective that however dark the current day, better days would come. But I think it was also that she was our nation's link to the past and all our previous ages. She reflected all the troubles and triumphs of our nation's past that have brought us to this point. Her message at that point was tremendously reassuring to me, and I know to thousands of others. And of course, she was right. It was so wonderful to come together for her Platinum Jubilee this summer. We had fantastic celebrations right across Richmond Park, and it was a particular pleasure to join the very joyful Jubilee party at the Queen's School in Kew, which is named after Her late Majesty. There could not have been a better opportunity for all of us to have a national celebration than in honour of the woman who has always united and elevated us. I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to celebrate her life while there was still time. And I think as we whistled, stamped, sang, waved our flags to say thank you, I think we knew in our private hearts that we were also saying goodbye. So on behalf of the people of Richmond Park, I extend my condolences to the royal family on their sad loss. May Her Majesty rest in peace and in the hearts and memories of her grateful nation, and may God save the King.
Paul Howe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to rise today on behalf of my Sedgefield constituents on an occasion we never wanted to occur. I'd like to begin by giving my condolences to the Queen's family, for whom this is a personal event as much as it is one of state. And although no one can deny that living to 96 constitutes a long life, the demise of the Crown has still come as a shock to us all, and we most deeply felt by her family. The Queen's sudden absence reminds us again what a steady presence she was for the nation, and the love they had for her was so fully demonstrated through the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. It didn't matter which one of my 40-odd towns and villages I went to, there was a street party going on. Hers was not the sort of presence one necessarily thought about on a daily basis, but since most of us cannot remember a time without it, it just seemed like a fact of life. Her reliable consistency is all the more impressive given this was not a role she chose, and she must have been such a daunting prospect at the start. The values held and lived out by the Queen provide an example to everyone. She embodied virtues such as respect, endurance and restraint in as comprehensive a way as we've ever seen from anyone, anywhere. Nevertheless, no one is eternal, and we know that as a Christian she believed there was something more to look forward to. In trying to work out what to say today, I found inspiration from one of my own constituents. Yesterday, a local resident of Wingate in my Sedgefield constituency, Stephen Atkinson, shared this poem he wrote in a community group, and he's kindly given me permission to read it to the House. It's called Our Lily. Our lily of the valley has shed her petals free, to drift upon the winds of time in her own sweet Galilee. The mother of our nation, so long its beating heart, offers her earthly shell to rest, for her soul must now depart. So free it roams through gilded vale and bonny lochs and moors, past stag and hare and fragrant fair, to dusk's misty allures. Where lies a smile she knows so well, her waiting strength and stay. Together two souls reunite and dance the night away. And here we are, Elizabethans, it's all we've ever been. For 70 years you tried your best to live up to being our Queen. You'll always be our true foundation, the soil of our sceptred isle, a constant in our thoughts and hearts, Great Britain's greatest smile. I hope you sit upon Burmese with your father by your side, and in his long-lost face you'll see only love and endless pride. On behalf of all my Sedgefield constituents, I thank our amazing Queen Elizabeth for her service, wish King Charles III the fortitude to deliver as his mother did. She is an amazing act to follow, but I have every confidence he will deliver. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Yeah. Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's with great sadness that I stand to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Over the past 48 hours, we've all reflected on her unparalleled role in our national life and have witnessed the tremendous affection and admiration in which she's held both at home and around the world. Yesterday evening, we heard the words of our new King as he paid tribute to a dearly loved mother. On behalf of my constituents in Nottingham South, I extend my deepest sympathies to King Charles and all the royal family as they experience this very personal loss. As so many colleagues have said, having reigned for a remarkable 70 years, the Queen has been a constant throughout our lives, and the milestones of her reign have left their mark in our own stories. I still have my silver Jubilee envelope, but sadly not the coin that we received in primary school. A photo of my youngest daughter as a toddler, dressed up in gold crown and red velvet cloak for the Golden Jubilee, hangs on the wall at home. And of course, I'll never forget meeting the Queen on her Diamond Jubilee visit to Nottingham. Having waved to the crowd from the Council House balcony, she confided that their cheers were even louder than outside Buckingham Palace. The Queen has provided that much-needed point of stillness through some of the most turbulent times in our country's history, offering leadership, comfort and hope in the darkest hours. But she's also been a vital part of collective celebrations, including in our city of Nottingham. Her first official visit to Nottingham in 1949 as Princess Elizabeth was the highlight of the city's quincentenary celebrations. Half the city will have joyous memories of presenting the FA Cup to Nottingham Forest captain Jack Burkett at Wembley in 1959. But everyone will have cheered when she came to congratulate ice dancing gold medalist Torvill and Dean following their triumph in the 1984 Winter Olympics. The Queen witnessed huge change in our city. On a 1968 visit, she toured the immense Raleigh factory in Radford. 31 years later, she was back on the same spot. Bicycle production was all but over, and the Triumph Road site was being transformed into the University of Nottingham's Jubilee campus, now attracting students from around the globe and researching cutting-edge technologies for the new century. Perhaps the city's most familiar manifestation of Her Majesty is the Queen's Medical Centre, the biggest purpose-built hospital in Europe when it was officially opened by the Queen in 1977. It was also over budget, controversial and delayed. Features of infrastructure projects I suspect weren't unfamiliar to the Queen then and certainly not later. Madam Deputy Speaker, the loss of our Queen has moved people around the world. On behalf of myself, the people of Nottingham South and Nottinghamians everywhere, I say thank you for a life of exceptional public service, of dignity, kindness and good humour. May she rest in peace. Long live the King.
Yeah. Jackie Doyle-Price.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me it's a great honour to speak on behalf of the people of Thurrock to give my tribute to our much missed already Queen Elizabeth II. It has been both moving and comforting to listen to the tributes here at Westminster and also on the media. This is an amazing nation, and Queen Elizabeth epitomised the best of it. Yeah. But in terms of what we've heard in the Chamber over the last 2 days, we've been reminded just how important the position of the monarchy is in our system of government, and how intricately involved she was in all our affairs of state. You know, as she applied to herself to that work with such dedication, and those weekly audiences with the Prime Minister were not just a matter of formality, they were an important part of how we are held to account, how Prime Ministers are held to account on behalf of her subjects, and also, of course, an opportunity to access her very great wisdom. And I've much enjoyed hearing those accounts from our former Prime Ministers yesterday. Now, I had the good fortune to meet the Queen when she came to visit Parliament 10 years ago. And not surprisingly, as many of you know, I never tire of talking about Tilbury. And I'm afraid that Queen Elizabeth also had that enjoyment too. But the one thing everyone knows about Tilbury is that Queen Elizabeth I made her famous speech there. Well, Queen Elizabeth II also has an association with Tilbury. In 1953, there was a massive tidal event in the North Sea, which led to many thousands of deaths in North Europe and 300 deaths in this country. And Tilbury town had to be evacuated. And Queen Elizabeth visited Tilbury, and it's, again, one of those occasions that she did so well. At times of national tragedy, she would cope, she'd show leadership, she'd be giving comfort and reassurance to those who had been affected by these tragedies, and that we will miss. And I know she's, over the years, she's given thousands of people such comfort. And in that respect, we have lost our anchor. We've lost that anchor that steadied the ship in those rough seas whenever anything was going bad, as well as the focus of great celebration. But we've already seen by the turn that King Charles has taken in his addresses to the nation over the last 24 hours, that leadership is being passed into safe hands. And we send our good wishes to King Charles. We send our respect and our admiration, as well as mourning the loss of our much-loved Queen Elizabeth. May she rest in peace. God save the King. Yeah.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to convey and to share on behalf of my constituents in Gordon their sadness at the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and to express there in my own gratitude for her lifetime of service as our monarch and head of state. It's been an incredible privilege to be able to listen to so many generous tributes both yesterday in this place and today, and so to hear so many personal stories about how Her Majesty's life and reign touched so many people. Many have already spoken in this place and elsewhere of the sense of permanence that Her Majesty brought to us, that she was an ever-present, a constant presence in our public life, and of the fact that for so many, perhaps we didn't realise the importance that she played in that backdrop of our lives and the presence that she had until that presence was no longer there. It was a role which she carried out with diligence, with grace, with decorum, and with a deep, deep sense of duty and obligation, for which we're all incredibly grateful. She was a quite extraordinary person, called to serve us in quite extraordinary times, in a quite extraordinary role, serving as our monarch through a tumultuous period of technological, social and political advance. She was a head of state, of course, of many different countries and territories, and as the winds of change blew throughout the last century, she saw many of them achieving self-government in their own right, and saw many changes internally within the UK, with devolution to Scotland, to Wales and to Northern Ireland. But throughout, she demonstrated a sure-footedness, a steadiness, and that she was a unifying presence, symbolising all that whatever change was happening round about her, symbolising all that remained in common. As has been said, she had a particular affinity with Scotland, particularly with Aberdeenshire in the northeast of Scotland, but especially to her beloved home at Balmoral Castle. It was an area in Scotland where she was greatly loved, and which she loved very much in return. Madam Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty's loss is one that is going to be felt deeply, with even those who might be ambivalent themselves to the institution of monarchy, nevertheless realising the enormity of the passing of someone who served in that role so steadfastly and so diligently and with such commitment to our people. As His Majesty King Charles has said, we mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. In that, he speaks for each of us. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Craig Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my constituents of the Calder Valley to thank Her Majesty for her lifetime of service to us, her peoples, and to her country, the Commonwealth and territories, for all the very, very many reasons that have been mentioned here by colleagues over the last 2 days. Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't repeat them all again, but instead reflect on my own wonderful experiences of meeting Her Majesty the Queen. Now, I'm what I would call a true working class lad. We emigrated to Australia when I was 5. I'm the son of a boilermaker and a seamstress. We were £10 Poms who emigrated to the once great steel and shipbuilding towns and cities of Australia. Now, my first experience of actually seeing the Queen in person, in real life, I remember was back in the late 1970s. I was just aged 15. I know you're aghast that I was, but watching in awe at the Royal Yacht Britannia, bringing Her Majesty the Queen and Prince Philip to meet the then Australian Prime Minister, Malcolm Fraser. What a magnificent sight it was, and the amount of people that turned up to greet them. And never once then did I ever in my life imagine that I would be Her Majesty's Vice Chamberlain and having audiences with her at Buckingham Palace on one-to-one. Now, just slightly and briefly back to my working class roots. Now, my mum, when I left school, was horrified, absolutely horrified, that I left school to work in an office. She often asked why I didn't get a proper job like my dad and my brother, who also had a trade. Such was the harshness of my background, although I will say I wouldn't change it for anything. Yeah. Now, this badgering from my mum has gone on my whole life, where even when I became an MP in this place, in Devilment, she would say to me, "So just remind me, what exactly is it you do?" So a few years ago, when my mum was in the late 70s, she came back here to the UK from Australia for a holiday at around the same time as the state opening of Parliament. So not telling her a thing, I brought her here to London for a visit. I got her a seat in the House of Lords Gallery, overlooking the Queen, straight in front of the Queen. And then, for good measure, I got her sat in the special seat over there, here on the floor of the House, courtesy of Mr. Speaker's predecessor. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one has ever seen my mother speechless in her life. But I can tell you she was. And what I can also tell you is that she has never once since say to me, "So tell me, what is it you actually do?" Now, that, though, was the power and the respect of Her Majesty gained from every generation of Britons, my good old mum included. And I will take to my dying day the ease, the compassion, and the love I felt from my Queen, our Queen, as her Vice Chamberlain. Her interest and knowledge of the Calder Valley, or any subject we discussed, was flawless. May you rest in peace, Your Majesty. You have more than deserved and earned your peace. God save the Queen, and God save the King.
Stephanie Peacock.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour to rise today to pay tribute to our late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. The whole country, the people of Barnsley, and millions across the Commonwealth and around the world are all mourning the loss of Britain's longest reigning monarch. I express my sadness, and I give my condolences and those of the people of Barnsley East to our new King and to our royal family. Anyone who knows me knows I am a strong supporter of our constitutional monarchy. I am a proud royalist, but I have been struck by how both those who share my view and those who hold the opposite one are unified in admiration for our late Queen's service, commitment and duty. Across the country, there is a profound sense of loss. Queen Elizabeth II was part of that incredible generation of women, the most prominent of them, my grandmother's generation, who lived, served and survived the Second World War at a time when attitudes to women were much different. She perfectly understood the role of constitutional monarch, of public service and of duty. She knew it was not her job to solve the problems of the day. That falls to us in this place. But she often spoke to our nation at times of peril, of danger, and of division, delivering a message of comfort and of unity. For me, most notably in 2001, in the wake of the horrific 9/11 terrorist attacks. She said grief is the price we pay for love. We draw on that sentiment today, at a time of profound national sadness and mourning. Members across this House have rightly spoken of how our Queen Elizabeth has been a constant in our lives, in an ever-changing world, in difficult times and in happier ones. In 1977, she had been on the throne for a quarter of a century when she visited Barnsley as part of her Silver Jubilee celebrations. Our town was built on coal, and when she visited in 1954, she was given a commemorative piece to mark the occasion. I know the people of Barnsley celebrated then as they mourn today. The late Queen had a unique ability to unite us all, and today we are united in our grief. As the poet laureate, Yorkshireman Simon Armitage wrote in his collection Queenhood to mark the Platinum Jubilee, for generations we will not know such majesty. As our Elizabethan age closes, those words ring true. As we mourn her loss, as we celebrate her life, as we thank her for her service, we say rest in peace, and we say God save the King.
Yeah.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm deeply saddened, as I know the entire country are, on the passing of our Queen. I never actually had the honour of meeting her. Like most people, I saw her on TV and the occasional glimpse through the car window. Finally, I thought I had my chance when I became an MP, and I could attend the opening of Parliament. First to put a prayer card in, first to the chamber. I was sat in my place, eagerly waiting for proceedings to begin, only to realise, as things took place, that first in the chamber means last out. There I was, watching the front bench file out while I was trapped behind several annoying members of Parliament who wouldn't get out of the way. In fairness, it's not because they wouldn't, it's because they couldn't, and they have probably made the same error as me. Sadly, I never did get that glimpse. However, something that I did get was a memory that came flooding back from my younger days, a message that said, "He who is first will be last, and he who is last will be first." Like our Queen, I am a Christian, and so while I have this moment, I want to let you know of a recent sermon I heard. It's very short. And the pastor spoke of being able to tune a piano from another piano, and so on. It can be done many times, but each time the next piano becomes a little more out of tune than the previous one. What should happen is that each piano should be tuned to the same tuning fork. That way, they will all be perfectly in tune. His analogy was that we should all use Christ as our tuning fork, not the world. That way, each of us could try to live like Christ. I believe our Queen, through her faith, did just that, and by doing so, showed the rest of the world what a life in Christ looked like. A life of faith, hope, and most importantly, love. Since I became an MP, I have spoken much of the importance of good role models. I cannot think of a finer example than our late Queen. If we all seek to serve as our Queen did, putting God, duty, and others first, then this world we all share will be a much better place for it. Remembering always, he who puts himself first will be last, but he who puts himself last will be first. Our Queen always puts herself last and others first. I finish by thanking our Queen on behalf of all in Don Valley for her 70 years of incredible service. On behalf of my constituents again, I would like to pass on my sincere condolences to the entire royal family. God save the King, long may you reign.
Mary Clinton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Only 3 months ago, the country was celebrating the late Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and we gathered in this place to pay tribute to Her Majesty for her years of dedicated service to our country and the Commonwealth. We could not have imagined that we would be gathered here today to pay our tributes upon her death. But amidst the sadness, it's surely comforting to remember that in what were to be Her Majesty's last days and months, she enjoyed a massive outpouring of admiration, affection and gratitude, witnessed at the many events across the country to celebrate her 70 glorious years on the throne. We enjoyed many Jubilee celebrations in my constituency of North Tyneside, where we have always given the Queen and royal family the warmest of welcomes whenever they visit. The earliest visit I can recall was in 1967, when the Queen came to open the then New Tyne Tunnel. It was a school day, but one boy in my class lived near the tunnel and was given half a day off to join his family in the crowds welcoming the Queen. I was in awe of that and a bit envious, I must admit. Little did I know that 45 years later, I would be welcoming the Queen as a new MP, joining the crowds, including school children, when the Queen made her last visit to North Tyneside to open Tyne Tunnel 2. Madam Deputy Speaker, myself, my family, all my constituents have a great fondness for the Queen. During her reign, she gave us so much hope, much pride, much inspiration and much joy. On behalf of my constituents, I send my heartfelt condolences to King Charles and all the royal family as they mourn such a personal loss. May our gracious Queen rest in peace, and may God save the King.
Yeah. Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to speak on behalf of my constituents, and I will focus my remarks on Her Majesty's role in marking the milestones of Guildford throughout her reign. Queen Elizabeth first visited Guildford in 1957 with His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh to mark the 700th anniversary of the town's charter. She was presented with a traditional gift for royal visitors to Guildford on the balcony of the Guildhall, which was a plum cake, though I'm not sure whether she partook of it, given her fondness for chocolate cake instead. The Queen then visited the half-completed Guildford Cathedral, signing with the Duke 2 bricks to be incorporated into the structure. There they remain, along with many thousands of others signed by Guildfordians. She will be indelibly with us in Guildford for centuries to come. 4 years later, in May 1961, Her Majesty attended the consecration of the cathedral. It was the first new Anglican cathedral to be built in 500 years. In 2011, she returned with the Duke to mark 50 years since that consecration. During the Second World War, Her Majesty served in the Auxiliary Training Service in and around the Surrey area and retained her connection to the successor Women's Royal Army Corps during her reign. In 1964, she opened the WRAC barracks in Guildford, which I'm glad to say cast off its nickname of the Powder Puff Barracks to become the Queen Elizabeth Barracks, and today the community of Queen Elizabeth Park. Her Majesty returned 15 years later in 1979 to mark 60 years of the WRAC Association and unveiled a plaque to mark the occasion. In February 1981, she opened the Royal Surrey County Hospital and spent time touring the new facilities, speaking to staff and patients. She returned in 1997 with the Duke to open the amazing St Luke's Cancer Centre. Her Majesty was also a visitor to the University of Surrey. She attended the service of Thanksgiving for the University's Silver Jubilee in 1992 and opened the Surrey Space Centre in 1998. In October 2015, the Queen returned to open the School of Veterinary Medicine with the Duke of Edinburgh, when, as well as touring the facility, she spoke to Professor Noel Fitzpatrick about prosthetic limb use for dogs. Her Majesty was a monarch who retained an interest in the lives of her people. She returned to cathedrals she inaugurated, hospitals she opened, organisations of which she had been a part, and universities where the future scientists, artists and leaders of her nation were being educated. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was that interest and warmth that drew so much affection from her people. Her investment in this country and its people was total and unwavering. It was the greater part of her, and she an irreplaceable part of us all. May she rest in peace. May God save the King.
Before I leave the chair, Mr. Speaker has asked me to remind members and staff that there is a church service tomorrow at 6 p.m. at St Margaret's Church for the parliamentary community to remember Her late Majesty the Queen. Those wishing to attend, please contact Mr. Speaker's office. And can I also say it has been an honour to hear so many moving tributes to to Queen Elizabeth II. And I know I speak for my constituents of Doncaster Central when I say thank you to our late Queen for a lifetime of public service. May she rest in peace and long live the King. Stephen Farrell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real honour to have the opportunity to pay tribute to the life and achievements of Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of the Alliance Party and also my constituents in North Down. Hers was a life of duty and service. She was a leader and a healer. Indeed, she was an exemplar as to what a constitutional monarch should be. She was loved and respected not just across the UK but around the world. And it was very interesting to note that whenever the UK hosted major international gatherings, it was clear that other heads of states and other heads of government looked up to the Queen greatly. And at times of tragedy, she was our comforter-in-chief. This was especially so responding to the pain and suffering that was experienced in Northern Ireland. And of course, troubles affected her so deeply personally as well. In return, she honoured the service and sacrifice of the Royal Ulster Constabulary through awarding them the George Cross, and also recognised the role and service of the Royal Irish Regiment in terms of providing them with a conspicuous Gallantry Cross. The Queen did so much to promote reconciliation in Ireland and to improve Anglo-Irish relations. This was encapsulated in the reciprocal visits made by her, first of all, to Ireland in 2011, in that very memorable state dinner, and then the return state visit of the Irish President, Michael D. Higgins, to the UK in 2014. Sadly, that reception in Windsor Castle was the last time I had the opportunity to meet her. She paid some very memorable visits to North Down in 1961 and 2009, and there is an iconic image of her in Bangor Harbour on that 1961 visit. We were enormously grateful that Bangor was awarded city status as part of this year's Platinum Jubilee Civic Honours, and indeed, given what has now happened, this was particularly poignant. I have confidence in the leadership of the new King. Indeed, he has served the longest apprenticeship in history. I particularly appreciate what he has done for the environment and also for young people, notably through the Prince's Trust. I wish him every success as he steps up at this most difficult time. May the Queen rest in peace and God save the King.
Okay, give me a clue. Give me a clue. Jack Burton!
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So many people here in the UK and in my city of Stoke-on-Trent and across the Commonwealth will be feeling a great deal of loss and sadness, which is hard to express. The Queen visited Stoke-on-Trent on a number of occasions, first in 1949, and people across our city will be mourning her loss. Our heartfelt condolences go out to His Majesty the King and the entire royal family. There are few alive today who can remember a time without Her Majesty the Queen, and for many it will be difficult to imagine a life without her. Over 70 years of dutiful service, a constancy and strength to guide our great nation and 14 other Commonwealth realms, each of which she cared for very deeply. Over that time, the world has changed almost unrecognisably, but she has always been there to offer stability to us at times of great change and reassurance in times of crisis. Even in these final few years of her life, despite declining health and the loss of her dearly beloved Philip, at the age of 96, she continued to perform her important duties as our head of state. Just as His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh was Her Majesty's strength and stay, she was our strength and stay, and this is how she will be remembered. She was our longest reigning monarch and probably our greatest, if not one of the greatest leaders the world has ever seen. One of her greatest abilities was to remain above politics, bridging divides, whether political or across communities and generational divides. Along with thousands of others who had the chance, I was lucky enough with my wife Laura to attend one of the Queen's numerous garden parties at Buckingham Palace a few years ago, a day which I will never forget, and I'm sure will all those who had this chance. Whilst many never had the chance to meet the Queen directly, there is still a great feeling of loss and sadness that she was a significant part of our lives. She was loved by all of us. It was clear to see a great deal of affection and respect shown to Her Majesty through the huge outpouring of support shown earlier this year with the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, just as we now see the massive expression of sympathy around the world. We will now join in mourning her loss and supporting our new King. I know from meeting him, the King previously on a number of occasions, following in his mother's example, he will do all he can to support our great nation. I know he has a great deal of affection for my city in Stoke-on-Trent. Let us never forget our Elizabeth the Great. She is now at peace, reunited with her beloved Philip. Her achievements and memory will live on. God save the King.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents from the north of Nottingham. We loved her dearly and are united in grief today. The values that she exemplified, duty, love of country, commitment to your fellow person, are ones we strive to live by every day in our part of the world. I have two short memories that I wish to share on behalf of our community. Firstly, from the Diamond Jubilee in 2012, the Queen visited Vernon Park in Basford in my constituency. I was the local councillor then, and as I left my home and walked to that event, it felt like every door you passed, somebody else joined the throng walking down to the park. And as you got there, we were this mass of humanity, just so thrilled to be able to show off our community to the Queen, to sing, to dance, to play sport as well. And virtually everybody in our community has a story about that day. And that was the sort of connection that the Queen made with British people up and down this country. And the markers that we have that commemorate that day, we will have forever. And that was echoed 10 years later on the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee. We had over 24 events across our constituency, all locally organised, spontaneous demonstrations of love of Queen and country and the desire to get back together after so long apart. And that's what our Queen did, didn't she? She brought us together, she united us. So my community is united in mourning today, but also united when we say, God save the King.
Right, who wants to go next? Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak. It is with immense sadness that I rise to pay tribute and give thanks for the life of our late Queen Elizabeth. On behalf of myself, my family and the people of Cheadle, I'd like to send our heartfelt condolences to King Charles and the entire family who remain in our thoughts and prayers at this sad time. The Queen has been hailed as the golden thread which binds countries and people together, and her reign has been the single thread of continuity throughout my life and the lives of many people across the world who have known no other sovereign. I didn't get to meet her, but the wonderful, personal and moving tributes following the death of our beloved Queen allow us to glimpse the human face behind the monarch. Many stories relate the meetings and audiences some privileged people were allowed to attend. Others recount those brilliant occasions where a visit would lead to a chance encounter with a few warm words and gestures, forever imprinted on memories to be retold to children and grandchildren. For our parents and grandparents and those who lived through or fought in the Second World War, it was the photos of the young princess in her ATS uniform which showed her steadfast spirit and solidarity with them and were an example of her desire to serve, which later came to exemplify her reign. Indeed, the appetite to see the Queen, not just in the newspapers but live on screen, set off a surge in sales of TVs with millions of people gathering to watch the coronation in 1953 on newly purchased or rented grainy black and white televisions. Since then, her life of public duty and her personal family life too has streamed directly into people's front rooms. And that personal connection remained throughout her decades of service. We may not have met Her Majesty personally, but we knew her and welcomed her into our hearts and into our homes, especially at Christmas, when our families gathered together and we heard her Christmas message. Always perceptive, compassionate, guiding, sharing her wisdom and her love of God. As we have heard, on her 21st birthday, she declared her whole life, whether it be long or short, be devoted to our service. Her Majesty was happily blessed with a long life, and as a nation, we have been blessed by her service. We are feeling a profound sense of loss as we mourn our Queen. We will miss having her in our lives. But the golden thread of duty, love and service, which knits our communities and nations together, will pass unbroken to her heir, King Charles III. God bless Her Majesty. May she rest in peace. And God save the King.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to say a few words today. And it is a very real and genuine honour for me to speak in this important debate on behalf of the people of Newport West to pay tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth II. And I want to echo the sentiments expressed by my honourable and right honourable friends and colleagues from across this House. And I've been really inspired and enjoyed listening to their elegant, witty words and stories about the Queen that they've shared with us, and I'm very grateful to them for that. By any measure, Her late Majesty was one of a kind. She led, she served, she cared, she inspired, she comforted, and she challenged. Queen Elizabeth will be irreplaceable, and we were lucky to have her. Hers was a life well lived. From travelling to all parts of our world to serving as our longest head of state, she made history, and she was our present for so long. Madam Deputy Speaker, it doesn't matter if you're a royalist or a Republican, we can all recognise the Queen's dedication, integrity, compassion and sense of humour, and to acknowledge the lifetime of extraordinary service to our country, of commitment to the people of Wales, the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, and her calm, strong and stable leadership. I've heard many stories about the visits the Queen paid to our area in South Wales, indeed to my own constituency, like a visit to St Woolis Cathedral in Stow Hill in Newport West. And I think of the visits to the official openings of the Assembly of Wales and now the Senedd, when the former Assembly member for Newport West and presiding officer, Dame Rosemary Butler, welcomed the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh to Cardiff Bay, the home of the Welsh National Parliament. Today I want to give voice to the many people who live, learn and work in Newport West, who will mourn Her Majesty's passing and who, through me as their Member of Parliament, extend their condolences to the King and the royal family. In particular, I want to mention a message I received from Mubarak Ali on behalf of the Islamic Society for Wales. He said, "At this sad time, we all share our grief and tears with the members of the royal family. Queen Elizabeth will be greatly missed. Rest in peace in heaven, Your Majesty. Thank you for your love and dedication for our country and the world." In 1944, the then Princess Elizabeth made her first visit to Newport. And my 87-year-old mum and others of her age remember that visit and the boost it provided during those difficult war years. In 2002, to celebrate the Queen's Golden Jubilee, Newport was granted city status, a moment of immense pride for our city, and again Her Majesty was there to celebrate with us. And I must admit, I was very proud. My 4-year-old daughter, Eleanor, was able to be one of the first to give Her Majesty a posy of flowers as she arrived in the city centre. #ProudMum. We politicians come and go, but Her Majesty endured and was a constant for all of us. As we move into a new world with a new monarch and a gaping hole in our national life, we give thanks for the life of Queen Elizabeth II. We mourn her loss and we send our prayers, condolences and love to the royal family, the country, the Commonwealth and the world she has left behind. May she rest in peace.
Fiona Bruce.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to pay tribute to the life of dutiful service of Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my Congleton constituents. How did the holder of such high office and in the face of rightful adulation of millions across the world sustain for over 7 decades a life of such dedicated and selfless service to others? May I suggest it was because she recognised in a very real and personal way that there is a higher authority even than her own, an authority by whom she had been called to her role, and to whom, ultimately, she was accountable. In her own words, she said, "To many of us, our beliefs are of fundamental importance. For me, the teachings of Christ and my own personal accountability before God provide a framework in which I try to lead my life." Her example of servant leadership is unparalleled in our time. In many of her Christmas broadcasts, she spoke publicly, clearly and boldly of her Christian faith and is loved and respected for it by many. Christmas broadcasts are the one occasion when a monarch can write their own speech and convey their innermost thoughts. And she spoke of the importance of family and of small acts of kindness. And in 2011, she said, "God sent into the world a unique person, neither a philosopher nor a general, important though they are, but a saviour with the power to forgive. Forgiveness lies at the heart of the Christian faith. It can heal broken families. It can restore friendships. It can reconcile divided communities." And whilst having a deep, enduring Christian faith herself, she was also mindful of the importance of freedom of religion or belief for all. Indeed, she was ahead of many when she spoke of this in 2000, speaking of the Good Samaritan, saying, "The man who is robbed and left at the roadside is saved by someone who did not share his religion or culture. This wonderful story of kindness is still as relevant today. Good Samaritans have emerged across society, showing care and respect for all, regardless of gender, race or background, reminding us that each one of us is special and equal in the eyes of God." And then to the Church of England at Lambeth Palace in 2012, she said, "The Church has a duty to protect the free practice of all faiths in this country, an environment for other faiths and communities, and indeed people of no faith, to live freely." And in 2014, she spoke of how we need to respect freedom of religion or belief for all faiths, a view which is shared by her son and successor, King Charles III. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Yeah. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say what an honour? Sorry.
Clear that just because the honourable gentleman is on his feet, it doesn't mean we've come to the end. This is unusual. I wouldn't like the chamber to empty unnecessarily. Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I could tell by the gas from around the chamber that people are saying it's all over. But thank you to know that it's not. I'm very pleased to have the honour of speaking on record my thanks to God above for the life and reign of Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituency of Strangford and also of my own family. I well remember my mum and dad going to the garden party 2012. They were pleased to be there. They're real loyalists, and they were able to engage and enjoy the occasion with the Queen and Prince Philip. Also, they got their 60th wedding anniversary card again. The card was specially for them, which of course it is, but it also exalts the occasion. So I'm very pleased to be able to say we've had a couple of things that we can apply to and respond to as a family. The page before me lay blank for a long time, which may be shocking to many of you who know that I'm never short of a speech, or perhaps even two speeches. But the truth is, I didn't know what to say of my and our unparalleled Queen, how to express the depth of sorrow and loss we feel, how to convey my thanks to Almighty God for giving me the privilege of serving my Queen, or our Queen, in uniform and in this House, and for my constituents the security of living under the greatest reign in history. I spoke at the Jubilee of my admiration for this godly example of service, loyalty, faithfulness, wit, humour and grace. And even then I was emotional at the fear of the day that we never wanted to come. That day came, and with it the depth of sorrow and loss far outweighed what I had thought possible, and yet with it has also come a peace because I know that our Queen, this lady who gave and excelled up until a matter of hours before her death, is now with her Saviour that she loved in heaven. The Queen gave her royal seal to only one book about herself and her whole life, the servant Queen and the King she serves, and this I believe says all to me. She was a woman of history, royal blood, impeccable birth. She never bowed the knee to any power on this earth, and yet she willingly bowed to Jesus and served him faithfully. And in giving Jesus her heart, she was able to dedicate to us her all, the ultimate example of the best of British, the best of the greatest generation, the best of us all in this house and across this country. So prophetically for her name, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary means, and I quote it, "God is my oath, a helper and defender of mankind and beloved." Queen Elizabeth radiated her oath of service made to her God that she loved. She has helped and defended this union, Commonwealth and her faith, and she was certainly most beloved. The inspiration of so many who fought in her name, who gave up their lives in defence of her and all she stood for. Queen and country was an easy oath to make, and one I held dear, as have my constituents. And now, in deference to her, to the Queen, and in the hope for the foundation that she has laid in her family, with my whole heart, I say, long live King Charles III. Indeed, God save the King.
Craig Tracy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's with great sadness and also some pride that I rise today to pay tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of myself, my family and my constituents across North Warwickshire and Bedworth, and also send our condolences to the royal family. Thursday was a day we always knew at the back of our minds was inevitable. Most wished it wouldn't arrive, but I think few of us actually considered the impact it would have on us all when it did actually come. And I'm sure I wasn't alone to wake up on Friday morning with the most profound sense of grief that I really couldn't rationalise. Like many people, I hadn't actually met the late Queen, but I still felt like I knew her. She'd been part of our daily lives forever, not just here in Parliament, but her image was seemingly everywhere. She was in our wallets, on our letters, in our shops, and on our walls. We shared our troubled times with her, and we shared her successes. We even shared our Christmas Day together. She loved our country, and it loved her, and that was never more evident than recently at the Jubilee celebrations across our constituencies. And although Queen Elizabeth II was of royal blood, she also had an amazing ability to connect with people, and we felt that she was one of us. But I think what is most incredible is that, unlike us here in this place, she did not ask for her role to be our head of state, but it was rather imposed on her, which makes it even more incredible that she kept the promise that she made as a 21-year-old princess right up until the very end of her days, that she would devote her life to service. And for that, we should be eternally grateful. No other person has had such a profound impact on so many lives over such a long period of time. The word icon is often bandied around to describe various people, but never has it been more appropriate than for our Queen Elizabeth. She defined our nation and represented it unfailingly for 70 years. It now seems very strange to be contemplating a future without Her late Majesty in it. In an uncertain and dynamic world, she was a reassuring constant, and her death is not just a tragedy for the royal family, but a dreadful loss for us all. But we should remember it was a life lived with true purpose, and on behalf of my constituents and myself, I would like to say thank you, Your Majesty, for your dedication and service to our country. May you now rest in peace, and God save the King.
Matt Western.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday morning I bumped into Helen, a constituent. She was visibly upset. It was an ungodly hour, 7:15, and she was walking in early for work at a local butcher shop in the heart of Royal Leamington Spa. A shop so well regarded that it holds a warrant to supply the royal household. She told me how she dreaded the coming of this day. Like so many of us, she was shocked by the news. An hour later, as I stood in the queue for a train ticket, the guy in front of me in jeans and a torn black leather jacket confided he was going to Buckingham Palace because he needed to be there. Two simple vignettes, replayed, I'm sure, up and down our country. For a person of such slight figure, the Queen seemed to stand above presidents, prime ministers, and other heads of state. It wasn't simply her longevity or her manner. Invariably, there was a genuine respect for her experience and her wise counsel. Her virtues were many: dedication, diligence, integrity, respect, loyalty, humility, compassion, and constancy. For at times of turmoil, she provided calm. At times of national self-doubt, she reassured us. Throughout her reign and even before, in wartime, after various bombings, the Aberfan disaster, and then during the pandemic, when she proposed hope and that we would meet again. Her state visit to Ireland in 2011, the first visit there by any British monarch for 100 years, where she made one of her most significant speeches. But also, she celebrated with us in moments of national joy. VE Day, imagine the liberation she felt, being able to be out on the streets with the people. And then, of course, that magic moment, presenting Bobby Moore with the Jules Rimet Trophy and dropping by for the Olympics in 2012. She was, Madam Deputy Speaker, the woman for all seasons. Warwick and Leamington was blessed by her visits on 3 occasions. Firstly, in 1988, to commemorate the 150th anniversary of Queen Victoria's granting of the Royal Warrant to Leamington. Then in 1996, when she visited the Lord Leicester Hospital in Warwick Castle, and finally in 2011 to open the Royal Justice Centre. I'm not sure if she had time to drop by the butchers, but hopefully King Charles III will make time in the coming years. Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Warwick, Leamington, Whitnash and Villages, I pay tribute and offer our thanks for the life of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, for her dignity and commitment to our service, and may I express our sincere condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and all the family. Her late Majesty the Queen was not given to sentimentality. She would have wanted us to look forwards, and perhaps she would have put it this way: the firm has a new boss. May our late Queen rest in peace. God save the King.
Conor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I place on record our gratitude to the Speaker for allowing ministers to participate in this debate from the backbenches today. What is really striking about listening to the many contributions today and yesterday is how many of our constituencies had multiple visits by Her Majesty the Queen over her 7 decades of service. I was in my own constituency of Bournemouth West yesterday and talking to some local people who remember her last visit to Bournemouth to peer approach. She had views about all our constituencies, so did her late husband. I was introduced to the Duke of Edinburgh in 2013 at a reception at Buckingham Palace, and he looked at me and said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Bournemouth, sir." He's in Bournemouth. "Full of old people." I said, "Yes, sir. Many of them a good deal younger than you." For a split second, I thought I'd made a serious mistake. But he burst out laughing and called the Queen over to tell her what I had said, and she looked at him and said, "Well, Philip, that isn't hard, is it?" Madam Deputy Speaker, our late Queen embodied our values as a nation. When you go abroad, people recognise the English language, our legal system, our arts and our culture, but because of her long reign, they identify the United Kingdom of today very much with the person of the late Queen. And I was constantly struck by her reach. In May of this year, I attended in Washington the RuPaul's Drag Race British Invasion Tour concert, where I met a young person called Josh Cargill. Now, Josh is more commonly known by his stage name of Blue Hydrangea, and he is one of Northern Ireland's preeminent drag queens. My conversation with Josh took a novel turn as he told me of his own connection with Her Majesty the Queen when she opened his primary school, Downshire Primary in Royal Hillsborough, when he was a pupil there. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was to Downshire Primary School that I went in May to launch the Northern Ireland Office Platinum Jubilee Rug Competition, where we asked the young people of Northern Ireland to design a rug on the theme, a postcard from Northern Ireland, to present to the royal household as a token of the appreciation of the young people for the Queen's service. Madam Deputy Speaker, as an enduring sign of the Queen's role as someone who was at the forefront of reconciliation, the famous visit to Ireland in 2011 and the many conciliatory gestures she made in Northern Ireland to aid peace and reconciliation. That project was supported by over 2,000 entries from primary schools of every type, Catholic, Protestant and integrated, from every one of Northern Ireland's 6 counties. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it was one of my great delights that we were able to finish that project and have that rug made up by the young lady Emily who won the competition, by that great royal warrant holding exporting company Ulster Carpets in Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen was one of us. That is why she was held in such deep and enduring affection over those 4 days of that magnificent Jubilee weekend. We were able to show Her Majesty how deeply we cared for her and how grateful we were for her long service. Our new Prince of Wales has reminded of his grandmother's words, "Grief is the price we pay for love." Madam Deputy Speaker, I think our country can be very proud of those 4 days, because through those 4 days, there is no doubt that Her Majesty the Queen died secure in the knowledge of our love and affection. As we look back, that was the moment we brought the Queen close to us for one last time, and in a very real sense, also let her go. Madam Deputy Speaker, may our wonderful servant and sovereign rest in peace, and may God save the King.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to be able to speak in today's debate and to pay tribute to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, on behalf both of myself and my constituents in Reading East. Queen Elizabeth was our longest-serving and arguably our greatest ever monarch. She was deeply loved and admired, and we all feel a deep and profound sense of personal sadness and great loss at this difficult time. Like many of us, I'm still trying to take in the events of the last few days. We all knew this day would come, but part of us somehow felt that the Queen would always be there because she'd always been there throughout our whole lives. She was truly a constant for all of us in what was a rapidly changing world. Her reign covered a period of unprecedented social and technological change, and yet at the same time she also linked the modern world to the wartime generation. Madam Deputy Speaker, her life was defined by service. As a young woman during the war, she made a solemn vow to serve her people as long as she lived, and she kept this promise over more than 70 years as our Queen, during a lifetime dedicated to our country and to the Commonwealth. She led by example in good times and in bad, through her kindness, humility, quiet determination, and with her dry sense of humour. Her Majesty was both our head of state and the head of the Commonwealth, but at the same time, we also felt a deep personal connection to her, one which it is actually very difficult to put into words. She was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and we sometimes felt that she was like a grandmother to all of us in this country and in the Commonwealth. Locally, there is a deep and abiding love and respect for the late Queen across our community. She visited a number of times during her long reign, including opening the new Reading station in 2014. I can vividly remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, the sheer joy and enthusiasm of children, families and older people at a local Platinum Jubilee street party which I attended. People of all backgrounds, all faiths and none celebrating their Queen. It was a more than fitting tribute to Her late Majesty and to the Elizabethan age. May the Queen rest in peace. God save the King.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It really is an honour to speak on behalf of my constituents in Hendon, and the Queen was no stranger to the constituency of Hendon. And in fact, she visited on over 12 occasions. In 1945, on 3 Dakota aircraft bearing their Majesties, the Queen, the King, and Princess Elizabeth, and a press entourage left RAF Hendon for the first royal visit by air to Northern Ireland. This was followed by a visit by a pregnant Her Majesty as she visited the Drapers' Cottages in Mill Hill. She subsequently planted a cedar tree to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the foundation of Mill Hill School. She formally opened the RAF Museum in Hendon. She opened the Pill Centre at Hendon Police College. She performed a royal review at the Hendon Police College as part of Her Majesty's Silver Jubilee. In 1982, as Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Engineers, she spent the day at Inglis Barracks, visiting the Home Postal Depot, the Royal Engineers, and unveiled a commemorative statue called Letter from Home to mark the centenary of the BFPO. In 1985, she visited the Central Public Health Laboratory in Colindale. In 2001, she laid a wreath to inaugurate the Metropolitan Police Memorial in the grounds of the Metropolitan Police Training Establishment in Colindale. And the Golden Jubilee and North Cornwall celebration was held at Copthall Stadium, and I was pleased to be one of those newly elected councillors who was able to be there to meet the Queen in person. In 2005, she visited the emergency call centre at Hendon Police College after the tsunami disaster. And in 2012, on her final visit, the procession of Her Majesty and His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh came through Edgware on the Her Majesty's North London Diamond Jubilee procession. But within my constituency, the regard in which Her Majesty is held by ethnic minorities and religious communities are second to none. As we've already heard today, the people of Hendon hold the Queen in high regard, and it still impresses me that at the end of every Sabbath service, without exception, my constituents in synagogue say a prayer for the Queen and the royal family. They've been saying this prayer since 1952, when Her Majesty ascended to the throne. But there's been more than a dozen versions to reflect the changes in marriages, and indeed deaths, but the one constant in the prayer throughout the last 70 years has been our Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth. I've often said that none of us are very important in politics, and it is my belief that there is only one person who is important in politics, and that is the monarch. As we've seen in the last 2 days, Prime Ministers and Members of Parliament come and go, but the monarch remains. Each and every one of us have made particular sacrifices to be here in this place, but the Queen has made an even greater sacrifice for over 70 years. That commitment to public service must be unimaginable to each and every one of us. In conclusion, a friend left a message on her Facebook page that really summed up what I would say to the Queen right now if I had the opportunity. That would be, good night, God bless, and thank you for everything. Long live the King.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And like that, so many honourable members have waited patiently over the last 2 days to pay our tributes in this chamber on the passing of Her Majesty the Queen is indeed testament to the real depth of feeling, the sorrow and of the love that we all want to convey on behalf of our constituents and ourselves at this moment of huge loss. So on behalf of all of our communities in Newport East, can I also honour the memory and put on record our deepest condolences to an extraordinary monarch who faithfully served our country all her long life and who's just always been there in challenging and ever-changing times, and to send our love to her family as they grieve. As Princess Elizabeth, Her Majesty's first official visit outside of London was to Newport, where at the time hundreds of men and women were working at the Royal Ordnance Factory on Corporation Road, producing munitions for the invasion of occupied Europe. It's fair to say that this generation felt a special kinship with the Queen, not least because of her dedication to support the war effort herself as a serving member of the Auxiliary Territorial Service. That service initiated a lifelong bond with our armed forces community, which, as other members have said, is clearly something she took great personal pride in throughout her life and was much appreciated in Newport East. As Queen, she opened Lanwin's Steelworks, which still produces world-class steel today. She returned to officially open the Severn Bridge and granted Newport City status, all transformative for our part of South East Wales, and the Queen was at the heart of it. But a constituent in an email summed up for many: the loss of our Queen feels personal for our family, a sentiment echoed by many constituents. For the Morses, who sadly passed on recently, for whom meeting the Queen at a garden party was one of the highlights of their lives. For the constituent who shared a photo of their daughter Heather presenting a bouquet to the Queen. For Maisie, who was presented to her at the opening of the Senedd and who felt, as she put it in her words, her astounding presence and warmth. But whether you had met her or not mattered little. She was a constant presence and an emblem of 70 years of monumental change, love and loss in the lives of millions. In the prayers in this chamber, which begin each day, we focus on service above self. something that's easier to say than to do. The Queen's 7 decades of public service exemplified that commitment. It was her service, not the grandeur of her status, not the ceremony that surrounded her, but her embodiment of the values, the integrity, the history, and the standards we all seek to live by and to have at the heart of British life. She demonstrated those values every day, yet at the same time she was seen not as someone remote and distant, but personal and human, while still unique. Her last service, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been to unite the country in mourning her loss, and our task now is to integrate her unifying legacy of service and integrity into all we do. Rest in peace, and God save the King.
Nicky Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to place on record, on behalf of my constituency, the huge appreciation that we all share for the life and service of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. I also place on record my condolences to His Majesty the King and to all the royal family, about which much has been already said in this place. I feel humbled to stand here today as Member of Parliament for the cities of London and Westminster, to represent a constituency with such rich links to Her Majesty's reign, starting with her birth in Bruton Street in Mayfair, to her funeral, which will be held in Westminster Abbey. The two cities was the vessel for which she ruled, advised, and steered our nation. Indeed, the two cities is home to so many of the physical monuments of her reign. Of course, Buckingham Palace, which, as we've seen in the past 2 days, has become the epicentre of the nation's grief. The Mall, the nation's stage for the pomp and ceremony that binds us to our past and to our future. It has seen coronation processions, daily routes of the Queen's Guard, to the celebrations we saw back in the summer with the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. St James's Palace and Clarence House, where the Queen spent much of her youth and raised her young family before she took the throne in 1952. And of course, Westminster Abbey and St Paul's Cathedral, the former of which is so pivotal to her life, from her marriage to her coronation, and now sadly to her funeral. And latter St Paul's Cathedral has also played an integral role in making her extraordinary reign, especially the services celebrating her silver, gold, diamond, and only a few months ago, her Platinum Jubilee, which I was honoured to attend. And of course, last night, the Cathedral led the first in many Thanksgiving services to our late Sovereign. When thinking about my own thoughts about the Queen, I think of her role as the head of state. For me, one of her everlasting legacies will be how she brought together the Commonwealth nations, growing their union from 8 countries to 56 collective nations brought together under her stewardship. I often think how unappreciated Her Majesty's skills in diplomacy were. Just think about our world, how our world looked like at the beginning of her reign, and what it is now, and by sheer force of her character, she healed a deeply fractured world post-empire. She fostered a family of nations that bore no resemblance to the empire of the past, and was instead built on the values of friendship, freedom, and peace. And looking at the two cities, I see the epitome of the Commonwealth's legacy in both people and values, and we have the late Queen to thank for that. Like everyone else, when we heard the news of the late Queen's passing, it all hit us personally because she had been such a constant throughout our lives, and we have all shared in the celebrations of her life. One of my first memories of the Queen was the Silver Jubilee in 1977, and as a brownie receiving the 25p silver coin, and I recall the excitement of receiving that gift. And then moving to the Golden Jubilee, when my own daughter Georgia, then aged 8, was invited to present Her Majesty with a bouquet of flowers when she visited Fortnum and Mason's in Piccadilly on her first stop on her Diamond Jubilee tour. For me, the Queen had a unique ability to tap into the hearts of every single person, and I think a lot of that was because of her characteristic sense of humour and sense of fun, which cut through people of all ages and all backgrounds.
In fact, I remember sitting on the sofa with my son Harry watching the opening of the Olympics in 2012 and the joy on his face of seeing the Queen jump out of a helicopter with James Bond, and he still, I think, believes it happened to this day. I felt a similar feeling for the new generation of children as we saw her share tea with Paddington Bear this summer. And it is comforting to me that she placed such a premium on our future generations, especially now as we look to the next generation of the Crown in King Charles III. Indeed, I was moved to see the new King and the Queen Consort walk into Buckingham Palace as monarch and Queen for the first time. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as a new chapter in our history begins, the two cities now prepare for another landmark in the Crown's passage through history, the funeral of Elizabeth the Great and the coronation of King Charles III in Westminster Abbey. For that I say, God bless the Queen and long live the King.
Yeah. John Nicholson.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I keep thinking of that final photo of the Queen, taken only this week as she welcomed the Prime Minister to Balmoral. It's the most poignant of images. She's standing by an open fire with a familiar no-nonsense hairdo, and she's wearing a comfortable kilt. But a closer examination of the familiar figure reveals that she's struggling to lift her head. Her right hand looks badly bruised, and she's leaning heavily on a stick. I suspect that she must have been feeling tired and sore, but she's wearing makeup and smiling a warm welcome. How brave that was. How dutiful. We look at the photo with affection and respect because it's Queen Elizabeth, but also, I think, because for so many of us, her bravery so close to the moment of her passing will remind us of all those that we have loved and lost, all the mothers and the grandmothers we have known and admired for their quiet, anonymous courage. Few of us knew the Queen personally, but we all felt somehow that we did. And as the tributes pour in, there are recurring themes. She was a woman of great religious faith who did not fear death. She was capable of many quiet acts of sensitivity and compassion away from the public eye. She could be very funny with a dry wit and a mischievous talent for mimicry. And she didn't like folk who were pompous or overly grand, despite, I suspect, too often finding herself surrounded by them. She loved Scotland the most of any country and was at her happiest driving round in the lashing rain of Balmoral, gently torturing urban Westminster politicians who arrived with city clothes and sometimes starched personalities. And while no one imagined that she was a political radical, those who talked to her privately report that she'd moved with the times, whether on climate change, gender equality, LGBT rights, and a recent decision to stop wearing fur. And though she was probably not a passionate Scottish independence supporter, she seems to have enjoyed warm relations with recent First Ministers who appear to have been as charmed by her as the most ardent unionist. She loved, apparently, being called Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, perhaps recognising that the title of Elizabeth II all those decades ago was not the most inclusive advice given to her. She was amongst the last of the wartime generation. This gave her a special bond with politicians who'd served, Heath and Healy, Callaghan and Jenkins. They were a generation who saw the devastation war caused in our continent and were committed to building a new, more united Europe. My much-loved mum, who died recently, was the Queen's age and a passionate supporter of European integration because she'd known the horror of war and celebrated the peace our generation perhaps appreciate too little. One of the most moving tributes to the Queen this week, as we all know, has come from the French President. We will miss her, Madam Deputy Speaker, and will together celebrate her life over the coming days and weeks. May she rest in peace.
Daniel Kozinski.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the people of Shrewsbury and surrounding Shropshire villages to pay tribute to Her Majesty. When I met Her Majesty at Buckingham Palace, she looked at me and immediately started to tease me, rib me mercilessly about the difference in height. She being 5'2" and me being 6'9". And of course, that immediately broke the ice. I was so nervous at meeting my sovereign for the first time, and that joke at the start of our interaction was so good to have. Later on in the evening, she was standing at the other end of the room, and I was at the other end, and in front of everybody, she just went like this to demonstrate and to continue teasing me that she was recognizing the difference in height. But the most important thing that happened that evening is that she realized I was the only Polish-born British Member of Parliament. And she started to talk to me about her pride of the contribution of Polish fighter pilots during the Second World War. She referenced the fact that the Polish 303 squadron shot down more enemy aircraft in the Battle of Britain than any other squadron, and she paid tribute to the extraordinary contribution of Polish mathematicians and cryptographers helping to break the Enigma codes at Bletchley, and for joining the British 8th Army in North Africa and at Monte Cassino. Of course, my heart melted. Of course, being the only Polish-born British Member of Parliament and listening to our sovereign outlining her pride and talking about how her father had outlined his pride to her about the Polish contribution was something I will always remember. She reigned so successfully because she used emotional intelligence, and emotional intelligence was her driving force. The communist regime in the country of my birth has been consigned to the ash heap of history because it ruled through fear, through intimidation, through the secret police. It is gone. Whereas Her Majesty's memory is eternal because of the love and kindness she showed us all. Thank you.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay my tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Dulwich and West Norwood. My sincere condolences go to His Majesty the King, the royal family and all who grieve her loss. Her late Majesty made a commitment at the age of 21 that she would dedicate her whole life to the service of the British people, and the fulfilment of that promise over more than 7 decades is truly extraordinary. Unlike other honourable and right honourable members, I did not have the privilege of meeting the late Queen personally, but I know that she maintained, as she did with communities across the country, a very strong relationship with our part of South London, most notably with King's College Hospital. The late Queen visited King's College Hospital 3 times during her reign, first as part of her coronation tour in 1953, just 5 years after the founding of the NHS. She visited again in 1968 to open the Ruskin wing of the hospital, and once more in 2003 to open the Golden Jubilee wing, at the time a much-needed improvement in facilities at King's. The late Queen also visited Brixton as part of her Silver Jubilee celebrations in 1977, and a lovely photograph held by Lambeth Archives shows Brixton's diverse community coming out to welcome her, and the Queen smiling and clearly making eye contact with a child in the front row of the crowd. Most recently, in 2013, the late Queen visited a small but hugely important charity in Brixton in my constituency, Ebony Horse Club. Ebony Horse Club is a riding centre situated in an area which has a high level of deprivation. It is brilliant, enabling children from all backgrounds to learn to ride, a relatively rare experience in any inner city setting, and to benefit from being around animals and learning equestrian skills. The late Queen's love of horses is well documented, and I know that it was very special to Ebony Horse Club to have her support for their work in making the experiences that delighted her so much, being around horses, caring for them and riding them, available to everyone, irrespective of income or background. This is a connection that continues today, because the Queen Consort is the patron of Ebony Horse Club and recently hosted not only the staff and the riders, but also a number of horses at a reception at Clarence House. Our country has seen huge changes and great challenges during the 70 years of the late Queen's reign. It is testament to her character, her humanity, and her willingness to reflect and adapt that she has been able to be a constant throughout such a long period and through so many changes, especially in her relationship with the Commonwealth. Her late Majesty's lifetime of service will be remembered with gratitude. May she rest in peace.
Gareth Johnson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly grateful to be able to contribute in this debate, despite being the whip on duty at the moment. As you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, we make comments about the contributions that every member makes in this debate, and so I'm looking forward to writing about my... I'm also very pleased to be able to contribute to this debate because I want to convey the gratitude I know that my Dartford constituents have for the service given by Her Majesty. Dartford is heartbroken, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all are. We all dreaded this day coming, almost believing that it would never happen. But here we are. It seems so odd to be without the Queen being around. We've all grown up with Her Majesty. The Honourable Member for the cities of Westminster and London made comment about the Silver Jubilee crown that she was given. That exactly happened to me when I was a young boy. I was given this crown on that day, which was absolutely huge, and I thought I was rich beyond my wildest dreams, that I had this huge coin in my hand. And then I confessed to being disappointed sometime later when I found out it was only worth 25 pence. But nevertheless, it is actually priceless because the Queen gave everything for us. Her whole life was committed to us and our welfare. She was the perfect monarch who loved her people, and she was in turn loved by the people. Nobody in this chamber has or will ever have approval ratings like she had. Nobody. And so, although much will change, we will never, for example, sing God Save the Queen, evermore, in our lifetimes. But we are so incredibly fortunate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have a king with a huge sense of duty, who genuinely cares about his people and genuinely cares about his country. He is just as much at home walking around some Welsh farm as he is walking around a London council estate. And whilst we are deeply, deeply saddened, we can be optimistic about the future, thanks to the legacy that Her Majesty the Queen left to us. God save the King.
Yeah. Simon Lightwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has been an honour and a privilege to listen to the tributes and anecdotes from members on all sides of the House. I would like to pay tribute both personally and on behalf of the people of Wakefield constituency for the service of our remarkable Queen. Her devotion and sacrifice to this nation over her 96 years is an inspiration and guiding light to us all, however long we've been in public life. It is with immense sorrow, but with a deep personal pride, that I will have been one of the last members of Parliament to have taken an oath of allegiance to Her late Majesty the Queen when taking my seat in June. The Queen visited Wakefield several times. I believe the first time was as Princess Elizabeth in 1945, when she visited Pinderfields Hospital. She returned as Queen on her Silver Jubilee tour in 1977, and again in 1992 to officially open Wakefield Hospice. Her efforts to extend the hand of the monarchy to all her subjects across the United Kingdom led to the decision to take the traditional Maundy service out of London, choosing a different part of the country each year. So it was in 2005 that the Queen and Duke of Edinburgh visited Wakefield Cathedral to distribute the Maundy money, with people from all over the district lining the streets desperate to see a glimpse of her. I was fortunate enough to be there myself and remember her shining through the crowds in her inimitable style, wearing brilliant blue. But it was her unforgettable smile and her characteristic twinkle in her eyes that we will remember most. She was so loved by so many in Wakefield and our nation for her warmth, her dedication, and her unshakable sense of duty. Over her 70 years on the throne, she reigned over huge social, cultural, and political change across the United Kingdom and indeed the world. But through all of this, she was a constant, steadying presence. She met every moment, every crisis, every problem with her reassuring presence and her calming words, always reflecting the mood of the nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty was and will always be our nation's North Star. The example that she set for all of us will continue to shine bright in our memories, to guide us, to inspire us towards a better tomorrow. On behalf of the people of Wakefield, Horbury and Ossett, we thank Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II for her love and her service to our nation, and our thoughts and prayers are with King Charles III and the royal family. God save the King.
Matt Warman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2012, prior to the Diamond Jubilee, the Queen hosted a reception at Buckingham Palace for national newspaper editors, the usual great and the good, and to my surprise, technology editors as well. It induced the unique, gut-wrenching dual anxiety of having both to meet Her Majesty and to do so with your boss. Thankfully, the Duke of Edinburgh said technologists such as myself were there because people like us knew what was going on. It put me uniquely at ease, at least for the seconds before I realised he had just said something explicitly that I'd only ever optimistically inferred from my bosses. But perhaps, surprisingly, that digital Jubilee reception wasn't a novel concept. The Queen understood she had to be seen to be believed. We knew her first in the 40s and 50s via black and white photos and the wireless, that scratchily televised coronation that was so many people's first experience of television. By the 2020s, it was ultra-high definition video, and in the lockdown of 2020 itself, it was Zoom. She moved with the times, and the times moved with her. She was present in our lives in a way that moved even places like Boston or Skegness that she never visited to hold street parties in her honour, and now moves many there to tears. I met His Majesty King Charles at a reception, perhaps surprisingly for Robert's Radio, long-standing warrant holders. He too knows that technology can make his family's warmth and service palpable around the world. And he used the opportunity to do an impression from The Goon Show, which sadly only time precludes me from recreating in this house today. Now, with TV cameras in the Accession Council, we've already seen more of what it is to be a monarch than we ever could have done previously. And long may that continue. It is familiarity and closeness that fosters hope and togetherness with our sovereign. I said a minute ago that we first saw Her Majesty in black and white and later on Zoom. I should, of course, have said that we are unlikely to see such a lengthy reign with its diligence, its humility, its uplifting love ever again. Thanks to the times in which she lived, we are blessed to have felt uniquely close to so much of it. That makes its absence feel so personal, so acute. Grief is the price we pay for love. God save the King.
Yeah. Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the memory of Her late Majesty the Queen on behalf of my many constituents in Angus who held her close in their affections. The Queen was a very popular figure across much of Scotland and especially in Angus, a fondness that was a result and a consequence of her personal characteristic, her demeanour, her warmth and her character, much more than it was any sort of institutional devotion. Her length of service over 7 decades afforded people a sense of continuity and stability in a world which changed immeasurably over the period of her reign. Her great appreciation for Scotland and Angus is a source of great pride for many Scots. Her mother was a child of Angus, being born in Glamis, and Her Majesty visited Angus multiple times in Kirriemuir in 1969, returning to Kirriemuir in 2004 and visiting Arbroath and Forfar at the same time. It's well understood that she was happiest in Balmoral in West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, and her very public fondness for her Highland home was a source of pride in Scotland naturally also. The astonishing landscape in which Balmoral is set is adjacent to our iconic Angus Glens, so I know very keenly why she valued her time in this part of Scotland so much, and I believe it must have been a great comfort to her to be there in her final hours with her family around about her. Unlike many other members in this House, I didn't get to meet the late Queen either, but as a 4-year-old in Perth, I can actually still remember the excitement in the streets as we queued and waited for the young, or still quite young, Queen to pass as part of her Jubilee celebrations in 1977. And again in Perth as a local councillor, this time in 2012, I witnessed her incredible professionalism and charm and patience as she presented the keys to the city, restoring Perth to city status as part of her Diamond Jubilee celebrations. Yeah. I wish to extend my condolences to the millions of people grieving at the death of Her late Majesty, but death bears hardest on the family, and Madam Deputy Speaker, especially the death of a mother, no matter who that mother is. So I convey my sympathies to all her family. In closing, the Queen was also defender of her faith, a role which she took very seriously and as such demonstrated her outstanding credentials as a committed Christian. So when I pray for the repose of her soul, I have great confidence that she will now be in the arms of God. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Paul Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is my sorrowful task to express the grief and sadness of the people of Blackpool North and Cleveland at the loss of Her late Majesty, but also to send our best wishes for our new King, Charles III. As part of the Red Rose County, we have not just lost our monarch, but also our Duke of Lancaster. I am one of those today who never had the chance to meet Her Majesty. Like the vast majority of my constituents, I've not done so, but I know the affection in which we all held her. Every flag displayed on every house, every strip of bunting hung up in every street, every cupcake consumed at every event last summer for the Platinum Jubilee demonstrated the affection in which was held across the far coast. And now Blackpool has even dimmed its famous illuminations out of respect for her passing. In Blackpool, we remember fondly the last time she came to our town in 2009 to see the Royal Variety performance. I've often wondered what a woman in her early 80s at the time made of the pop sensations of 2009 as she sat there, probably wishing that it would all be over soon and she could go to bed. But one lesson I took from that is that for pop stars and indeed for politicians, fame is transitory, but the renown of a monarch such as her will echo down the ages. For 7 decades, she has inextricably been intertwined with our nationhood, our sense of identity, of who we are as a nation. She has shared our highs and our lows, our successes, our triumphs and our disasters, and we have shared hers as well. The high times, the good times, the jubilees, the celebrations, but also the lows. And who will ever forget the sight of her sitting alone in St. George's Chapel in Windsor at the funeral of her late husband. The member for Ashford used the word uncertainty as we began our tributes today. And I feel that sense of uncertainty myself, somewhat bereft. We face difficult, uncertain times ahead of us. But we look to her example of duty, of sacrifice, of regard for others, of steadfastness, that whatever the coming years and months may hold, that we will hold true to her memory and the example she set. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Yes. Jill Furness.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough. For people across Sheffield, Her Majesty was a great source of comfort and stability across her 70-year reign. She was our Queen. She belonged to us. We had the good times, we had bad times, but all the time she held a special place in all of our hearts. I want to briefly talk about one occasion where her importance to my city really shone through. In 2001, Sheffield had the great honour of welcoming Her Majesty to our city as she opened the fabulous brand new Millennium Gallery. It is impossible to overstate what this meant to the city. Never before or since have I seen so many people. It seemed like thousands in the streets of Sheffield just to try and catch a glimpse of their beloved Queen. Their joy and enthusiasm and anticipation was humbling. As a council lead for arts and culture, for just a few weeks, I had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh at the door of the gallery and managed a curtsy without falling flat on my face. This was a great relief. She was incredibly generous with her time, ensuring that she spoke to as many people as possible. Her dignity, compassion and sense of humour shone throughout the entire day. That evening, we welcomed Her Majesty to a very fancy dinner, hosted by the then Lord Mayor. This was, as you can imagine, a carefully orchestrated occasion which took many months of detailed planning. However, on the day we learnt that Her Majesty's favourite drink was none other than a Dubonnet and lemonade. Not having any to hand, we quickly sped to the Lord Mayor's office in order to go through the drinks cabinet to see if there was any there. I have to report there wasn't. So, someone was sent out to scour the streets of Sheffield because no way was Sheffield going to be known as the one city that couldn't provide the Queen with her favourite tipple. So I'm pleased to say we were able to find one just in time for the dinner. I will always have fond memories of that day, not least as it was one of only 2 occasions where I have worn a hat. It brought such joy to Sheffield, bringing so many people from across the city together. Her Majesty represented a unifying figure above the divides of politics, who everybody looked to for comfort in good times and solace in bad. Her sense of duty was truly felt by all. Myself and all my constituents in Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough express our deepest sympathies and condolences to the royal family. We share in their grief and sorrow and will miss her greatly. May she rest in peace and may God save the King.
Jack Lopresti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sadly, I never met the Queen. It was something I'd always hoped to do. However, like most people in our country and the Commonwealth, she was always a positive presence in my life. And we do remember that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was not only our head of state and the mother of our nation, she indeed had the same responsibilities and duties for the peoples of our dependent sovereign territories, as in faraway places like the Falkland Islands and the governments and the peoples of the Commonwealth nations around the world. Now, this was brought home to me in an amazing way when I was chairman of the all-party group for Gibraltar. During Gibraltar National Day, which is today, the 10th of September, Gibraltar celebrates its unique identity and its Britishness. There is normally a huge rally in Casemate Square, which is right in the middle of Gibraltar. It is a fantastic occasion when the whole place is festooned with Union flags and the red and white of the Gibraltar flag. Today, the celebrations have been postponed until next year, and the proclamation of King Charles III was shown on the screens in Casemate Square. Fabian Picardo, the Chief Minister, spoke yesterday of a cloud of sorrow over the rock, and the Royal Gibraltar Regiment had a 96-gun salute. Now, during happier times, National Day in the Diamond Jubilee year of 2012, there was a huge picture of the Queen at the rally. Every speaker on the platform gave thanks and appreciation for Her Majesty's service and spoke of their pride in their Britishness and their Queen. And some speakers referred to the fact and reminded us all that the Queen had previously visited Gibraltar. Now, on the platform that day in 2012, Fabian used a phrase which I hadn't heard before, but what I think encapsulates the way the Queen was a great unifier of many different peoples and nations. He said, "The people of Gibraltar, other sovereign territories, and the Commonwealth are all part of the great British family." Now, even more so in a place like Gibraltar, which is a small piece of rock that is a real melting pot of different religions and cultures within physical sight of the North African coast. Everyone was united on that day with an outpouring of love, pride and appreciation for our monarch. I was reminded of the old Latin quote, civis Romanus sum, meaning I am a Roman citizen, which you could be from Africa to Northern Britannia, regardless of the place of your birth or your religion. Yesterday evening, I rushed back from my constituency to attend a church service at St Peter's Church in Filton. The congregation was told by the Reverend Lizzie Gregory that it wasn't a service of commemoration. That would come. But yesterday was a time for the community to come together, support one another, grieve together, and give thanks. It was a wonderful service, and it was great to see so many people there. Most had come on foot from nearby, and you could really sense the pride, the depth of emotion, and the community supporting one another. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't normally quote French heads of state, unless they were born in Corsica, but I thought President Macron's comments on the passing of the Queen sum up how we and the rest of the world see her, or saw her. He said, to you, she was your Queen. To us, she was the Queen. She will be with us all forever.
Tammy.
Deputy Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to a mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and our longest-serving monarch. I want to extend my sincere condolences and those of everyone in my city of Coventry to His Majesty the King and all the royal family. The reign of Queen Elizabeth II was one of intense social and economic transformation, and yet she remained the firm cornerstone of our collective lives. People all over the globe were reassured by the Queen as a force of constancy and dependability when all around them was ever-changing. Coventry has been blessed with many visits from the Queen over the years. In 1956, just 4 years into her reign, the Queen visited the ruins of the first St Michael's Cathedral in Coventry to lay the foundation stone for the next cathedral next door. After years of relentless bombing throughout the Second World War, bombing which destroyed so many of the city, devastated thousands of homes, schools, and took countless lives, the city was beset by grief and a deep sense of loss, as it is today. However, a visit from Her Majesty the Queen breathed new life into our community. The impact the Queen had on our city was certainly significant. As a city of peace and reconciliation, the Queen's presence gave people hope for the future, despite the tragedies of the past. In 1994, the Queen visited the then Jaguar factory in Browns Lane in my constituency of Coventry North West, and it was a visit that my constituents valued and fondly remember. This year, during the various Platinum Jubilee celebrations that I attended across my constituency, many shared stories about their love and adoration of the Queen. To many in Coventry, she was a symbol of optimism, the new world, and the future. And it is certainly how our city will remember her. Madam Deputy Speaker, my own prayers are with the members of the royal family during this difficult time. The Queen was a spiritual leader for so many Christians and a moral guide for anyone in public life. And I know that in churches and in places of worship in Coventry and across the country, we will be taking this time to reflect her values and her exceptional life. Today we mourn our beloved Queen, and we are grateful beyond measures for everything that she has given us. May her soul rest in peace, and God save the King.
Yeah. Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon as Chief Whip. An opportunity that is very rarely afforded to whip members of the Whip's office who, as you know, never normally keep quiet. But this is such a special occasion, a very important occasion, and I also want to recognise that the Whip's office also has a very special and unique relationship with Her Majesty's household in terms of the positions that some of the Whips holds. But I really wanted, on behalf of my constituency of Aldridge Brownhills and on behalf of all my constituents, to pay tribute to Her late Majesty. We all have personal stories and memories. For me, I never actually met the Queen, but often saw her at a distance. But I wanted to reflect on the Silver Jubilee back in 1977, when I was a little bit younger than I am now. And I would cut the pictures out of my mum's magazines and the newspapers to create a scrapbook. And I see honourable friends nodding, and I think so many of us did that in the days before social media. And somewhere at home, I still have that scrapbook, and when I get back I want to go and find it. But I have so many memories of that. And I remember the village coming together as a community, and everybody was part of this. And I reflect more recently on the Platinum Jubilee celebrations across my Aldridge Brownhills constituency, the many community events, the tea parties, the street parties, but most of all, the community spirit, the tremendous community spirit. It's the hallmark of Aldridge Brownhills, but it's also a real testament of the huge amount of love and respect that so many had for Her late Majesty. Someone who not only really understands people and communities, the nation, but also had a unique way of bringing our country together. Madam Deputy Speaker, in speaking on behalf of my constituency, I also want to say that I think above all we remember and recognise her service and her duty to all across our nation, the Commonwealth and indeed the world. She has been truly remarkable. She was and will remain to many of us an inspiration. And as we come together as a nation to mourn the loss of Her late Majesty and to say farewell, I do so while also pledging my total commitment and support to King Charles III. And I end by saying, God save the King.
Paul Gerben.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour and privilege to be able to take part in a debate giving tribute to our greatest Queen that I ever, and many of us probably around this room, knew no other monarch. I must say that a great debt of gratitude is owed to the royal family and to the Queen for the service that she has given to this nation, and not only to this nation but to the Commonwealth, and the duty that she has performed in that. I can say that I did get to meet the Queen, unlike some people who've said everyone seems to have known her, and I think there was a statistic came out in recent days to say that 31% of the United Kingdom population had actually met or had been introduced to the Queen. Now that's a tremendous number of people in a population of the United Kingdom. But I just wanted to just highlight a point. I met with King Charles III, but he was Prince Charles at that stage, and I made a mistake. I was the introducer for a group of people that were being introduced to Prince Charles. I made the mistake of putting my hand round Prince Charles' shoulder, as I tend to do. I got threatened with being thrown into the Tower, and I remembered that I had committed that crime, and when I was asked at Hillsborough Gardens party to introduce a group of 10 people to Her Majesty, I made sure I did not put my arm round Her Majesty at that stage. But you know, it's with fondness that I remember the Queen, and everyone has mentioned how she had this bright, vibrant way. But there were some people in our community who could not tolerate the Queen. And the Queen came to Northern Ireland in 1966 to open a bridge called the Queen's Bridge. And a gentleman who decided that he would throw a brick from a building onto the Queen's car. Now, that was in the 4th of July 1966. There was a police officer who arrested that gentleman, was Mr. John McIver, Sergeant John McIver, who has since died. But I can only say that that man had more hatred in him for our monarch, and I think that she showed more grace. She continued on as though nothing had happened in her duties of that day, and that says far more about what the Queen that we had. I want to say thank you to the Queen and to the family for what they've done, and I want to say, God save the King.
Robert Courts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Thursday was one of those days where it seemed as if the world had stopped. People in crowds on the streets looking at notifications, coming up on their phone and stopping and looking at each other, not speaking, because everyone was thinking the same thing. Everyone was thinking that that day that we all hoped would never come had finally come. It was the day in which we lost the best servant and the best leader that this country could ever hope to have. And it's since then we've been thinking, we've heard from the speeches in the House about the incredible honour and privilege it is for all of us to be able to call ourselves Elizabethans. And as I rise today to pay tribute to Her Majesty on behalf of myself, my family, of course, and my constituency of Witney and West Oxfordshire, I'm also thinking about the early contact that West Oxfordshire had with Her Majesty. And I think perhaps the first may have been from 1928, when West Oxfordshire's most famous son, Winston Churchill, stayed with the royal family at Balmoral during the reign of King George V. And to his wife Clementine, he wrote, "There is no one here except the family, the household, and Queen Elizabeth, aged 2. The last is a character. She has an air of authority and reflectiveness, astonishing in an infant." Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't it extraordinary, and yet not surprising, that Winston Churchill picked out those very qualities in Her Majesty that would make her such a revered individual, the most famous woman in the world and the most revered monarch in our history, so early? It's that easy authority that she had that we've heard referred to by so many honourable members today. And throughout those 70 years of service, she saw change unparalleled. When she was a girl, the RAF was flying aircraft that were wood and canvas, and now we've gone through to where the planes don't even need a pilot and they're fast and supersonic. Utterly extraordinary levels of change, yet she remained the same and yet changed as society changed. But it's not just that she's always been here, true though that is. It's not just that she's a constant, it's that she was a unifying constant. We'll all have our different memories, Madam Deputy Speaker, but what's gone is not lost. The memories we have of her remain. Her guide, her example remains with us, and they give us an example of how we can reach the storms of today and tomorrow. And as we saw in the electrifying speech from His Majesty the King last night, that duty will continue. And so whilst our voices are choked with emotion, we can all rally with the timeless cry, God save the King.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a sad privilege to rise to speak on behalf of my constituents in Newcastle under Lyme, to offer my condolences and theirs to His Majesty and to the whole royal family, and to give thanks for the life and service of Her Majesty. As Britons, we are lucky to live in a constitutional monarchy, but to have had the Queen as our constitutional monarch, we were more than lucky, we were blessed. I believe she is the greatest public servant this nation has ever seen. Through 70 years, she has led this nation through profound challenges and seen profound change, not just in this nation, but throughout the world, across the Commonwealth. And she has led us and guided us throughout with her grace, with her wisdom, and with her example. And in Newcastle under Lyme, she visited us in 1973 for our octocentenary. The constituents of mine of a certain age will remember that, and as we prepare to celebrate again next year, 850 years, those memories will be all the more poignant now, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I think as we remember Her Majesty, I would like to pay tribute to the way that she has led this nation. Only earlier this week, we had the transfer of power, and that is something that she continued to take her responsibilities, her constitutional responsibilities, with the utmost seriousness to the end, and I'm sure the Prime Minister was extremely grateful for her advice only on Tuesday. And I've sat in this chamber and listened to much of the debate, both yesterday and today. There have been some very fine and moving speeches, some very funny ones as well on all sides. I think the finest speech I've heard was not from the dispatch box, it was not from these benches, but it was not even from the opposition benches. It was from those monitors yesterday when we listened to His Majesty address the nation. It was a profoundly fine and moving speech, and it confirmed to me what I already knew from his many years of service as the Prince of Wales, that the Crown is in very safe hands, and that we can look forward with confidence as we go through yet another trying time for our nation. He will follow in his mother's example, leading us into a new era, as we say, God save the King.
Joe Churchill.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the indulgence of allowing the whips to speak in this debate, or in this tribute. I rise to give thanks for the wonderful long life of Her Majesty Elizabeth, our Queen, on behalf of myself, but also the people of the Bury St Edmunds constituency. As many others have said, she was ours, each and every one of us. She was special to us individually, young and old, in this great country, in the Commonwealth and beyond. We have relied on her to be there, her constancy, her service, her humour, and her love. Many in this chamber, as others have said, have recounted amusing tales of those twinkling eyes resting on them, and that sense of fun. And like others, she's visited my constituency on many times, the final occasion for the Maundy service in our cathedral, and she left her mark. But as my honourable friend said, as I sat in this chamber and we listened to the King yesterday, I wanted to say that our thoughts and prayers are with her family and her friends, who for all their lives, their entire lives, have had to share with us their mother, their grandmother, their great-grandmother, and their friend, and to her dear late husband, his wife. May they now be comforted by us as our expressions of gratitude and love for the late Queen, as they carry on, as she did, with duty and stoicism, constantly and consistently showing us the way. So to her we say thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and although it feels not enough, as her faith took her through her life, may it take her on her final journey, and may she rest in peace. Finally, earlier this week, I was truly honoured to be appointed Vice Chamberlain, and I say with feeling in anticipation of having to write to His Majesty the King daily, God save the King.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of my Colne Valley constituents to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen's decades of service to our nation. Decades of service delivered with humility, with warmth, with wisdom, and with gentle humour. Madam Deputy Speaker, as chair of the all-party parliamentary group for Woods and Trees, I wrote to all my local schools earlier this year, inviting them to take part in the Queen's Green Canopy scheme, planting a tree for the Jubilee. I visited many of my local schools and we planted a tree, and of course afterwards we had a Q&A session. I was often asked if I knew Boris. Yes, he's my boss, I'd say, or was my boss. Am I rich? I tried to not really answer that one. And then, of course, I'd always be asked, have I ever met the Queen? And I would say, yes, a number of times. I've been very fortunate. And the children would gasp with excitement. I would tell them about the number of times I met her whilst as a young Royal Air Force officer I was based at RAF West Raynham in Norfolk near Fakenham. Sandringham was just up the road, so Her Majesty was a regular visitor to our RAF station. And then some 20 years later, as an MP, I was invited to Buckingham Palace, as MPs are, for an audience with Her Majesty. She was asking me about my constituency, and I told her that the market town of Holmfirth is in my patch. And I said, Your Majesty, it's where they film Last of the Summer Wine on BBC One. And her face lit up with a big smile. I don't know whether she watched it or not, but to this day, I have this lovely image that on a Sunday tea time, after a busy week, she would sit down in an armchair, put on BBC One, and enjoy the gentle antics of Nora Batty, Compo and Cleggy, not that Cleggy, and relax. Madam Deputy Speaker, the past 48 hours have been a very emotional time for our nation. But having listened to my constituents today, I know they were very much reassured by His Majesty the King's reassuring and very deeply personal address to the nation last night. I look forward to heading back to Yorkshire this evening so I can be at Huddersfield Town Hall tomorrow for the Royal Proclamation. And I'll just end by saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, God bless Her Majesty the Queen and God save the King.
Yeah. Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise with quite a lot of weight to pay tribute and offer heartfelt condolences on behalf of the people of Barrow-in-Furness and of my family to King Charles and his family on the death of the late Her Majesty. Her Majesty served our nation for 70 years with a remarkable and an unstinting sense of duty that should inspire us all. But even with tens of thousands of hours of her life captured on film and written about in column inches, we didn't know anything about her politics or her views on policy debated in this place, despite what we may have thought or suspected. To hold audiences with prime ministers through wars, pandemics and times of national crisis, and to keep her counsel, even with the passage of so many years, speaks volumes of her character and of her sense of duty. Her Majesty was a fixture in our lives. All my life she's been there, she's been a constant. When I was young and fell in love with books for the first time, there she was, greeting Sophie and the big friendly giant at the end of Roald Dahl's novel. What I saw in my mind wasn't a character in a story with a crown on her head. It was our queen. She was so much a part of our world and of my world, and so magical at the same time that, of course, it was entirely possible that it was Her Majesty taking breakfast with a giant. And I'm glad that same sense of wonder and magic has crossed through the ages. My own children were delighted to see her sharing the screen and her jam sandwiches with Paddington Bear. She was at comfort with herself and her role, always a steady hand at the tiller of our nation, our unflappable, constant monarch, but still aware of what she meant to people and the joy and the comfort that she could and she did bring. Her Majesty was a friend and a frequent visitor to Barrow and South Lakeland. She launched HMS Dreadnought, our first nuclear submarine. She also launched the aircraft carrier HMS Invincible, with a crowd of 15,000 people gathering in the drizzle to witness her blessing the ship, christening it with a bottle of elderberry wine. She visited Furness General Hospital, our town hall, and the North West Evening Mail, and she opened our market too. Celebrating her Platinum Jubilee, I was struck by just how many constituents came forward, probably part of that 30%, with stories of the time they'd met Her Majesty and of just how important those moments were to them. Many of those moments were fleeting, but the impact they made was substantial. The quote's been used a few times today and yesterday as well, but Her Majesty once said that grief is the price we pay for love. We love that remarkable lady for her service, for her dignity and her unstinting dedication to the nation and to her people. In grief, we can reflect on that dedication to us and perhaps draw some comfort from her service and her life. Certainly, I hope that her family and His Majesty King Charles will find solace and gratitude in the grace and gratitude of our grateful nation. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Yeah. Indra.
Thank you.
you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a sad honour to be called for this tribute to Her Majesty. Many colleagues have spoken of the fact that she was a constant throughout our lives, and I've said before that I regard myself as a son of the Commonwealth. And one of the proudest moments I've found in the last 48 hours is that while we may have lost our Queen, the world has lost the Queen. She visited South West Hertfordshire a few times. The last 2 visits that I'm aware of, I think, were really symptomatic of who she was. Back in 2010, she opened up the joint headquarters in Northwood, in the south of my constituency. And all of my friends that I speak to are ex-military are sadly sorrowful over the fact that she is now passed. Her most recent visit was in 2016, when she came to visit Berkhamsted School. I know the Honourable Member for Witney is a former alumni. She was the patron of Berkhamsted School. In 2016, they were celebrating their 475th anniversary. When I went to see the school recently, I could still see the look of wonder in the eyes of the children that had the honour of meeting her. I never had that, but every time my parents, when I was a lot younger, used to drive past Buckingham Palace on the rare occasions we drove in, we always looked with fondness to see if the royal standard was up. And my father, probably treasonously, used to say, "Is Auntie Liz in?" My brother-in-law, like most families, have been speaking about the Queen over the last couple of days, but he mentioned that normally you would have photos of your loved ones in your wallet or purse. And I would argue we do, each and every one of us, have a photo of our loved one, the Queen, by virtue of the notes. I thought that was a fitting tribute for what I regard as an amazing woman. On behalf of my constituents of South West Hertfordshire, can I send my condolences to the whole royal family. They have lost a loved one. The country has lost a great champion for our values, and I don't think there'll be another one like her in many, many generations to come. God save the King.
Yeah. Laura Farris.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is with profound sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen on behalf of my constituents in West Berkshire. She was the lodestar of our national life, and in West Berkshire she was treasured for her passionate engagement in our signature pastime, racing. She was a frequent visitor to Newbury Racecourse, sent multiple champions for training in Lambourne, and even purchased her own racing stables in West Ilsley. The legendary Lambourne trainer Nicky Henderson told me that when a foal of particularly promising parentage was born in the spring of this year, she said, "Nicky, when this one runs for the first time as a 4-year-old, I'll be 100, you'll be 75, and we will be the oldest owner-trainer combination in the world." In the end, it wasn't to be, but it was at Newbury Racecourse that she saw some of the greatest triumphs of her racing life. In April 1958, 6 years into her reign, she was there when Dutel gave her her first winner in the John Porter Stakes. A year when Harold Macmillan was Prime Minister, Sputnik 1 was launched into space, Elvis topped the charts with Jailhouse Rock, and Vietnam stood on the brink of war. She saw victory again in August 1967 with hopeful venture in the Geoffrey Freer Stakes. It was the era of Harold Wilson and the Beatles, when NASA was putting the finishing touches to its preparations for launching man onto the moon. Just after Margaret Thatcher's 1979 election landslide, she was there again with Rhyme Royale, who came home for her in the London Gold Cup. It was the year of the Iran hostage crisis and the assassination of Lord Mountbatten at the hands of the IRA. She saw Phantom cruise to victory in 1996, the year of the Dunblane massacre, and just months before the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. 2017 was her last visit to Newbury. She entered the winner's enclosure just one day after her 91st birthday, when call to mind was victorious in the Dubai duty-free maiden. The country was in the midst of a general election campaign and was reeling from terrorist attacks in Westminster, London Bridge and Manchester. Through her reign, war and peace, triumph and disaster, presidents and prime ministers, she was our strength and our comfort, and we in Newbury will always be proud that she derived moments of pure joy in the place that we call home. I send my sincere condolences to the royal family and also to the family of the Princess of Wales, who are my constituents. May she rest in peace.
Giles Watling.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to stand here representing the people of Clacton. I know from what I've heard and seen and read that the people of Clacton loved our Queen, and they're in deep mourning now. She was an incredible woman, and I had the honour of meeting her on a couple of occasions, and many members of her family. But she had that one now not so secret weapon, which was that devastating smile that she would unleash mercilessly and bring people to her. This is why, in many ways, her personality shone through that smile. She was my Queen, she was your Queen, she was each individual's Queen. She was the people of Clacton's Queen, she was the UK's Queen, and her realms overseas. She was also the Queen to so many people around the world, and I read only yesterday that 93% of the world's population have known no other Queen. She is the Queen. She is gone, and we mourn her deeply. But I'd like to tell a very short, brief story about my father's relationship with the Queen. He had to introduce her. He had the unenviable task of having to introduce her to 25 members of the board of the Royal Theatrical Fund. Now, my father, on a good day, although he was a great actor, had difficulty remembering his own name. So it was with great trepidation he had to face this task. So he came up with this wonderful scheme. I shall remember 1 in 5 of you, so I only have to remember 5 names. So I'll introduce Tom, and Tom will introduce Bert, George, Harry, and Fred. And that worked tremendously. On the morning of the meeting, everybody brought their husbands and wives with them. So the room was full and crowded. So my father's scheme still worked. My mother was there. My father's scheme still worked. He introduced Tom. He introduced Fred, Harry, Jane, Sheila. But he forgot to introduce my mother to the Queen. And so the Queen said, "And who is this?" And my father couldn't remember her name. So he said, "At home we call her Mother." To say the Queen was amused is a vast understatement. She immediately asked for a drink and went to the bar. My father had many happy memories of the Queen, as do I. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Yeah. David Rutley.
Yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many great tributes have already been made, and it's great to be able to follow the Honourable Member for Clacton, and I hope that his mother was able to overcome that experience. It's an honour to be able to add to those with the great tributes to the people of Macclesfield constituency who are in mourning with a deep sense of loss, like so many others across the nation. Her Majesty's life was a beacon, indeed the embodiment of the principle of public service and unfailing duty. We're all very grateful for her example. It will be cherished for the rest of our lives and throughout history. My wife Rachel and I were fortunate to meet Her Majesty in Buckingham Palace with a number of other colleagues, several from Scotland on the benches opposite. She loved Scotland, she loved the Union, and she loved the Commonwealth. And what impressed both of us the most, though, was the sincere interest that Her Majesty showed to those she met. She showed genuine love and concern to all those she worked to serve, and we're most grateful for that. On that occasion, Prince Philip talked about fond memories of carriage driving in Henbury and enjoying services at St Albans Church in Macclesfield. The Queen visited Macclesfield as a young 23-year-old princess to celebrate the town's unique silk heritage at Herdsfield Mills, and then again in 2002 as part of the Golden Jubilee tour, visiting King's School. Sadly, she was not able to visit the iconic Jodrell Bank telescope site to celebrate it receiving UNESCO World Heritage status in 2020 due to the pandemic, and she would have been so very proud of its new First Light Pavilion that has just opened. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we think we know our constituencies well, but the Queen really understood the communities and geography that she served throughout the entire nation. Historians will write about Queen Elizabeth as a statesman, a diplomat, a defender of all faiths, and a much loved and respected monarch through 70 years of dedicated service. But it's what she wrote in our hearts. Millions of people throughout our constituencies across the country and the Commonwealth's family of nations that will be her real lasting legacy. With her sad passing, we all now have the responsibility to live up to that legacy, to renew and recommit ourselves in our service to others. And in so doing, we'll show our true gratitude to this wonderful servant, who only a little over 5 foot tall, was a towering figure in our nation's history. May she rest in peace. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our thoughts and prayers remain with the royal family and with our new King, Charles III, as he takes forward his new duties. We pray that he'll be granted with strength, with wisdom, and with the enduring influence of his much-loved mother. God save the King.
Yeah. Sir Paul Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was visited by a number of my constituents yesterday, and I'd forgotten what we were there to discuss, and so had they. All they could talk about was the Queen. Sad to begin with, moved across to positive things, and the condolences were combined with feelings, really positive feelings for her. But it was in the 1953, at the end of 1953, the Queen and the Duke visited New Zealand, right at the end of it. Now, New Zealand is as far away as you can get from Buckingham Palace without coming back. So it's still heavily royal. It certainly was at that time. And I was knee-high to a grasshopper. And the public reaction towards the visit was so positive that I suddenly realised, even though I was knee-high to a grasshopper, that there was a very important person called the Queen. And I certainly found that because the Queen and Prince Philip had a really positive flowing behind them when they arrived just before Christmas. But they greatly engendered it as a result of their sympathetic and instant positive reaction in response to what people won't know here was the Tangawai disaster. The royal couple arrived in New Zealand on the 23rd of December, and the following day, Christmas Eve, 1953, a railway bridge over the Tangawai Gorge collapsed, and it collapsed just as a heavily loaded express train rolled onto it. The locomotive and the first 6 carriages derailed into the river, killing 151 people. The tour stopped, and the royal couple were involved in all the sympathy, the memorials, the meeting the people, those that had lost relatives and those that had survived. And their position in New Zealand rose as high as you could possibly think. It really solidified this very strong standing in the eyes of all of the New Zealand public, whether they were Pakeha or Maori. They charmed their way throughout the country, and those who have talked particularly of the Commonwealth today and yesterday, that was the way the Queen became the linchpin of the Commonwealth, because she charmed her way with presidents, prime ministers, and the people of those 56 nations and the 2.5 billion people that make up the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is vital to our position and to some sanity on this earth. We now look to our new King to continue her success. It's a huge job. I wish him well because he's filling some enormous, huge shoes that were worn by a very small lady who was enormously successful. I wish him well and pray that it works as well as it did with his mother.
Yeah. Just before I call Mark Logan, say that just put on the record my appreciation and that from the people of the Ribble Valley as well. She had a very strong relationship with the Ribble Valley. I met her there and also was honoured to meet her here in London as well. It was rumoured by a lady in waiting that if ever Her Majesty retired, she would want to retire into the Ribble Valley. But we all know she never intended to retire because hers was a lifetime of service for which we are incredibly grateful. We will miss her. God save the King. Yeah. Mark Logan.
It's a privilege, a sorrowful one, to rise and speak on behalf of Bolton North East to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are faced with the indescribable loss of the guardian of our traditions, the soul of our nation. But Her Majesty was more than that, for evermore she was the United Kingdom. We are feeling this loss, achingly so, in Bolton. You only had to be there during the Platinum Jubilee celebrations to get a sense of the adulation felt for the Queen in our town. Indeed, Bolton was, on many occasions, the preferred destination of Her Majesty. In 1953, not long after taking the throne, the Queen's first ever football match was the FA Cup final between Blackpool and Bolton Wanderers at Wembley Stadium. Wanderers lost 4-3, though this was later remedied in 1958 when the Duke of Edinburgh awarded Bolton Wanderers with the FA Cup after beating Man United 2-0. In 1954, Her Majesty first visited Bolton, where the royal train pulled up into Trinity Street Station. And in 1968, she visited St Paul's Church in Halliwell. In 1988, Queen Elizabeth II visited Bolton to celebrate the town's 150th birthday, witnessing investment into the town centre. And 30 years on, the town is being revamped once again. In her last visit, a visit that she made to Warburton's, where the rock that was forever by her side, the Duke of Edinburgh, joked with factory workers. And I was going to say, imagine being a fly on the wall for some of those jokes, but the Warburton's has the best hygiene regime in place and therefore no flies. We MPs only think we're busy running around our constituencies when Her Majesty was able to see so many people and places in each of our respective places. Indeed, she was there all along as our living environments and country went through inevitable change. We as people can learn from her integrity, living up to higher standards, for she was the standard. The wave of her hand, the comfort of her words at 3 p.m. on Christmas Day, the steps she took on every footpath across the kingdom and the Commonwealth, keeping us all on the one road. We'll never cease to miss and to cherish her. And as Her Majesty said during June's celebrations, I hope this renewed sense of togetherness will be felt for many years to come. And as we're brought here together today to mourn our collective loss, I say, God bless the Queen, God save the King.
Yeah.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is with great sadness that I stand today on behalf of the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork to share in our collective grief in the loss of the grandmother of the nation, Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Like many across this House, Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork was blessed to host Her late Majesty the Queen on a few occasions, dating all the way back to 1949, when the then Princess Royal visited the potteries in the mother town of Burslem, before returning in 1955, visiting 30,000 excited school children at the old home of Stoke City Football Club, Victoria Ground, and again in 1999, when Her late Majesty visited the Dunstan Centre, meeting members of the touring Halle Orchestra. The Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip was right when he said that we allowed ourselves to believe Her late Majesty the Queen to be eternal. In preparation for this speech, I reflected on some words from the famous Stoke-on-Trent author Arnold Bennett, who said, "We shall never have more time. We have, and always had, all the time there is." Whilst Bennett is right that we shall no longer have Her late Majesty the Queen as a physical presence in our lives, something I have tried to explain to my daughter Amelia, who only on Tuesday, whilst on FaceTime with me, as I was lucky enough to sit here in this palace of Westminster, said, "Daddy, meet the Queen." Her late Majesty's legacy will continue to live on forever in generations yet to come. Her dedication to public service and duty, her national pride, and her unwavering personal faith provide lessons for us all to pass down to our children and grandchildren. enabling us to help support her successor, our King, in taking us forward into the future, unsure of what lies ahead, but collectively empowering us to stand shoulder to shoulder, undeterred in our love and belief in our United Kingdom. The people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork, as well as I, give our heartfelt condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and his family at this time, for they have not just lost their Queen too, but they have also lost a mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. As we pray that Her late Majesty the Queen lays in eternal peace and happiness, I and the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork wish to bear our true faith and allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, as she would have wanted. God save the King.
Yeah. Catherine Fletcher.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to, on behalf of my family, my friends and the people of South Ribble, pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. It's a sad loss that many people across South Ribble have been in touch, Penwitham, Leyland, Croston, Tarleton and the villages surrounding. But what a theme within that, especially today, has been that they've felt very deeply that they want to celebrate a life, celebrate a remarkable life and a remarkable woman. So if the House will bear with me, I would like to give you 2 examples of why, to me, she was absolutely the epitome of that. She's a woman of global influence and respect. In the Commonwealth, as the Honourable Member recently mentioned, of an African Commonwealth country, we're sat around a fire, and in that conversation is New Zealand, Zulu, Australian, Shangaan, Afrikaans, English, French, Australian and American. And the conversation turns to the Queen. It's fair to say that not everybody understands our system and many questions were asked. And ultimately, a little voice sat in an African Commonwealth country in a Kiwi accent said, "Oh, she's like the ultimate pressure valve on your system." And she is. That's what a constitutional monarchy is. And she has borne that on her shoulders since she was 25. A remarkable life and a remarkable woman. But more personally for me growing up, when I was in the 80s, we had a female Prime Minister, we had a Queen, we even had a lady in the Speaker's chair, and it did not occur to 7-year-old me that women were anything other than in charge. And I'm sure with her famous sense of humour that has come across in many of the contributions here today, she would have enjoyed my surprise when I grew a bit further up and discovered that it wasn't the norm that women ran everything. From a global icon to an inspiration for little girl. Wow, the one and only Queen. I might even say she was the original Spice Girl. Was she the originator of girl power? It's possible. But on behalf of all of us, I think what I can say simply is thank you for everything. May she rest in peace, rise in glory, and God save the King.
Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege, and yet with great sadness, that I rise to pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my North Devon constituents and myself, as well as sending North Devon's deepest condolences to the royal family. The Queen has been such a constant in our lives, dedicating her life to public service, as she said she would. It is hard to imagine life without her. Her beautiful outfits and hats, her smile, and her constant reassuring presence will be sorely missed. Thank you for all you have done, the joy you have brought us, and memories you leave us with. The Queen visited Barnstaple back in 1956. The royal train arrived at the station at 10 a.m, and other than a slight hiccup with an official opening the wrong door, went off smoothly. She was greeted by 5,000 children in our Panier market who cheered wildly, and I hope many of those present who are still with us will have recalled that day this week, and indeed still frequent our Panier market. Unfortunately, I was not there in 1956, and have never since had the opportunity to meet the Queen, unlike so many of my longer-serving colleagues. It has been one of the joys at this sad time to hear their fond memories and wonderful anecdotes. As we continue to mourn, we also, with this morning's proclamation, must look to the future. I have no doubt King Charles III will follow in his mother's fantastic footsteps. And I have met him. 20 years ago, he'd already supported a wide range of charities, which saw him meet ladies from the Moonwalk, a breast cancer charity walk at Highgrove. And if I do have the privilege to meet our new monarch again, I was the one in the bra decorated as 2 strawberries. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Sir Christopher Chope.
Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituents and I thank His Majesty the King for his words of comfort and reassurance following today's proclamation of accession as sovereign. And we also send His Majesty and the whole royal family our deepest condolences on the death of Her Majesty. The second Elizabethan age has received many references during these last day and a half of debate. Christchurch probably has more people than any other constituency who can remember the beginning of the second Elizabethan age in 1952. And I'm among those privileged to have lived throughout the Queen's 70-year reign. I first saw the Queen at her coronation in 1953 when my parents were invited to look at a friend's black and white television. I think it was also the first time I'd ever seen television. I've been lucky enough to have met Her Majesty on several occasions, first at an investiture in 1982 and on the last occasion at an investiture in 2018. But the meeting to which I wish to allude is that when I was asked by the Secretary of State for Transport to host the occasion when Her Majesty opened the QE2 bridge across the Thames, linking the 2 parts of the M25. As a junior minister, I was tremendously nervous, but Her Majesty put me at my ease. And we had a long private conversation about the bridge, its construction, its funding, and I can remember telling her and assuring her that the tolls would be lifted as soon as the bridge was paid for. And I'm pleased to say that Her Majesty kept her counsel on that. As we find today, the tolls are still there, and the bridge has been paid for several times over, and so on. But I remember that occasion distinctly. So also I remember the occasion when Her Majesty attended the 80th birthday party of Margaret Thatcher. And what was really moving was the way in which Her Majesty showed her support and encouragement to Margaret Thatcher on that occasion, because she herself wasn't in the best of health. And I think that was an example of the way in which Her Majesty rose to the occasion. And on that occasion, she wasn't doing something which is partly political, because I think Tony Blair was there as well. But her compassion showed through to all those of us who were privileged to be present. The Queen encapsulated and, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my view, exemplified all those qualities that make our nation the envy of the world and make us so proud to be British. And this second Elizabethan age, which is drawn to a close this week, is one which will be revered for centuries to come, and weren't we lucky to be part of it?
James Daly.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The 22nd of October 1954 was a rainy, cold day in Bury, but thousands of people lined the streets, having waited for hours in the pouring rain. They'd done that to see the young Queen Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh on their post-coronation trip to the northwest of England to see the great towns and the great cities of the north. And there is a wonderful Pathé video or Pathé film of the occasion, and one can feel coming down the ages the happiness, the excitement, the passion, the pride of everyone from every different town in knowing that for 1 second, just one moment, they may see their Queen. They may see their Queen that means so much to them, and that was 1954. Now, Bury has changed greatly since 1954 in all sorts of ways. Socially, the buildings now look very different to what they did on the Pathé video back there. But the excitement, the pride, the love, the devotion of the people of Bury for their sovereign has never changed. The young Princess Elizabeth first came to Bury in 1938 when she was a very, very, very young. She came back in 1945. Bury was one of the great towns of the north producing armaments, and she came with her father. She came again in 1954. In 1968, she was in Radcliffe, a town just outside of my constituency, but a great industrial town. And in 1992, she came back again to visit Bury Town Hall that she'd opened on that rainy day in 1954. The Queen, to me, represents something which is unique and personal. She's linked into every household, every person, every village, every street, every town in this country. She means a different thing to us all. But what she is a constant. And what she is an example, and what she lived her life by was a set of principles for which we all loved and admired her. When she said to this nation many decades ago, I give my life in the service of this country and the people of this country in the Commonwealth, she did exactly that. She stands for something, she stands for something more than we are. She is somebody who has touched the lives of every single person in Bury, Ramsbottom and Tottington. She touches your life, and I speak to, and we all have this, it doesn't matter, we've all lived through the Elizabethan age, whether you are 6 months old or 70 years old. You all share the same values. We have been honoured to live through a period in time that has linked our towns, our heritage, our histories, our families in the same feelings of love, joy and pride in a unique, wonderful woman. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Mr. Holden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute on behalf of myself and my North West Durham constituents. There have already been some very moving reflections from many members, and it's felt like a privilege to actually be in the Chamber over the last couple of days, especially reflections of my Right Honourable friendly member for Maidenhead, the Right Honourable member for Camberwell and Peckham, whose charming personal anecdotes exemplified, I think, the private charm of someone who'd lived their life in the full public view. Now, these stories captured the affection and personal touches of a graceful sovereign whose humour and kind heart transcended generations, languages, continents, like no one else. And yesterday, my Right Honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, in his traditional style, rightly noted that her exemplary commitment to public service means she will enter the annals of our history and that of the world as Elizabeth the Great. And as the Prime Minister rightly remarked yesterday, the late Queen's spirit of public service will serve as a shining example to empower and inspire future generations, including her son as he takes on his immense new task as His Majesty King Charles III. But Her late Majesty did not just live by the principles and values of public service, but the length, depth and breadth of her dutiful commitment, not only to the United Kingdom, but also to our realms across the seas, the Commonwealth and the world, made her into essentially a human embodiment of selfless public service. Now, over the last few days, one quote from Ecclesiastes has returned to me again and again, and that is, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven." Throughout her life, as she grew with us, the Queen fulfilled many purposes as a constitutional monarch to passing generations. A friend, mother, grandmother, and in recent years, perhaps even a great-grandmother. Maybe we can find some purpose in her passing too. Her Majesty the late Queen epitomised that duty in public service, so much so that when we hear those words today, we even see her and her example. She will be sorely missed, but she will never be forgotten. May she rest in peace and rise in glory. God save the King.
Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege for me to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II today on behalf of the people of Crewe and Nantwich and surrounding villages. I did not have the honour of meeting the Queen, but in a testament to her decades of service and the diligent attention she paid to every corner of her realm, Her Majesty visited the area numerous times. In 1972, she opened Leighton Hospital. In 1987, she opened Crew's Heritage Centre and visited Crew Works. In 1995, she was greeted by 200 South West Cheshire Scouts at Crewe train station. And in 2010, she visited Rees Heath College in Nantwich. As others have said, a visit by the Queen, the handshakes, the conversations, even just distant glimpses, stay in people's memories. Leighton Hospital's longest-serving member of staff, Phil Mallam, now aged 69, talked about the visit as part of the hospital's recent 50th anniversary celebrations. The visit took place just a few days after the then 19-year-old began working as a hospital porter. He wrote, "It was a very special day. I remember we lined the corridor and the Queen spoke to quite a few of us as she walked past. She was really interested in what we did and thanked us. A lovely lady." That is just absolutely typical of how people describe interactions with the Queen. She was really interested in what we did, and thanked us. Over 70 years, I can't even begin to imagine the number of conversations, handshakes, school and hospital openings, state occasions, visits by dignitaries, the tours abroad. 70 years of unwavering service to this country and her people, always interested, always smiling, always polite. And in the age of celebrity, where to be famous is to be of interest to others, the most famous woman in the world was more interested in others. What drove her was a sense of duty, and as others have said, her wish to keep that promise she made at just 21 to devote her life to our service. A promise solemnly made and solemnly kept. Why does that stir such strong sentiment in us? I think because we know our failings as humans are often rooted in self-interest of one kind or another. Our desire to be important or admired, to achieve things, to be celebrated, to think mostly of ourselves and our family and friends. When someone extends the bonds of service to an entire nation, as the Queen did, to people who she would never meet or know, when we see someone embodying the best of what it means to be human, the opposite of self-interest, I think that inspires us. It gives us a glimpse of what we are all capable of. That is why I admired the Queen. But as she embodied us, the millions who undertake acts of community and voluntary service embody her as well. The Scout leader, the Children's Sunday League football coach, the park run or marathon steward, the parish councillor, the Samaritans Helpline volunteer, the litter pit group member, all follow her example. And now I look at that final picture of her taken this week, and in retrospect, I think there was a deeper meaning to that final act of service than I realised at the time. Right at the end of her life, when perhaps for the rest of us, our own comfort would come first, Her Majesty was absolutely determined, again, to put her promise to us first. One last desire to help her people and her Prime Minister, entering another period of difficulty and uncertainty, to take that first step towards it with her yet again at our side. Now rest in peace, Your Majesty. God save the King.
Richard Bacon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to offer my tribute to Her late Majesty on behalf of the constituents of South Norfolk and personally. I won't resile from anything that our Scottish friends have said about Her Majesty's great love of Scotland, and I think perhaps it may not even be a coincidence. It may have been by choice that Her Majesty chose to spend her last days in the place she loved the most. But she also loved Norfolk, and my honourable friend, the member for North West Norfolk, spoke of Sandringham in this debate yesterday. Soon after Her late Majesty's accession in 1952, the Queen became patron of the Royal Norfolk Agricultural Association in South Norfolk, which hosts the Royal Norfolk Show, one of England's premier agricultural events. The Queen attended the show in person in 1981 and again in 1986. His Majesty the King, as the Prince of Wales, has twice attended the Royal Norfolk Show within the last 2 decades, and I was privileged as the local Member of Parliament to meet him on both occasions. And indeed, all the children of Her late Majesty have also visited the Royal Norfolk Show, as have other members of the royal family. We were delighted to welcome the Princess Royal just over 2 months ago. Farmers and food producers across the county of Norfolk deeply appreciate the commitment of Her late Majesty and the wider royal family to food and farming, a commitment over many decades, long before the words food security were even thought of. The Queen visited South Norfolk in February 2002 to open the headquarters of Norfolk Constabulary in Wymondham, and again in February 2004 to open the Norfolk and Norwich University Hospital. I particularly remember the Queen's visit to the new police headquarters when I was honoured to meet her. I was standing next to the Chief Constable in the receiving line. The then Lord Lieutenant, Sir Timothy Coleman, introduced the Queen to the Chief Constable with the words, "Your Chief Constable, ma'am." And I suddenly reflected that he was indeed her Chief Constable, just as it was her Royal Navy, her courts, her civil service, that this Parliament was sitting under her authority with our mace as that symbol, and that the system of constitutional monarchy which we have evolved is a pearl of great price, precisely because it allows us to change and at the same time offers constancy, perfectly embodied in Her late Majesty. On behalf of my constituents in South Norfolk, I say thank you to Her late Majesty for all her extraordinary service, offer my deepest condolences to the royal family, and also look forward with confidence and optimism to the new era before us. May the Queen rest in peace. God save the King.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's been a privilege to be part of some of the incredible tributes that we've heard here today. Her Majesty touched the lives and hearts of everyone in Sevenoaks and Swanley. When I went to go and sign the Book of Condolences yesterday, it was full of incredible stories and tributes. But I thought I would reflect today on Her Majesty's relationship with one of my more famous former constituents, her first Prime Minister, Sir Winston Churchill. Describing her on the day of her coronation, Sir Winston said Her Majesty was a lady who we respect because she is our Queen, and who we love because she is herself. A sentiment I think that is shared across the House here today. Chartwell, Churchill's country home for more than 40 years, is filled with his most cherished possessions. However, in my most recent trip there, one photo really stood out, and it's been on my mind since we heard the statement that we all dreaded from Buckingham Palace on Thursday evening. In Churchill's bedroom, amongst many pictures of horses, you will find a framed photograph of Sir Winston on Buckingham Palace's balcony on VE Day. He hung it there himself. In the photograph, he is standing next to the then King and Queen and Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret. The photograph is signed by all four members of the royal family and celebrates one of the most important moments of Churchill's life and career, as well as in the history of Britain. However, for Churchill to hang this picture on his bedroom wall, his inner sanctum, shows just how important it was to him. The photo symbolises not only victory against tyranny, but the vital role that the royal family played in his wartime leadership and the strength of the relationship between Parliament and the Crown, a relationship that has never been more evident, I think, in the past few days. On behalf of everyone in Sevenoaks and Swanley, I say thank you, Ma'am, for everything. We owe you so much. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
And Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Sevenoaks, and that was a warm and glowing tribute, of which we've heard many over the last 48 hours, many tributes, anecdotes, and indeed many, many recurring themes. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, of your guidance and the guidance of Mr. Deputy Speaker on timing and indeed repetition. And it's on the latter I fear I may have an issue, because I rise to speak after my honourable friend from Milton Keynes South, who essentially gave the speech that I wanted to give, but just better. So I'm grateful for him remaining in his place, possibly to see what I come up with. So with the House's indulgence, I might just share a personal reflection. It is a huge honour, a genuine privilege to serve Her Majesty the Queen in this place as a Member of Parliament and as Member of Parliament for Milton Keynes North. And it is a privilege to rise today to pay tribute to our late Queen on behalf of the people of Milton Keynes North. This summer, Her Majesty the Queen, in her Jubilee year, bestowed city status on Milton Keynes, and that means so much to the people of Milton Keynes. And people from outside Milton Keynes often say, well, what does it mean? What exactly does it mean to the people of Milton Keynes? And indeed, it's quite baffling and hard to explain. We got this letter on behalf of Her Majesty, which doesn't quite explain what it does mean, but it does go at some length to explain what it doesn't mean. So, in lieu of a speech, I thought I might read some of that. I'm delighted to inform you that I was able to make a favourable recommendation for Milton Keynes to receive city status, and that this has been approved by Her Majesty the Queen. As you will know, this honour does not confer any additional functions, funding, or powers, nor does it confer upon the Mayor or Provost the title of Lord Mayor or Lord Provost, the grant of this privilege being an entirely separate matter. However, it is this rare honour granted by the Queen, and given the standard and number of applications was very high, you should be very proud. We are proud. We are so proud. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is an honour that goes well beyond any of those things in that list. It is in our souls. I'm proud to have served the Queen, and I'm proud to serve our new King. Long live the King.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to pay tribute on behalf of people in Dudley South to our much-loved late monarch Queen Elizabeth, and to offer our condolences to His Majesty the King and to the royal family. There is a poem popular in funerals that begins, "Do not weep that I have gone, but rejoice that I have been." It seems appropriate. For while we grieve for the loss of a beloved sovereign, we rejoice at all that she has given to us, to our country, and to the Commonwealth. Whether through providence or good fortune, we are surely blessed to be granted such selfless service from one of the world's great leaders for so very long. But it is not just her longevity that she will surely be remembered, in the words of my right honourable friend, the former Prime Minister, as Elizabeth the Great, long after we are all gone. Her late Majesty guided our country from rebuilding after the ravages of war, with rationing still in place, into a modern 21st century society. She took a disintegrating empire and created a strong Commonwealth family of nations. She was integral to our national identities and embodied so much of what we like to think of as particularly British values and qualities. She united communities and helped to heal divisions between countries and between governments. Queen Elizabeth will be remembered for her contribution to every part of our national life, for she not only reigned over us, but was there alongside us. She celebrated with us during times of national jubilation, and she provided comfort and constancy during times of great challenge. She met more people than possibly anybody else in history, and for all who met her, it was an experience they never forgot. Her late Majesty visited Brierley Hill, now part of my constituency, in 1957, not long after the start of her long reign. It was the first of 3 visits to Dudley Borough, and 65 years later, people still have vivid memories of the day that the Queen came to town. More recently, as a student barrister, I was privileged to meet her during a training weekend at the Westminster Estates. And I can only hope that the Prime Minister and those other ministers were more coherent when they were sworn of the Privy Council than I suspect I was that day. She has been such a central part of our national life for so long that standing here, even now, it is difficult to truly accept that she is gone. May she rest in peace and rise in glory. Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, His Majesty the King, and the royal family will always remain in our thoughts, in our prayers, and in our hearts. God save the King.
Kevin Hollenrake.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is a great privilege on behalf of myself, my family,
My mum, as an adoring fan of the Queen and the royal family, would have been particularly proud, and my constituents, to pay tribute to and pay my, Her Majesty the Queen and pay my respects to her family. Sadly, we never truly appreciate what we have until it is gone. And there is no finer illustration of that than the passing of Her Majesty the Queen. She has been such a constant presence that throughout the inevitable peaks and valleys of life, it seems she would always be there, a golden thread woven through each of our lives. She has, though, always been there for us, as strong and steadfast as her beloved Highlands. Seemingly faultless, I'm sure she would argue with that, but seemingly faultless, infallible, but accepting, understanding, forgiving of fallibility. She was truly the best of us. An exceptional sense of public service, duty, responsibility and selflessness, combined with good humour, hope and optimism. She made us proud to be British. Yet she herself was always humble, unassuming, and deeply interested in everything and everyone around her. It was never about her. The finest tribute and greatest legacy we could ever give is to follow her lead, to be better versions of ourselves, more selfless, more charitable, more optimistic, more forgiving, less judgmental in her memory. Perhaps it's understandable that we didn't fully appreciate what we had. So now let's appreciate what we have. God bless her, and God save the King.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise with sadness to send my condolences and those of my constituents to His Majesty the King and to the entire royal family. It's an honour to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen today for all she did for my community and for the country. Over the last few days, I've read many memories from the people of Teesside about the times they've met her on her visits, like at Teesdock in 1997 or Pally Park in 1993. The charities she's championed, like the RNLI, the Scouts and the Girl Guides, or the horses that she raced at Redcar Racecourse, where she twice won the Zetland Cup. For myself, I never had the honour of meeting Her late Majesty, but I have a wonderful portrait of her given to me by my mum in my office from when she visited Middlesbrough on her first visit to Teesside as Queen. It's a photograph of her in a car driving towards the ICI Wilton site on a warm summer day in June 1956, where she was met by chemists and industrialists who were at the forefront of British innovation and chemical processing. At 3 p.m. that day, the Royal Standard flew over Wilton site as Her late Majesty was shown a range of products from moulding powders and synthetic fibres to Perspex glasses. More than 60 years later, at 3 p.m., I remember gathering around a TV on Christmas Day on that very same site as my shift paused work briefly to watch her Christmas message. Much has changed in those decades on Wilton. Indeed, much had changed in Britain, but with one constant: a sovereign who, over 7 decades, demonstrated the values of duty and public service. A remarkable woman who was an amazing mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, and as we've heard from others, a trusted counsellor, guide, and friend. It was her Christianity that formed the guiding principles of her life and the example that she set. In St. Paul's letter to the Galatians, he describes the fruits of the Spirit as love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness, and self-control. These are the words by which we knew our Queen. She was a monarch like no other who gave everything for our country. And as she said in her Christmas message in 1957, "I cannot lead you into battle. I do not give you laws or administer justice. but I can do something else. I can give you my heart and my devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations. That she did. She truly was Elizabeth the Great. God bless our late Queen. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Sean Bailey.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and in forming my comments today, I thought it'd be nigh impossible really to articulate what Her late Majesty the Queen meant to me and to my constituents and to members, right honourable members across this House. But as I've sat here today, it's been quite clear that actually I think her legacy has inspired us to be able to articulate exactly what she meant. And you know, for my constituents in the Black Country, she was that continuity. Now, Her late Majesty visited the 3 towns I represent at various different times. She visited Albury in 1957 as part of the Black Country tour that my honourable friend from Dudley South referred to. She visited Wednesbury in 1962, and there is the incredible image of Her late Majesty waving to the crowds from Wednesbury Town Hall as they came to greet her there. And she visited Tipton in 1994 as part of her final tour of the Black Country, where she also included sites such as Dudley Castle. And for my constituents, she embodied that continuity of time of massive change. You know, during that period of time, Mr Deputy Speaker, we saw slum clearances, we saw industries disappear, but we also saw new people welcomed into our community. We also saw our communities change for the better. We also welcomed that diversity that the Black Country is so known for today, and saw communities live side by side with one another, embodying the example that she set, particularly with her work within the Commonwealth, to encourage communities and peoples to come together, to share those things that bind us together, to share those things that unite us, and to live by that message. And it was embodied no much more so that during the Platinum Jubilee, where I had the pleasure of joining so many different communities and street parties, particularly in Tipton, where people may have seen their Member of Parliament engaging in some sort of dodgy dancing that I can't quite remember exactly how it went, but nonetheless embodied the passion that those communities had, my communities had, in what Her late Majesty meant. And as we move forward out of this Elizabethan age into a new Carolingian age, we need to ensure that the principles that Her late Majesty lived by are embodied further. And as we look towards His Majesty the King, we look at the legacy that he also has as he comes into this role of progress, of protecting our environment, of looking forward, of his focus on technology, of bringing in new ways of working, of new ways of viewing the world. And I mourn the loss of that Elizabethan age. But that sadness, within that sadness, there's also hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we look forward. And I know that my communities, the great communities of the Black Country, who have looked towards Her late Majesty with that sense of continuity and that sense of pride, will embrace His Majesty now as he comes forward. What it leads me to say is thank you, ma'am, for everything that you've done and for the communities that you were so admired by, and to say, God save the King.
Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is both a privilege and a sadness to speak today to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen, personally, on behalf of my family and on behalf of my constituents in Burnley, Padiham and all of the villages and parishes that make up our borough. Thursday was a day that in our minds we knew would come, but in our hearts we had hoped would not. The death of Her late Majesty the Queen was something that would happen one day, but never that day. But on Thursday that day came. We will all have our own thoughts, feelings, emotions and memories of the Queen. It didn't matter if you had never met her or you'd met her many times. You felt close to her. We all knew her personally. She was part of our lives. And we knew her because we knew her ideals, her values, her sense of duty, and mostly her irrevocable, unwavering devotion and love for our country and for all of us. And this was always reciprocated. Her incredible impact on our lives and our country meant that often we were able to forget just how important she was to us. In the last few days, we've remembered. The realisation of just how much she did to steer this great ship that is the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. That, and the impact she had on each of us, is what causes our grief and sorrow now. Through her many addresses to our nation, she was our guiding light. She asked us to focus on what was important when we needed focusing. She brought us cheer when we needed cheering up. She gave us hope and wisdom when we felt down. And she encouraged us to reflect when life got too busy and we struggled to see perspective. And for most of us, she was the only monarch we had ever known. During her reign, she made 3 trips to my constituency. The first was in 1955, when she toured the nation as our new monarch. The second in 1968, when she travelled through Padiham to visit St. Peter's Church in Burnley. And the third and most recent was in 2012 for the Diamond Jubilee. On each occasion, everyone came out. It was one photo taken during the 1968 visit, captioned by the Civic Trust, that I want to read out. A sea of faces and seemingly hundreds of waving Union Jacks greeted the Queen. The crowds were spilling onto the roadway, turning in Trafalgar Street, and it was more than evident that Burnley was turning out in full force. There was only just sufficient road for the Royal Motorcade to pass. Mr. Deputy Speaker, such was our affection and admiration for her, both as Queen and as Duke of Lancaster. As we pledge ourselves and our unwavering loyalty to His Majesty the King, who we know will lead us just as ably, all it remains left for me to say is, ma'am, thank you for all you did. May you rest in peace. God save the King.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on behalf of each and every one of my constituents across Keighley and Ilkley to pay tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth II, someone who we all had so much affection and love for and admired with the rest of the nation. And I want to, along with my constituents, share our deepest sorrow with that of the nation and, of course, send our deepest sympathy to our new sovereign, King Charles, and the remainder of the royal family. Queen Elizabeth was a woman of great kindness and faith, an incredible inspiration to us all. Her dedication, devotion, and commitment throughout her entire life to public duty, to our great nation, and the Commonwealth was unparalleled. And of course, Her Majesty provided us all with great stability and reassurance and carried out her reign with enormous amounts of love coupled with incredible humility. Love, which was there for us all. And the reality of it is, all of us have grown up knowing nothing else but the Queen being there at the very heart of our nation, at the soul of our nation. We welcomed her into our homes every Christmas as we watched her give her annual Christmas address. And we looked towards her for leadership and resilience through some of the darker moments in our nation's history. And of course, we celebrated her and with her at national events. And it was only earlier this year when we all came together as a country to celebrate her marvellous 70-year Platinum Jubilee. Street parties happened right across my constituency, church services, school children sending posters that they'd designed and drawn of Her Majesty. The sense of strength for her was huge. So it is no wonder that all of us felt that we knew the Queen and that we had a personal relationship with the Queen and we had a personal understanding of what she was all about and what she stood for. Decency. Now, I have never met the Queen, but as a new Member of Parliament coming to this place, I will never forget leaving this chamber for the state opening of Parliament and walking down to the other place, and the hairs on the back of your neck standing up and the goosebumps coming before you because you could see the glimpse of Her Majesty sitting on the throne, a moment that I will always cherish. The sense of loss has been strong. And we have seen that through the presence of those standing outside Buckingham Palace. For decades, Her Majesty has been a cool-headed, constant steward of our great nation. She has been our nation's soul. So, Your Majesty, may I simply say, on behalf of each and every one of my constituents across Keighley and Ilkley, thank you. Thank you for your service. May you rest in peace and rise in glory. God save the King.
Mark Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is with some humility that I speak today on behalf of the people and communities across the Bolsover constituency, in which I place on record our thanks to Her late Majesty for all that she did for our nation, and our sincerest condolences to the royal family. You are very much in our thoughts and prayers at this moment in time. Grief is the price we pay for love has been often quoted over the last 2 days, and boy, did we love her. We saw how much we loved her in the Platinum Jubilee celebrations earlier this year. It was the greatest weekend of my life. It was the greatest honour to tour a constituency. I grew up with a father who told me of his stories of playing in 1977, playing with his band at the Silver Jubilee celebrations, and although his rock star status has gone and he is now a financial advisor, those stories have stayed with me, and I saw the unity that Her Majesty can bring in a world in which we are deeply cynical and we are encouraged to find our differences with each other. That weekend managed to bring us together, and perhaps it will be the final time the nation will feel so together. Thursday is a day that I think few of us will forget. I think it is one of those moments where we will all know where we were at that time. And many of us gathered in strangers downstairs. There were members of all parties, there were House staff there, and we waited with tremendous anticipation and sadness. We were all very emotional. Even some of the journalists that were present seemed to have emotions at that time. And as the news came out of the television, tears were everywhere. And the image that stays with me is of the doorkeepers, their tear-stained eyes, many of whom represented our country in our armed forces. They represented Her Majesty, and I saw the sadness that was reflected within them. And I have to say, I thank all of the House staff for all that they've done to make sure that we are able to sit today and everything that is going on at this moment. It is incredibly important to remember what they have done. But that moment will live with us for the rest of time, and it has been suggested by the Chair and by others in this debate that perhaps we have often repeated what has been said. One or two members may have made similar points, but I think if there were to be a word cloud of what has been spoken of today, perhaps the most important thing we speak of is duty. We are public servants in this House. We swear an oath as the very first official thing we do to the Sovereign. We are servants to the people that we represent in our constituency, but we pale in comparison to the duty that Her Majesty provided this land. Her duty helped to unify us, it helped to humble us, it helped to remind us of greater times when things were difficult, it helped to encourage us. Her Majesty will never be replaced in a way in our hearts, but she will live on forever. God save the King.
Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise on behalf of the people of Stockton South to offer our deepest condolences to the royal family and pay tribute to our longest-serving and greatest monarch. Since 1952, our nation has changed beyond all recognition. The people of 1952 would recognise very little of modern society, with the exception of one thing: Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. For 70 years, our gracious Sovereign Lady has provided stability, continuity, and a sense of reassurance to millions across this nation and to billions across the world. The Queen has a special place in the hearts of people of Stockton. And during the Jubilee weekend, we saw communities come together with huge celebrations in my part of the world, many sharing their stories of the Queen's visits to Stockton in 1956, in 1977, and most recently in 2012, when she opened our white watercourse. A lady of small stature, but with huge personality and presence. She was someone every world leader wanted to be seen with. 15 prime ministers, 14 presidents of the United States, and many other leaders. The Queen saw them come, and she saw them go. While they were able to step down, walk away, and retire, Her Majesty never had such a luxury. The vow she made in 1947 to dedicate her whole life to service was as true then as it was at the end. Her Majesty showed that age is but a number. For me, the Queen was basically Britannia, a titan in her own right, a proud defender of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, and our true strength and stay. Not only has she seen her nation engage in combat over the 7 decades of her reign, she herself saw active service in World War II. That image of Her Majesty behind the wheel of a wagon in her uniform is one that can only make you proud. Proud of her and proud to be British. Today, in every city, every town, every village, and in every street of our nation, we all mourn the loss of our Queen, of our guiding light, of our nation's rock, the best of Britain. We must never forget the incredible example Her Majesty has set. On behalf of the people of Stockton South, I offer her our thanks for her incredible life of service. God bless Her Majesty. May she rest in peace and rise in glory. God save the King.
Robert Larwood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was 20 years old, my grandma suddenly and very seriously fell ill. She was undergoing emergency surgery, and we all knew that the chances of survival were very slim. I vividly remember that long day waiting for the bad news. On Thursday, as the country collectively held its breath, waiting for word from Balmoral, I found myself thinking of my grandma and that long day those years ago. And that's because, for many, many reasons, Her Majesty was a grandmother to the entire nation, a constant in all of our lives, that familiar, smiling, reassuring, and comforting presence. I've never had an audience with the Queen. I don't have any moving or amusing anecdotes to share. Many other members who are far more eloquent than I have already set out in great length her many remarkable qualities, and I will not repeat them again to the House now. I will simply say we are all diminished by her loss, yet her memory is our blessing. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of High Peak, I want to set on record our deep-felt gratitude and love to our late sovereign, and to express our heartfelt condolences to His Majesty King Charles III, and to affirm that we remain his most loyal subjects. May Her Majesty rest in peace and rise in glory. God save the King.
Anna Firth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The City of Southend and Leigh-on-Sea also wish to pay tribute to Her Majesty the late Queen Elizabeth II, quite simply one of the most exceptional women the world has ever known. As one constituent put it to me, the best sequel we could ever have hoped for. Like many, I never had the opportunity to meet Her Majesty, but my father-in-law shared with me a lovely story. He was part of the battle management group for the First Gulf War and was hosting the Queen in High Wycombe, where they were in constant communication with the front line. Walking down the desks, the Queen stopped to look over the shoulder of one of the operators to ask what he was doing, and was amused to see written on the screen, Mr. Speaker, "Sorry, Jim, got to go, Queen just arrived." Now just imagine his horror when the next message that appeared on his screen was P. ... Off, full stop, pull the other one. The Queen did not miss a beat. Chuckling away, she said, "Tell your friend Jim, I am here, and I wish him the very best of luck." And doesn't that sum up the Queen for us? There with our troops, even at a distance, in their hour of need, always seeing the fun and always seeing the best in everyone and everybody. She saw instantly that at the other end of the line was someone who nobody knew, but who was putting their life at risk for the rest of us. And her priority was to say thank you and wish him luck. But as well as 15 prime ministers, 14 US presidents and 7 popes, the Queen also saw 4 members of Parliament for Southend West. When she ascended the throne, Chips Channon was our local MP and described her as regal and quite perfect. My predecessor, Sir David, was knighted by the Queen at Windsor Castle. He described it as the best day of his life. In 1999, in Carnival Red, the Queen lit up our seafront, delighting thousands by walking the entire Golden Mile with Philip beside her. But with characteristic interest in sound finances, she also insisted on visiting our local Customs and Excise Office. And of course, earlier this year, she granted Southend city status, for which we are eternally grateful. But it is her values that I most want to give thanks for tonight, and they are perfectly summed up by the words she chose to speak at the end of her coronation day, the penultimate devotional prayer. It's very short. "Lord, thou hast filled my cup with thy goodness to overflowing. With a humble spirit and a thankful heart, I commit myself to thy care and will lay me down in peace and take my rest." On behalf of everyone in Southend, rest now, Your Majesty, in eternal peace. God save the King.
Robin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my sad duty to convey, on behalf of the constituents of Aberconwy, our deepest condolences to His Majesty and to the royal family in their loss, but also a privilege to express our gratitude for the life of Her late Majesty. To King Charles, to the new Prince and Princess of Wales and their families, we offer every prayer and good wish for them and the important roles they will play in the days and years ahead. I will not restate again the many tributes paid in this place to Her late Majesty, of her character, the impact of her service, and the affection for her in all parts of her realm. Aberconwy is no exception. She visited on many occasions, including the National Eisteddfod in 1963, on her Silver Jubilee tour, and notably for this engineer to open the Conwy Tunnel in 1991. It will be no surprise that her recent Platinum Jubilee was marked across Aberconwy with enthusiasm, many events, street parties, and much good cheer. The sun shone, the rain fell. But whether it was dog shows and damp bunting, or coffee, cake, and coronation chicken sandwiches, communities were united. They were open-armed in celebration and appreciation of her 7 decades of service. But today those communities are united in mourning, and it is books of condolence that are open across the constituency. Yesterday in one village, driving to the station, I saw a simple bouquet of fresh flowers had been laid out, a quiet, personal gesture of grief, no doubt repeated countless times and ways across the land. Mr. Speaker, I did not have the honour of welcoming Her late Majesty to Aberconwy. I do not have a story to share. Like so many, mine has been the simple privilege of being her loyal subject, a beneficiary of her lifetime of public service. We had this in common, however. We have both professed a Christian faith, and when the Christian's course is run, our fond hope, our great expectation,
is to be welcomed by our Heavenly Father with the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." I cannot think of a higher tribute or a greater reward for Her Majesty. May she rest in peace, and may God save the King.
Durham Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to echo the sentiments of many of my colleagues here today. It's always a special moment in this chamber when all parties unite together and speak with one voice. Unifying those divided is just one of the countless qualities that made our Queen the ruler that she was. My thoughts and the thoughts of my constituents in Broxtowe are with the royal family at this time. The Queen was loved and admired not only throughout Great Britain, but across the Commonwealth, and I know that a sense of loss and mourning will be felt through all corners of the world. On a personal note, on more than one occasion in my life, I swore true allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen. The first was in 1987 at the age of 18, whilst joining the armed forces. And of course, more recently, in 2019, whilst being sworn in as a member of this House. On those occasions, I felt incredibly proud to be able to serve my country and, most importantly, the Queen. I was honoured to be invited to meet Her Majesty while serving in the Royal Air Force. The Queen smiled and shook my hand. It was one of the privileges of my life and a memory I always will hold dear. Her smile, no matter who you were, put you instantly at ease, the rarest and most wonderful quality for anyone to hold. As has been mentioned by some of my honourable and right honourable colleagues, in 1947 the Queen stated, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong." She came to embody those words throughout her 70 years of service and displayed a sense of duty to the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth unlike any seen before. Over the last 70 years, at times of struggle and loss, we as a nation always looked to the Queen. She has given comfort in times of sorrow, continuity in times of uncertainty, and hope in our times of doubt. During the pandemic, when many of us were separated from our loved ones, she reminded our nation that we will meet again. She embodied the strength that we needed and inspired us all to carry on. I'd like to end by offering wishes of success and prosperity to our new King Charles III. The country and the Commonwealth are behind you and with you. On behalf of myself and my constituents in Broxtowe, may the Queen rest in peace and God save the King.
James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with profound reverence to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. Ours is not to reason why, but this is the moment that we feared would happen. As the bedrock in our lives of so long, the loss of this most adored global icon is deep, palpable, and impossible to put into words. We have heard many superlatives. Perhaps uniquely, all of these are perfect, as she was magnificent, steadfast, inspirational, a devoted mother, and simply the best. But the two words that I want to focus on are service and love. When Her Majesty went up a princess and came down a queen at Treetops in 1952, she was aware of the service that lay ahead, not only as the head of state in the Commonwealth, but also as head of the armed forces. Having already become Colonel-in-Chief of the Grenadier Guards at the age of 16, the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force would soon bear her standard. It's impossible, too, not to mention the Household Division, the Royal Engineers, and so many of the other army units for whom she was also one of their own. And I can't think of a single person for whom that famous mantra of serve to lead could be more perfectly applied. Her soldiers, her sailors and aviators truly loved her, and rightly so. Having led soldiers myself on several operational tours, I can tell you from experience that servicemen and women do not proudly serve their country or even pay the ultimate sacrifice because the prevailing government asks it of them. Nor do they do it to follow orders, out of camaraderie, or even a sense of glory, but because of service to the Crown. The glue that actually binds military service at sea, land and air is the democracy, the freedom and the sovereignty of this great nation and the monarch who presides over it. In my own constituency of Bracknell, the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst proudly occupies its leafy corner of Berkshire. 3 times a year, the Queen or her representative would come to her Sovereign's Parade, where officer cadets commission into the army. I can recall my own commissioning in 1992 as if it was yesterday, and the Queen was always a regular feature, smiling in the achievements of others. And who could forget that fine day in 2006 when she attended Prince William's commissioning parade alongside her beloved Prince Philip, King Charles, the Queen Consort, and of course Cadet Prince Harry Wales. The famous painting from that day still hangs imposingly above the famous steps at Old College. And beyond Sandhurst, Her Majesty has a wider association with the people of Bracknell. Most recently, she opened the Lexicon Shopping Centre in 2018, visited Wellington College in 2009, the Transport Research Laboratory in 1995, the Victuallers School in 1994, and the Lookout Centre in 1991. In fact, she formally visited my constituency from neighbouring Windsor on at least 20 other occasions during her life. To be in no doubt, Queen Elizabeth II loved her country. She loved the Commonwealth, her family, her people, and all those who came into contact with her. She was also loved by them. And the people of Bracknell will always be proud to have known her. Lastly, if I may, I visited the Lexicon in Bracknell yesterday to sign the Book of Condolence, near to where she had opened it 4 years earlier. I spoke to constituents who were saddened by her passing, and some I met were visibly overcome by grief and loss, uncertain for their own future. And Mr. Speaker, you know what? It's okay not to feel okay at this profound time. It's okay to mourn her passing, as well as celebrate her life. It's okay to feel a sense of foreboding, and it's okay to feel wretched, as the Queen was very special. So, I want to finish by saying one thing above all else, on behalf of the good people of Bracknell, Crowthorne, Finchampstead, Sandhurst, Wokingham Without and beyond. Your Majesty, thank you. God save the Queen.
Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a great honour, but also with great sorrow, that I stand in this place today on behalf of the people of Hartlepool to express our profound sadness at the passing of our most gracious Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen was many things: a head of state, a leader, a mother of realms and of heirs, a daughter of history and humanity. She was also a warm, humorous and understanding countrywoman, a lover of horses and dogs, passions and interests I share with her late Majesty. In the equestrian and dog-loving community, when the sad but inevitable time comes when we must say goodbye to a much-loved four-legged companion, we always want that to be at a time of their choosing, at the end of a good summer, in their favourite meadow or basket by the fire. It is also a passing we wish for ourselves. In my sadness at hearing of the news of the Queen's passing, I also felt solace in knowing that she left this earthly dominion at the end of a glorious summer, before the cold of winter starts to bite, in a favourite place of her own, a castle of happy memories. No one will forget that last taken public image of her fulfilling her final duty, smiling in her kilt and cardigan, trusty handbag, perhaps containing a marmalade sandwich, over her arm, a country woman by her fire. Throughout history, we have heard of the great moments of monarchy being accompanied by celestial events, such as Edward IV's sun in splendour, the appearance of 3 suns rising in the sky before the Battle of Mortimer's Cross. He was father to Elizabeth of York, grandmother of Elizabeth I, the Rainbow Queen who presided over a golden age. How fitting that at the announcement of the passing of our great and noble Queen Elizabeth II, daughter of another Elizabeth of York, Rainbows appeared in the sky over her palaces, the two Elizabethan ages entwined through time, proclaiming the new dawn of the reign of King Charles III. As he pledged to continue the same duty as his mother before him, so shall we all in this place swear a new oath of allegiance to him. May Elizabeth of blessed memory rest in peace. God save the King.
Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with both immense sadness and immense gratitude for being able to contribute to this series of tributes to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, both on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Delyn, who have been delighted to welcome her on visits to the constituency many times over the years. It is an honour to be able to follow such outstanding speeches that we've heard over the last 2 days. Mr. Speaker, nothing can measure the impact of a person than the way we feel about them when they pass away. We feel unimaginable grief at the passing of a parent, a close family member, or a lifelong friend, and it's astonishing to think that people feel those same feelings at the passing of someone that, like me, they probably never met. Such was the impact of Her late Majesty. She was the epitome of discretion, humility, and grace. And whilst we were honoured to have her as our head of state for so long, in truth, I believe that she felt that the honour was hers in being afforded the privilege of being our queen, for hers was a life of duty, of sacrifice, and of diligent responsibility to be that beacon that we all look towards in the most challenging times. She never took that duty lightly or casually, the omnipresent figure that bound us all together, providing a link to times gone by and to those people we've sadly lost along the way. People have said many times, we will never see her like again. Mr. Speaker, I hope we do. I really hope we do, because we all need that figurehead, the shining light, the ubiquitous inspiration to do all we can in the service of others. One of my old teachers told me a while ago, if someone's already said it perfectly, don't be so arrogant to assume you can do it better. So in the words of the poet David Harkness, you can shed tears that she is gone, or you can smile that she lived. You can close your eyes and pray that she'll come back, or you can open your eyes and see all that she has left. Your heart can be empty because you can't see her, or you can be full of the love that you've shared. You can turn your back on tomorrow and live yesterday, or you can be happy for tomorrow because of yesterday. You can remember her, and only that she is gone, or you can cherish her memory and let it live on. You can cry and close your mind, be empty and turn your back, or you can do what she would want, smile, open your eyes, love, and go on. Mr. Speaker, our grief is palpable, the void in our lives both unexpected and painful, and we mourn her loss. May she rest well, reunited with her beloved husband. God save the new Prince and Princess of Wales, and God save the King.
Ben Bradley.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many colleagues in the course of this debate have said that they will always remember where they were at the time when the news broke about Her late Majesty's death. But I certainly will. I was stood by a football pitch watching the under-6s in Nottinghamshire, and I'd been let off the day for the Tour of Britain passing through my constituency. And as the deluge cleared, and it was a deluge, and the news of Her Majesty's passing rippled around, the parents stood on the side of the pitch. As my honourable friend from Hartlepool said, a rainbow appeared in the sky. It really was an incredible moment as that emotion rippled around those parents who were assembled there, just as I subsequently watched it ripple around this chamber on the television. I'm not sure what more I can really say, Mr. Speaker, coming right at the end of 2 days of tributes to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and with so many wonderful contributions, particularly from those senior colleagues and privy councillors who might claim to have known her and spent time with her, and having heard those personal stories and anecdotes that spoke to her charm, her character, to her humour, and of course from the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, her firm commitment to the 3-second rule. Despite the fact that so much has been said already, Mr. Speaker, I felt duty-bound to speak on behalf of my constituents in Mansfield and to lay a floral tribute at the Palace on their behalf. And of course, in my role at Nottinghamshire County Council, I also have a civic role in a number of events this week. There are many, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that these events, the proclamation tomorrow, memorial events throughout the week and next weekend, are an important chance for the public who are mourning her loss as if it were part of their own family, to do what we're doing now, to come together, to share stories and memories, and to be part of this transition from one era to the next. We've been lucky enough to host Her Majesty in Mansfield, though admittedly in the 1970s, so I must admit I didn't quite manage to get there myself. But the town still celebrates and remembers when she came to open Mansfield Library all those years ago. She opened the Queen's Medical Centre, of course, and I think made at least 6 visits to Nottingham too throughout her reign, most recently for the Diamond Jubilee. And everyone who saw her on those visits and who met her will remember the occasion among their most treasured memories. In many ways, the one constant in our lives through so much change and chaos, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth has played a huge role in all of our lives. I personally have been struck by her love for her family, not least the way she wrapped her arms around her grandchildren in 1997 after the death of Princess Diana, and how she shouldered that grief and those burdens whilst protecting them, even in what was perhaps the most difficult time for our monarchy during her reign. And Mr. Speaker, the end of one era is also the start of another, and King Charles III now shoulders that responsibility. My heart goes out to him and his family as they seek to provide stability and continuity, whilst also dealing with their private grief in the eye of so much public interest. I hope that the heartfelt sadness and outpouring of affection from the public here and around the globe gives him heart and gives him strength. I was lucky enough to meet the King, then the Prince of Wales, earlier this year, and we discussed some of his charity work, how good housing can help to tackle inequalities. And he was warm, energetic, and incredibly knowledgeable, just as we've heard in our recollections of the Queen. I know and trust that he will continue with the same sense of duty and public service that he's learned from Her late Majesty over so many years. I hope that she's reunited with Philip and that she may rest in peace. God save the King.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart to contribute tonight and pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen. I want to start by expressing my deepest sympathies for His Majesty the King and the entire royal family, from my family and the loyal constituents of Wilden. Our late Queen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, was loved and respected from the north of my constituency, the villages of Withyham and Erridge, down south to the towns of Howsham. She was adored for her duty, loyalty and leadership here in the UK and the Commonwealth and across the world. I want to share the words of a particular constituent who lives in Fletching, Libby Buchanan. Libby is 99 years old. She has lived in the reigns of 5 monarchs from George V to King Charles III. She said to me how deeply blessed she felt to have lived through the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Sometimes, Libby told me, the changes experienced in the world over the Queen's reign were bewildering, yet the Queen never changed. She was always there, a constant, gentle and ever-present light, a light which has now gone out. But as Libby said to me, the flame has been relit and is held in the safest possible hands of King Charles III. Long live the King.
I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty the Queen was the heart of Windsor, and it's in some ways fitting that perhaps my words will be the last in the tributes to Her Majesty. And I wish to pass on my condolences, not just from myself, but from my many constituents to the royal family. She was an exceptional monarch through an extraordinary era. Even before her coronation, the young Queen Elizabeth made a vow to devote her life to serving her country. She kept her promise, and she surpassed our expectations. She has been the constant in an ever-changing world, not just for Windsor, but for the country, the Commonwealth, and in the hearts and minds of all those around the world. She has been the embodiment of the United Kingdom. She has been projecting all that is good about our nation across the globe for more than 70 years. Her image is our image to the world. And she was the omnipresent Queen. I've been listening to the tributes in this debate, and it seems that the Queen has been to every part of our United Kingdom. Everybody has a story to tell. Everyone in this chamber has a story to tell. And I can tell you, as the Prime Minister's trade envoy to parts of West Africa, everybody there had a story to tell. Everyone has a story to tell about our omnipresent Queen. So nationally and internationally, she is recognised. Yet, amidst all her duties, responsibilities and commitments, she remained ever present in the Windsor constituency. one of her favourite homes. You felt her presence everywhere across the constituency, absolutely everywhere. And as MP, I had the privilege of greeting heads of state as they arrived in Windsor, albeit in the shadows of Her Majesty. And I could witness firsthand her incisive wit, her cool and calm humour, which set guests at their ease. And aside from Royal Ascot, the Savile Gardens, seeing her at the Cumbermere Barracks and the Victoria Barracks and on near military parades, virtually every constituent will have seen or met the Queen or knew somebody very close who had. And if you lived in Windsor, there was no escape, none whatsoever. If you were strolling in Windsor Great Park, you would inevitably bump into the Queen, walking or driving or in the past on the horse. Your children would like to see her at school or at college. And anyone working for our many charities and good causes, it was inevitable they would receive visits and great patronage from the Queen. And when it comes to our businesses, if the foundation stone of their building was not laid by the Queen, then the plaque was placed with the Queen's name on it, or they received a letter or an invite to the castle. And whether you knew it or not, even when you were shopping in the King Edward VII Centre in central Windsor, it was inevitable you'd bump into Her Majesty on occasion. She was everywhere. She was truly omnipresent. So I'm not surprised that her last official engagement was at the Thames Valley Hospice in our local area. It makes sense in so many ways. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, it is difficult for me to express just how much she will be missed in Windsor and how thankful we are to have known her. She was our omnipresent Queen, the Queen of Constance. Her image is our image to the world. In future, in this place and across the country, we must strive to live up to her image of us. In Windsor, the Queen will live on in our parks, our lakes and our buildings and in our memories. And she will live on in her eldest son. And I say without hesitation, long live King Charles III.
We now come to Thangun Debonair, the Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I say it is a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Windsor. I had a feeling he'd have more anecdotes than I did. It is also, Mr. Speaker, it is truly an honour to close these 2 days of tributes to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. I have heard almost all of them, either from in here or from my office, and truly every speech has been superb. I'm so proud of us, how we, her Parliament, have come together to pay tribute, and I really think we have done her proud. Colleagues have sent condolences to the royal family and on behalf of their constituents, and on behalf of the people of Bristol West and my own family, I do so too. From the opening speeches from the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, followed by the Father and Mother of the House, to those here now, and I think the hundreds in between, I'm grateful to each and every colleague, and also, of course, to the clerks and the doorkeepers and the staff who've enabled this to happen. I truly thank everyone. It is impossible to do the normal roundup closing speech, and so I'm going to try and pick out themes instead, because we have explored so many. Of service and of faith. We've had poetry and prose and quite a lot of comedy. There's been perspectives from history and of progress. And I'm aware, I hope I've got my dates right, that Her Majesty's first Prime Minister was born in 1874 and her last in 1975. What a span of historical perspective. Many spoke wittily of their own time with her to illustrate character. I've got to say, if I'm going to pick one out, who knew that a plate of cheese, as delivered with a wry raised eyebrow by the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, could evoke the Queen so well? We've heard many stories of mishaps on footstools, Mr. Speaker. Some of them, Her Majesty saving people's dignity, but some of them just managing to turn it into a comedy moment. The Mother of the House and many others spoke of the significance of her as a female leader and role model. And indeed, in her Christmas broadcast in 1966, the Queen said, "It has been women who have breathed gentleness and care into the harsh progress of mankind." I've had to think about that one a lot in the last couple of days. Some colleagues spoke eloquently of their time with her in other countries. The greatest diplomat on the world stage, in our corner, representing Britain. And many have talked movingly of her close bonds and relationships with our armed forces and others in uniform. We've toured all the nations and every region, seems like every village, town and city, and with this the sense of pride that she had in all of it and all of us. In this country where she has shaken more hands, unveiled more plaques and gifted more smiles than anywhere else. I've learnt a great deal, more in fact, about how a constitutional monarchy operates from those who interacted with Her Majesty in governmental office and of her kindness to those whose governmental career had ended shortly. Ardent monarchists and those with a different view alike expressed huge respect for her dedication to public service. Her ability to transcend politics and to represent the national mood meant that she was a unifying figure through which the public could share our nation's joys and bring that much-needed comfort in our country's darkest hours. I have to say I feel that today, that we have transcended politics and come together in that way. Many mentioned the pitch-perfect television statements that she made in the pandemic, so movingly connected our collective trauma in those fearful months in 2020 with the anguish instilled from the World War II generation. She managed to evoke Vera Lynn's wartime "we'll meet again" message. It gives me a lump, actually, in my throat, so poignantly, but also said that the attributes of self-discipline, of quiet, good-humoured resolve, and of fellow feeling still characterise this country. This pride in who we are is not a part of our past. It defines our present and our future. Some spoke of how, aged just 21, the then Princess Elizabeth declared that her whole life, whether it be long or short, should be devoted to our service, and that was a promise she fulfilled right until the very end. Grief, as so many have said, Her late Majesty said, is the price we pay for love. But who would want to live without love? So we suffer that grief willingly. Whatever the age our loved ones leave us, whether their life was long or short, we always grieve for that lost presence, the years we are robbed of. We yearn for just one more week, one more day, just one more hour with them. And knowing how that feels, knowing that the royal family must be feeling that right now, even in the midst of all the formalities and the public duties, so therefore we keep them in our hearts. I hope that in reflecting on the Queen's life together in these last 2 days, we can appreciate the concept of a life well lived. Because in closing, Mr. Speaker, whether you're a Brownie or an MP, whether you work in the NHS or in education, a key worker or in the pandemic or a volunteer, if you work in hospitality or a factory, simply you're a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, a friend or neighbour. Each day brings all of us a new opportunity to live up to the ideals set by the late Queen's life. Well lived. Because perhaps that's the biggest tribute we can pay, Mr. Speaker, to the ultimate public service, conscious as we go about our lives of how we can help one another, of how we can contribute to the common good and work towards an even better Britain. In the doing of duty and service, we sometimes think of sacrifice, but hearing the tributes here, we can all recognise that these in fact make a good life. We MPs who willingly chose our life of duty and service, we can renew our commitment to them now as we celebrate the one who, though that life had been thrust upon her, followed it unstintingly for 70 years. We must carry forward this Elizabethan legacy of public service for generations to come, for this truly is patriotism. May Her late Majesty the Queen rest in peace, the legacy of the great Elizabethan age continue. May His Majesty King Charles III have a long and successful reign. Long live the King.
Okay. I now call Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to bring to a close the tributes paid to Her Most Gracious Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. I speak today as Leader of the Commons, but also for the people of Portsmouth, a city she visited not just for fleet reviews, civic events, homecomings or ship commissionings, but also in transit to board her beloved royal yacht Britannia. In all cases, the people of my city remember her connection and understanding to the tools of UK sea power, our sailors, our civilians, their families, our dockyard and our warships. For a time, that was her life too. She'd worn a uniform. She was a naval wife. She understood service and sacrifice and the burdens people carried. That empathy was evident in all that she did. So it was no surprise to hear so many tributes from honourable and right honourable members full of examples of that personal kindness or her concern and care for the staff of this estate, including her desire for the Vice-Chamberlain's weekly notes to keep her up to speed on the gossip. She was our Polaris, but she was not a distant queen. She took an interest in us all because she recognised the burden of service. Her reign began with a very public grief because she could not mourn her father in private. She loved Balmoral not just for its beauty and peace, but because she got to sleep in the same bed for a whole 6 weeks. Of all the exceptional things she did, of all the people and places experienced, her rare night of normality, of freedom out with her sister to celebrate victory in Europe, was, in her words, one of the most memorable. For me, the fact that she met her new Prime Minister in person and prepared to take a Privy Council 24 hours before her death illustrates the depth of her devotion to duty. She lived and died in the service of the nation, as her father did and his father before him. So in the final analysis, this then is the measure of all greatness. It is not weighed by gain, but in loss. Sacrifice is the ultimate test of faith and duty. All that is yours must be laid down for all that is us. All that is they must be laid down for all that is we. For only those that bear this cross can wear the crown. Because crowns are not made just of jewels and precious metals. They are mostly made of love. Speaking after 9/11, she comforted us and the rest of the world by saying that grief was the price of love. Her words should comfort us still. We may now feel lost and uncertain, just like some may have felt 70 years ago when she vowed that her life would be dedicated to us. If only they knew what a life she would lead, what glories and hope and vision she would bestow. They need not have worried, and nor should we now. Like his mother's grief at her father's death, His Majesty's grief, too, will not be a private one. He will lead us in mourning. He also carries the cross, a cross of sacrifice and service. Our great Queen has entrusted us all with a living legacy of triumph over tribulation, of cheerfulness over challenge, of dedication and determination. She has left us. Her values remain with us. Her example compels us to continued fidelity to our King and our country. God save the King.
Yeah. I call on the Leader of the House to move the motion for the address.
I beg to move that a humble address be presented to His Majesty to convey to His Majesty the deep sympathy felt by this House for the great sorrow which he has sustained by the death of the late Queen, His Majesty's mother. to extend to all the royal family the deep sympathy of this House in their grief, which is shared by all its members, to assure His Majesty that Her late Majesty's unstinting dedication over a reign of over 70 years to the service of our great country and its people, and to the service of the countries and peoples of the rest of the wider Commonwealth, will always be held in affectionate and grateful remembrance. To express to His Majesty our loyalty to him and our conviction that he will strive to uphold the liberties and to promote the happiness of the people in all his realms, now and in the years to come.
The question is that his humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order. We now come to the motion relating to the presentation of the address just agreed to by the House. I call the leader to move forward.
I beg to move.
The question is the address be presented by the whole House. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion in the name of the Leader of the House relating to the adjournment of the House. I call the Leader.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Just before we come to the adjournment, I just want to remind members that tomorrow at 6 o'clock, St Margaret's will be holding our own church service. I hope as many members and staff members will be able to join us at that event. And can I just say, this has been an amazing tribute when, as I said yesterday, when the House comes together, it comes together in a very special way, and there's been none more special than these last 2 days. 138 contributions today, making a total of 321 contributions in total. And personally, I've been moved and amazed by the way that everybody's contributed, all being able to lay their own little part of their life that had been played in Her Majesty. So it's moving for me, as I must be one of the few constituencies the Queen never visited. But there we are. So what I want to say. And thank you once again to all the staff of this House, all the security and everybody who's made it work. It really is appreciated. And thank you to all. So the question is that this House do now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order.
House of Commons sound. 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 House of Commons